Thanks, Tanya. And while it's sharing on this site, I'm Andries Rousseau. I'm PwC's Africa Energy Utilities and Resources Leader, so looking after mining. I'm passionate about the mining industry and what it can bring to all its stakeholders. There's certainly lots of value there. You can say mining is my blood, as my great-great-grandfather died of silicosis working in the mines on the reef. And my other great-great-grandfather was a transport driver between Kimberley and Joburg. But none of that qualifies me to tell you what supply and demand is going to be in 2040 and 2050. Absolutely no way. I do hope, though, that giving a bit of background, that you can make up your own mind as to where things were, and that you can polish your own crystal balls to come up with what you believe the forecast would be and where commodities are going. So we're going to chat about mining, gold and PGM performance and contribution to South Africa. It's obviously a very cyclical industry. I want to touch on a little bit of that. And then we're going to look at PGM supply and demand and probably what drives that and how we're going to end up with the future. And then gold, also same story, supply and demand. So if we look at a bit of background of the industry, the mining industry in South Africa had a phenomenal last 5 years, really starting off a very low base in 2016, it has to be said. But you can see that the mining industry outperformed the JSE All Share Index on all accounts over the last 5 years. On a effective annual growth rate, 5 years, 16.2%, and then the more recent years, 24%, 23%. You cannot ask for more. If we go back a bit further, though, you can see that the industry is still lagging where the All Share Index is. If you start at 2003, sort of the previous start of the boom cycle, and although it's catching up fast, it's still way behind, and there are reasons for that I'd like to touch on as we go through the presentation. Comparing against the global Hsbc Global Mining Index versus the JSE Precious Metals and Mining Index, you can see that the JSE is actually tracking that very well. There were lots of talks about the South African mining industry missing out on previous booms, and to some extent there's value in that, but a lot of it has got to do with commodity mix and how it's perceived. A small graph on the right-hand side shows the JSE in rand terms, not in dollar terms, and there you can see how it lags. The reality is that when commodity prices are high, our rand strengthens, and therefore it looks like our local mining industry is not performing as well because we've got this negative impact on revenue. Clearly, when commodity prices are low, rand weakens, and you've got this offsetting impact, a bit of a natural edge that's provided by the rand for our local industry. If we compare our industry over the last 5 years against the Hsbc Global Index, then you can see the JSE clearly outperformed in dollar terms the global index. And what a phenomenal performance. And why is that? It is really because our industry is very much precious metals based than what it used to be, or than what the global industry is. We are in the midst of a transition to commodities where we move away from conventional deep level underground mining, much more open cast mining, much more mechanized mining, and therefore commodities such as iron ore, manganese, chrome is certainly attracting attention, and are really the only ones that's been showing great growth for the last few years. But our precious metals are still the cornerstone of the local industry. If we compare our revenue mix in South Africa On the left-hand side from 2003 through to 21. You can see that precious metals, so gold and platinum, makes up 54% in 2021 average for this year, leading up to May. Last year, for the whole year, they were sitting at 45%, compared to a global percentage of only 20% for gold and PGMs, and 17% the year before. Last year, on the back of the good gold price, the global precious metals revenue did increase a little bit. So clearly the weighting towards precious metals on our side. Now, if we look at the contribution the industry makes, then you can see that the mining contribution to GDP has been decreasing. 94 was sitting at 15%, the dawn of democracy. Now it's only sitting at 7%. And lots of people see this as a negative. I must admit, I see it as an extreme positive. It's fantastic that our economy is diversifying, if that's a reason for the decrease. And certainly it puts us in a much better position than lots of other developing economies where their whole existence is based on the resources that they have in country. And their whole existence fluctuates on the back of what those prices do. So to only have a 7% impact on GDP certainly aids our local position. You can see in the there's actually a little bit of an inverse relationship in 2003 through to 2008, when we had the big economic boom on the back of Chinese economic growth. Our SA GDP grew by much more than the mining industry. In fact, the mining industry growth started declining in 2006 already. And why is that? It is because the rand just strengthened by so much that the local industry didn't reflect that growth. But overall, that commodity price boom supported the whole country and the whole economy. And you can see how wonderful that worked. After the big crises, the big financial crisis, 2008, 9, and then again now COVID, you can see the mining is the backbone, the dark line is the absolute backbone of the recovery. And even during the fight for COVID, mining really supported the communities where they operated and the country in its fight back against COVID. The mining industry contributes hugely to our country, and not only from a direct employment point of view, but also from an income point of view. And if you look at the if you look at the contribution for every billion rand spent in the mining industry, more than 1.2 billion is added to the GDP at the bottom line. For every billion rand that we spent in addition to the mining industry, we create 3,000 jobs. And then really for every rand spent, more than 30% of that makes its way back into taxes for the mining industry, or from the mining industry for the country. And that's on the back of direct income taxes for people delivering into the industry, pay-as-you-earn taxes, the indirect taxes, and the induced taxes that follow as a result of it. The total number of jobs is also important. Now, we know the mining industry only employs about 450,000 people, but for every person employed in the mining industry, about 3 additional jobs are created indirectly in the value chain for the mining industry, and therefore huge contribution. If we look at the total impact of taxes, then PGMs and gold make up more than half of that. For the last year, up to June this year, we believe about 89 billion in taxes that will be paid by the PGM sector, and by the gold sector, almost 30 billion. So phenomenal contribution and desperate need. And you could see in the COVID relief provided after the recent unrest, really Anglo American Platinum's tax bill
It looks like Andres's internet has just gone down. Let's give him a couple of moments, and I'm sure he will reappear. Andres, you are muted. Please hit the unmute button and restart sharing your screen, please.
Apologies that you lose me for a bit there.
We lost you for a moment, yes. Just reshare your screen.
I'll do that now. Okay, hopefully that's coming through. Apologies for that.
You just need to put it into presentation. There we go. It's perfect. We can hear and see you again.
Thank you, Tanya. Apologies for that. I was saying exploration is absolutely required for the industry. It's one of the reasons why we're supporting the tax flow through scheme that the Mineral Council is punting. We believe that it makes huge economic sense, not only to support the long-term economic sustainability of the industry, but really the day one economics make sense. And again, yeah, for figures on the screen shows itself, but even if there's a full tax deduction for money spent, much more than that will flow back through to the fiscus in terms of taxes, again, direct taxes, indirect taxes, payroll taxes, and the induced taxes that follow from that. The jobs that can be created is significant. And if we then can move up that current less than 1% spin off of global exploration to 5%, we can create additional 22,000 jobs, which will make a huge difference, and it will support the sustainability of the industry for the future. None of these numbers incorporate the value of actual mining revenue and royalty revenue from found resources. That all of that's upside. So absolutely necessary for us to invest in exploration in the country. Country has got a mature mining history, but when we last explored in this country, it wasn't for the metals that's required. And I think as we'll hear later today, lots of scope to go back with new technology, look at new gold resources, extracting that, and see how best we get, and also to new tech green minerals and metals that this country can still offer. On the employment side, mining, massive contribution, and again, gold and PGM employment makes up more than half of that. In 2021, sitting at 94,000 people in the mining employ. Now that's dropped a lot from 160,000 that we had in 2009. Certainly dropped a lot from where we were 20, 30 years ago in terms of employment. On the PGM side, 163,000, the biggest employer by far in the mining industry, and therefore a very valuable contributor to the industry. I think it's very key that we don't focus solely on jobs directly in the mining industry. So I mentioned we should be focusing on the whole value chain employment. And if we do mechanize, if we do modernize and therefore lose a few direct jobs in the mining industry, the reality is that will create much more jobs up and down the value chain, which will allow for greater employment growth in the country. Now, we're in a cyclical industry. I certainly don't need to tell that to the geologists that do look way forward. And what I've done here is just to look at the USD real price for gold, which is the yellow line, the platinum basket price, and the which is the sort of pinkish line, and then the red line, which is the platinum price. And you can see how all three of these ones actually track each other very nicely over the term. In the 2000s, end of 90s and beginning 2000, gold had a very negative position. Lots of central banks sold off gold, negative view on the future of gold, and yet that come back strongly. It aligned again after the financial crisis with the platinum and PGM basket price, and certainly outshone platinum in the last 6-7 years. You can also see that when you compare the real basket price versus the real platinum price, that those two exactly follows each other. The two exceptions, end of the 90s, when we had substitution, palladium, rhodium being used in catalytic converters, you had a bit of a bump where the basket price increased above the platinum price. And then now lately, from 2016, when we had the massive divergence between the two, we know in the long run they will converge again. It's just the nature of it. Substitution will force it, changes in demand will force it, and platinum will again be the driver of the long-term basket price. But certainly at the moment, that's not the case. And I think that the recent record heights that we've seen in rhodium and palladium has obviously created this difference, but it can't last forever. It's probably lasted much longer than I anticipated, and certainly some others as well. If we look at the breakdown of the main drivers of the basket, then you can see what I just said in terms of rhodium, the dark line, palladium, the pink line, and platinum, the red line, and nickel gray line. You can see how they move really in tandem most of the time, but the recent record highs just blew the basket into new territory record highs. A little bit of an inverse relationship between palladium and nickel. And when nickel prices go up, they mine more nickel in Russia, which adds more palladium to the supply, and therefore your palladium price drops up a little bit. And then equally, nickel prices go down, you do have a little bit of an increase in the palladium price. In the end, they all work together in tandem to get the basket price to work nicely together. Look at the basket breakdown over that same period from 1970 through to now. Then really in the 2000, platinum was driving almost 70% of the value derived from the basket. If we look at where it's now, then you're almost sitting at a third of platinum, third in palladium, 40% in rhodium, and then nickel, much smaller portion than what it was historically. Beginning of the year, January, February, when rhodium hit that $30,000, the rhodium component of this was actually more than 50%, and just shows the massive impact that had on the basket price and the value that our PGM miners are getting. It's amazing how all platinum miners turned into PGM miners since 2016, as they focus and understand the value of these other metals as well. Then clearly with iridium, hydrogen play, not even mentioned here, but sitting at about $5,000, there's scope for the other byproducts to deliver lots of value as well. Now, weak rand should support the industry. So if we look at the same prices, but now in rand terms, rand real terms, so we've CPI adjusted, you would actually expect that the platinum and the gold industry should have been flying. If you look at how prices have increased, the average line is the average for each one of these. So one would have expected a massive increase in profitability of the industry all the way back from 2006, despite the financial crisis in 2008, but that didn't happen. In fact, the industry was really battling and struggling. And why is that? On high prices, you need high production in order to capitalize on it. And unfortunately, we was in this terminal decline on the gold production side in the country. And I don't have to tell you reasons, just becoming more expensive for us to mine gold, unproductive, and therefore a very big challenge in order to grow production. It's total lack of investment over the last 20 years, and therefore gold will probably continue its decline unless we can add new technology, and different technology that would mean extracting gold more efficiently and profitable for the future. On the PGM side, despite the massive prices and despite massive investment in the 2000s, you can see that the PGM production really hasn't held its own. In fact, it's been on a sort of flattish, trying its best to increase level. The big drop off in 2014, the 5-month strike in Rustenburg, and then obviously in 2020 the big COVID drop off, with a good recovery in 21. If we look at the rand unit cost, the real rand unit cost, what I've done here is I've taken the unit cost increases of our main platinum producers, applied that to the same term, and then you can see the challenge. You can see that on the back of that, the weaker rand, or the higher rand revenue prices didn't help, because on the cost side we're eroding margin. If you discount it, trying to get it real in this terms, then really the platinum price is well below, sort of 40% below the average for the term. The basket price has recovered, certainly in 2020, and now in 21, that has gone back above the average, but we're nowhere near the levels where we were in 2000, in 2006. That gave us real potential, and this is a real challenge for the industry. If our costs keep on increasing, if we cannot mine effectively, efficiently, then it doesn't matter what prices do, we're not going to be able to have a sustainable industry here. Now, on the platinum side, we're fortunate that South Africa is such a dominant supplier that eventually demand should increase prices, and we've been expecting that to happen, but on the back of various demand drivers, that hasn't happened, and we haven't been able to get prices back up in order to sustain the industry. The reality is the mining industry had to change. The mining industry had to become more cost competitive, and has done so well since 2015 and 16, when the industry realized that it cannot continue the way it was, and it really had to do something about it. Only thing it could control was cost, and that's why cost had to come down. You actually had a negative unit cost inflation as production increased, as unprofitable ounces was cut out of the market, in order to get the supply-demand balance back in line. Gold on a similar basis, taking the gold unit cost increases for our South African gold producers, and you can see that still well below the average levels for the last 15 years. Not as much as the PGM side, but it is also not where it should be, and one can understand that with the increased cost. If we look at the breakdown of operating costs for a deep level conventional gold and platinum mine, then labor cost almost makes up 60% of that cost complement. Utilities, Eskom, electricity and water, more than 10%. And we know those two components on its own were the big drivers in costs over the last 15 years in the country. Compare that to the global breakdown of costs, where labor costs only about 30% of the total cost basket, then you can understand why in our developing world environment with rising labor costs, our deep level conventional mines are really battling from a unit cost point of view. So what did that do to the EBITDA margins of the industry? It meant that gold that was performing reasonably well dropped down to below 30%, platinum clearly at a very unsustainable below 15%, even below 10% for a couple of years. And that is recovering, firstly, on the back of cost management, get it up to the 15% in 2018. And then thereafter on the back of the very nice basket price increase. Now, for a capital intensive industry like the mining industry, you would expect, you would want EBITDA margins to be above 30% before there's any chance of incentivizing new investment. If you look at capital expenditure in the PGM sector, then the dark line is the nominal capital expenditure, and you can see our levels for the last 13 years really has been below the 2008, 2013 levels. If you look at it in real terms, again, using that unit cost for these producers, then we've just continually decreasing the investment that we made in the industry. And that will have a significant impact on our ability to supply into demand in the industry. So moving on to PGM supply and demand and building up to the 2040 and 2050 position. Then we know on the palladium supply side, nicely spread between South African or Southern Africa and Russia, almost 50% between the two of them in terms of primary supply, a little bit coming out of North America. But the big driver here has been recycling, and the growth in recycling over recent years has really been the only growth in supply back into the market. On the demand side, palladium very much autocatalyst focused, some industrial, electronic and chemical demand. But at the moment, it's autocatalyst and that's it. And that's been driving the growth in the palladium price lately. It's really been on the back of the demand for autocatalyst, conversion of diesel to petrol in Europe post Dieselgate, the stringent application of regulations, increased regulations for emission controls, and that's been fantastic in terms of supplying demand for palladium. And therefore, probably more important is to see where the demand for palladium is coming from. And you can see that in Europe, that demand has remained relatively flat. In 2019, we had an uptick, again, on the back of new Euro 6 regulations plus, and the enforcement of those. But the two top ones is the important parts. It's China, where the growth has been phenomenal. Despite COVID, almost no decline in demand, as per capita growth in China will drive future vehicle demand, and that will continue to grow. India is the other one, and all of that's petrol-based vehicles, so the bulk of it is, and therefore your big demand for palladium. Rhodium, very similar story. South Africa, almost exclusive demand, supply for it, a little bit out of Russia, and then the recycling being the big grower in terms of supply. And demand, again, autocatalysts, that's it, chemicals. In the previous cycles, we had glass driving demand and prices for rhodium. Let's tape it off a bit. So autocatalysts and focusing on NOx emissions has been rhodium's mainstay, and therefore has been driving its demand. So if we look at forecasts, and these only go out 5 years, but it both indicates that the current prices are unsustainable by various market commentators and banks' views on the future, and they increase a decrease for or indicate a decrease for palladium and rhodium. There's clearly an expectation of acceleration of EV adoption and where that will leave the industry from a supply-demand side. There's a continued growth of recycling, and that recycling will catch up. While you've got a growth in new vehicles, a growth in new regulations, your demand keep on growing in excess of the previously old regulations, loadings for palladium and rhodium and platinum for that matter, but that will eventually catch up. And then the recovery of SA rhodium production post COVID-19 and also Amplat's production challenges will add supply and therefore will drive prices down. On the platinum supply side, if we look long-term here, then South Africa clearly the mainstay, Russia a little bit there, others, and then the big growth in recycling. And I think a lot of market commentators were underestimating the impact of recycling that happened from 2005 all the way through to where we are now. It should be noted that, I mean, post Dieselgate 2015, we say average vehicle life in Europe is about 11 years. Then in the next 5 years or less, the ability to recycle will reduce. There's just not enough loadings anymore, not enough PGMs out there, and therefore recycling is likely to taper off. The recycling year made up about 2/3 auto catalyst, and interesting, almost a third sitting in jewelry recycling. And it'll be interesting to see where that mix goes in the next 5 years. On the demand side, and this is platinum's real benefit, it's a precious metal. On the other side, it's also got all the industrial values, and its demand is widely spread. Auto catalyst, investment demand goes up and down as people get risk averse. Jewelry has certainly seen a knock in 2020 and during COVID. But then the big growth area, the other industrial, chemical, electrical, glass, and petroleum demand, and the ability that gives platinum to weather the storm for the longer term and to create value in the long term. So if we do look at the real platinum forecast, and then you can see from an average point of view, reasonably flat. Most commentators expect it to remain relatively flat. The World Bank takes their forecast out to 2035 in real terms, also flat, and therefore a lot of people expect the market to be in reasonable balance for the long term. Now, I'm not convinced that that's the case. If we look at the production profile out of South Africa, being the main driver of platinum supply, then in 2016 we did a publication, Platinum on a Knife Edge, and that really showed the tapering off of supply coming out of existing shafts. It had potential for new shafts, and the pink part of this graph, development shaft, and bulk of those have actually been either cancelled, stopped, care and maintenance. So we had a couple of exceptions. When Styldrift from Royal Bafokeng Platinum is clearly in production. Booysendal from Northam is in production now. Portal 6 at Zimplats has made it into production. But what it has done is where there was hope that new development would increase production, it's actually just moved that development out, the new development ounces out, and therefore we're likely to see a reasonably decrease on the dotted line in terms of supply for the future. Actual supply is a red line, obviously dropped off in 2020 for COVID. Hopefully that'll get back up based on the production levels, COVID and also Anglo-Plat's production challenges. So we'll update this now after the June report has come out. It's 5 years later. I'm very interested to see, but I think that dotted red arrow will probably give a good indication as to where it would go. So if we look at the view for the future, 2040 and 2015, on the demand side, what are the things that would drive demand and therefore price down? The successful acceleration of combustion engine elimination, rendering auto cats unnecessary. Change consumer demand for jewelry. We've really seen that the run up to before COVID, where new generation buy experiences, don't buy jewelry. It's interesting to see that in the US, that change on the gold side at least chains with an increase in jewelry demand. So, remains to be seen what will happen in the future. Platinum could lose its investment appeal, or it's really just industrial metal, some people could say. Failure of the hydrogen economy would drive prices down, and anticipation. And then the substitution of PGMs in various catalysts, chemical, and so on. On the supply side, utopia for mine suppliers. If prices go down, it really means that we've been able to supply into the demand. It could be as a result of massive new PGM resources found. Increase the supply out of Zimbabwe is probably the quickest new supply to come on board if there's a need for it. A relaxation of regulations that could mean easier new mine development, host communities appreciating and encouraging mining, and then improved extraction and production technologies to make uneconomical resources economical again. And then improved infrastructure. So we won't have energy and transport limitations on supply. Now you can make up your mind how many of those are likely. On the price upside, it's really the counter of what I've just said. Increase in real prices implies a delayed adoption of EVs. And that's quite possible. We just don't have all the metals and materials to support the electric vehicle growth that's forecasted by commentators at the moment. Either that, or we're going to see massive growth in the battery metals and the like. Accelerated hydrogen economy would drive demand. Industrial uses for PGMs expands in the new green world. Platinum gains investment metal favor again, and then platinum jewelry demand increase as alternative for gold. And on the supply side, and this is probably the real challenges that we are facing, is the lack of exploration and new development results in significant pressure on new production. We're seeing it, we're expecting it. More stringent regulation means that it's harder to invest, and it increases the time from decision to production. The socioeconomic challenges means that communities close mines. We're experiencing all of it. And then certainly infrastructure constraints such as energy limitations is putting a big pressure on the supply side. And I personally think this is the more likely outcome from a PGM or platinum side at least. Well, if we look at the Norrells Nichols 2014, not 2014 view, then I think they're in line with what we've said above on the palladium side. They believe that by 2040, although demand will grow on palladium side, recycling will more than offset that, and therefore any new development in palladium will actually, remember palladium mined with platinum in South Africa, so if you have to increase platinum supply, you are going to increase palladium supply. So therefore, they believe there will be an oversupply 2030, 2040 on the palladium side. Nickel, same story, big need in the new green economy from a battery metals point of view and other consumer applications. And mining more nickel in Russia means more palladium available. So likely that palladium will certainly will go into surplus in 2040 and beyond. On the platinum side, Norrells has got a very positive view on demand. I'm not sure that everyone will share that, but the big impact for the platinum demand supply position in the future is really the reduction in recycling, the reduction in existing mine supply, and then the slowness in getting new production into the market will mean that we, in all likelihood, in 10 years' time, is going to sit with a big deficit on the supply side, unless we can accelerate investment in this country in the PGM sector. Gold supply demand, I'm not going to spend the same amount of time here. Gold spread nicely over the globe, and The interesting thing here is that Africa is now by far the biggest gold producer, despite the decrease in South African supply. And it's also the fastest grower in terms of supply, the top line that you have there. Pressure on mining gold in some of the developing economies, in North America coming down on the back of COVID for 2020, but also on the back of environmental application. Interesting, China as well, reduction in supply. And a lot of this has got to do with enforcing safety metrics, enforcing environmental green compliance, and therefore cutting out old, let's call it dirty gold, on that side of the world. The global mining demand, jewelry, big drop off in recent years, clearly drop off during 2020. But on the counter side, big investment demand for it on the back of the increased risk due to a number of factors. And then gold consumer demand by country, and this is really driving. So on the right hand side is the total, the dark world total line is on top with the legend on the right hand side, and then all the countries on the left hand side. And it's interesting here, you can see that there's actually increase for consumer demand for gold out of the Americas during COVID, which says that people now have disposable income because they can't travel globally. They have to spend it somewhere, and perhaps buying jewelry is one of the ways of spending it. Real gold price forecasts suggest a decrease in the longer term, and it's interesting, and despite the fact that we've got currency printing and lots of economies, the change in demand for jewelry and consumer demand, how that'll be impacting this price. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. So where are we then for the gold? The potential downside, certainly if risk and it reduces, I think unlikely outcome. The limited debasing of currencies despite the printing of money, so low inflation environment expected. Clearly that's what the forecast is of a lower real gold price is saying. Significant increase in interest rates, otherwise, in other words, the higher opportunity cost for holding gold, change consumer demand for jewelry, and then people thinking gold only has a value because people say so, hence limited value. And I think this is the one where we might see interesting moves in the future. And then central banks might sell down similar to the early 2000s. The supply side risk is really the same as what we mentioned on the PGM side. What could drive the price up from a demand side is increase in real price. Implies that increased risk environment. I think we're experiencing it at the moment, the high political, socioeconomic challenges and risk associated with it, climate and pandemic risk, is certainly increase risk events, and therefore people might want to invest in gold more. In an upside scenario, gold is seen as the only real tangible source of value as opposed to currencies or blockchain values, so bitcoins, that's counted as alternative. And then pandemic-induced limitations on tourism and experiences reintroduce gold jewelry as a valuable and lasting investment. And yeah, interesting to see how these upsides and downsides will play out. Not going to do that. I'm just going to finish there and say thank you very much for the opportunity, Nalin, Tanya. I hope that was useful, and I would welcome the opportunity. Any questions if we do have a minute for that.
Andres, thank you very much for the view down your crystal ball. And yes, indeed, we have a couple of minutes for questions. Please raise your hand. If you're technically challenged, just unmute yourself and ask your question.
crystal clear then.
Absolutely, you've confused everybody. And so, Topo, please go ahead.
Oh, we can't hear Topo. Are you still on mute?
Can you unmute yourself, Topo?
Okay, I just did.
Okay, go ahead, ask the question.
Okay, I'd like to ask, so what do you think about recycling old data from like the 1960s in terms of the gold industry? Do you think that's a viable industry?
Recycling data?
Yes, like taking data collected by
old exploration data.
Yes, old exploration data and actually using the new technologies that we have now to actually check if the ore grades and the mineral commodities present are actually worth mining with the new technology we have.
Because I'm no geologist, but I absolutely believe there's loads of value in the old data. In those years, Anglo simply put stuff in their top drawer and forgot about it because there were just too many alternatives as to what they could do. And I think clever geologists will be able to see value in that data, and new technology, both on the exploration side, but certainly on the extraction side, modernization around how you design, build a mine, extract, will make a huge difference. And I do believe there's lots of value in there. I see Hendrik from Pan African is talking later this afternoon. I believe there's lots of value in the really old mining areas in the country where we haven't explored since then. So your Barbertons, there's probably big value out east. A lot of the mine development was focused on the west rand and further west. So yeah, data that can be used for much more. Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, dear colleagues. My today presentation is going to be quite different from the previous one because I'm academic and my hobby and my passion is swimming in the magma chamber at the time of the formation of these deposits, particularly platinum deposit in this case, and that is basically what is my today presentation is about. So I will share with you recent field textural and chemical observation that give us idea about the mechanism of the Pg concentration of platinum deposit in the Bushveld complex, the largest magma chamber in the Earth crust and the largest layered intrusions. And I would like to stress from the beginning that it doesn't matter whether we talk about the kind of normal layering and orthosite or orthoparacent layering, or about the formation of this layering, or the layering involving Mariansky Reef, or the UG2 paraxenite, chromatite. We're still talking about the formation of the layering. That's all about the layering. And that's why basically it's all come to the top, to the two options. Whether we're forming these deposits, this layering, by gravity settling, means that magma crystallizing and this crystal settling towards the top, toward the base of the magma chamber, or we form them in situ, meaning just from the directly at the cooling margin of the magma chamber, from margin inwards. That's two options which we have basically. And let's look at this dilemma through the eyes of field observation. What can field observation tell us about the formation of the platinum deposits? If we take the normal Mariansky Reef at its normal position, it doesn't really tell us much when it's horizontal, it's planar. And we cannot say whether it was settled from above or it was produced here in situ. It's almost impossible. However, all is not lost, and in the bushveld we are lucky to have potholes, these depressions in the chamber floor where the footfall rocks are missing, and the sidewalls can be vertical or even overhanging, as in this case. So, and this give us a nice chance to test these models, these ideas, because if it's settled from above, there's a chromite, PG, sulfides, everything settling from above, then we can expect deposits on the flat portion of the magma chamber and somewhere here in the base of the potholes, but we certainly cannot get them on the overhanging, this part. That is not possible, just physically. And this what can we use for looking at our deposits to understand how they formed. Now, with this idea in mind, if we look at these marginal chromatites at the base of the Mariansky Reef in one of the potholes here, coming from the Korean mine alone, min previous, then we'll see that these chromite seam feel quite happy at this part of the potholes on overhanging sidewalls. And that is not only about the chromite seam itself. If we may look at the entire Mariansky Reef, chromatites and pyroxenites, and that is from the old paper by William Hilbert, and we see that the entire Mariansky Reef may develop on the overhanging sidewalls of potholes. So the places where we cannot deliver these rocks, these sulfides, PG, just by settling from above. And we observed the same thing. That was from the old paper. We observed this thing in Lonmin, and these showed that it's reality developing of the Mariansky Reef on the subvertical walls. And that is my favorite one, perhaps not well seen here, but I'll show you a sketch which does nicely show us that these Mariansky Reef green develops on these overhanging sidewalls of the potholes. Okay, that's not all. We have even the better, I think, examples. And that is about the so-called undercutting Mariansky Reef. It turned out that, that from the margin of the potholes, that's one pothole from Impala, and we have this kind of seal-like protrusions of the Mariansky Reef with chromatites sitting within the footfall rocks themselves. They are protruding laterally. And of course, that is a position which is really, really bad for settling. You cannot really get them, get all these minerals within these cavities of the cutting Mariansky Reef. How they look like, I show you in a moment. That is how these undercuts looks in the Pilansberg platinum mine. And I have another one that's showing the same thing, this Mariansky Reef, erosion and forming these undercuts within the anorthosites. And that examples from the Braxwood pothole shows you the Mariansky Reef, undercutting Mariansky Reef. And I really like to appreciate the fact that that reefs with chromatites, with chromite, with the PG, and this was very rich one, is sitting about 10, 15 meters below the normal position. So there's no way to get all these crystals to that part by crystal settling from above. And the another thing which is interesting here, kind of the byproduct. So if you're lucky to get a drill core, which I'd like to stress, if you have lucky to have a drill core somewhere here at the margin of the potholes with these undercuts, so you may well end up with a situation when in the same drill core, you may have several Mariansky Reef, like here, for example, 4 Mariansky Reef. And we do observe these examples, and I show you one from the Pilansberg platinum mine again, where we have 4 Mariansky Reef in the same drill core. And I think that is all about these undercutting Mariansky Reef next to the potholes. Okay, that is the generalized section, kind of summarizing all what I have shown for the Mariansky Reef. And the message here is that development of the Mariansky Reef on subvertical overhanging sidewalls and within these undercuts, indicative of the crystallization, of the formation of these deposits directly at the chamber floor. That's what this takes us. Well, that is not only about the Merensky Reef itself, the same story with the chromatites, and particularly UG2, UG1 chromatites. Sorry, the picture is quite busy, but we will just focus on this part, on the potholes, and which also show that UG2 develops on the very steep sidewalls of potholes. That is from what was from the Plonmin, that is for School of Mine, the same thing, developing of the UG2 chromatite. Not the best place for crystal settling, certainly. I like this one from the Impala mine, showing that chromatites, red one here, developing on the subvertical walls and even overhanging side walls. And there are even cases where these chromatites, that is another example, quite complicated case with the UG2, UG1, which shows nicely that UG1 chromatite develops on the subvertical walls of the potholes without changing its thickness, the same thickness everywhere, basically. And that's the last last slide from this collection, showing the undercutting, that not only Merensky form these undercuts, but even chromatites, in this case UG1 chromatite, form these protrusions going within the footfall rocks. And basically that is the same picture, the same relationship, developing on overhanging sidewalls and developing undercuts. They all suggest, also indicative of the crystallization of the chromatites directly at the chamber floor. So it's just where we are mining them, that is the place where they form. And I think that is where the field observation takes us to the conclusions about the formation of the layering involving our mineral deposits, platinum deposits, UG1, UG2 to be exactly, Merensky Reef. Okay, what about textural observation? What can texture tell us about the formation of the platinum deposits? If we're dealing with such kind of the massive chromatites, as shown here, and with really massive 100% nearly perfect accumulates, then this texture tells us little, really, almost nothing. Because all information, all primary information about the texture has been wiped out from these rocks. All these big crystals of chromite, they're composed of the thousands of small ones which merge together, recrystallize, and all information is gone. But as fortunately we all is not lost here, because we have examples, and that comes from the UG1 and the UG2 as well, from both of them, where this texture is still there, this information is still preserved. As you can see, that is a famous dwarf civil locality, national heritage in South Africa, showing fantastic layering, chromite and anthracite layering. I'm sure you've seen it, this place. And from the distance, this chromite, UG1, looks like a massive chromite, just like I shown you before, LG6, but in reality, they are not. If we take a closer look at this UG1, then we'll see that there's kind of whitish stuff here in the chromatites. And you see that these whitish are having even shape, rectangular shape, this one or that one and that one. What is this? This is oikocrest of plagioclase, mineral plagioclase, which crystallize in this chromatites. And if we take in a closer look, we will see immediately that that is certainly not the massive chromatites. That is at best 30%, 40% of chromite, small chromite crystals. And the remaining part is filled with the oikocrest of plagioclase, which basically captured the hosting all these chromite. If we take even a closer look, this one, then we arrive to the quite simple, I would say, childish question. Look at this texture. You'll see these small chromite crystals, and we need to realize that at the time of the deposition of the chromite on the chamber floor, there was nothing here except chromite. So all this space, there was just liquid. And we know that chromite is almost twice as dense as basaltic melt, and it's supposed to settle to the chamber floor. So all these crystals supposed to be directly at the chamber. So just like, you know, if you go to any sand beach, and in this case Hawaii, I took an example. So if these crystals are settling, all these crystals, they should have neighbors. They should be touching neighboring crystals, but that is certainly not the case. We have a kind of strange floating crystals here. And the question is why? What is happening in these chromatites? Oh yeah, I forgot to say that we've done even some calculations. I have mathematicians working with me just to look at what we would expect if we take the same crystals. So we took the same crystals, this chromite, and they packed them by crystal settling. And we expect, just theoretically, we should expect about 60% of crystals. That is the crystal packing, 60% of crystals. In reality, we have just 27%. So certainly something is interesting going on here, which is not compatible with just settling of chromite on the chamber floor. To get the idea, we use just technique which is quite commonly used now in geology, XRF tomography, and which is used to study 3D distribution of minerals in the rocks. And we took chromite and look at the texture in 3D, and that's what we found. Let's hope that it will work. Yes, okay. So what we found is that all these chromite crystals, despite looking like hanging, like swimming ones, floating, they are all connected in 3D. All of them are connected, despite with just 29%, all of them. And it's just a 2D section which gives us an impression that they are hanging on other sides. So that gives us immediately answer as to why the chromite is not settling. And but then still question why they're forming such kind of 3D frameworks. And the answer here is the process called nucleation. You know, if crystals nucleate in the magma chamber, then it is much more kinetically favorable to form crystals on crystals, not in the melt. So chromite prefer to form on chromite, plagioclase prefer to form on plagioclase, orpex and orpex, etc. So I think we think that is exactly what is happening here when we start with the formation of the small crystals at the chamber floor, then they form the cluster of grains here, and then they merge into 3D framework of the crystals. And for these two type of the chromatites, UG1 and LG6, basically, I think the story starts in the same way. That is UG2. They all form a 3D framework at the beginning, but the difference is that in the UG2, UG1 and UG2 as well, the same story. Plagioclase comes starts crystallizing very early, and it is, as shown here, it is basically frozen this 3D framework. It's fossilized the original framework of chromite crystals. And that's why we have a chance to see what was there at the time of crystallization. So the time kind of capsule. While with LG6 and all AMG, somewhere we have a monomineralic, really monomineralic chromatites, apparently we have much more chromium in the melt, and it was growing and recrystallizing and formed this almost massive monomineralic chromatite. And all that primer information about the initial stage is gone. We have lost it. But the story starts, I think, basically in the same way. And that is summarizing this picture, summarize the whole story with a magma chamber with a lot of magma saturated with chromite and crystallizing chromite at the chamber floor and with a melt which is saturated chromite and forming this 3D framework. That is a kind of summary of what I have been talking. And that logically brings us to the third part of my presentation about the chemical observation. What can chemical observation tell us about the formation of platinum deposits? Unfortunately, we're still struggling here to get a real answer. Chemistry is not that easy stuff. But we have been lucky, and I'm talking about platinum deposit, but then we were lucky to get very, very interesting results from magnetite, which are not platinum deposits, but I think they give us idea what is really happening with the massive chromatite. I think it's more or less the same story. It must be more or the same story. So why magnetite? Why magnetite? Magnetite are the minerals which is has very high partition coefficient for chromium. In other words, when magnetite crystallizing, it's from the magma, it's terribly hungry for chromium and scavenging all chromium from the magma. And the first magnetite which forms is supposed to be very rich in chromium, and that's what we observe. So that's what we should expect. We went to magnetite and looked at the main magnetite layer in 2D using portable XRF. Just we made such kind of grid and look at all these dots, measured chromium concentration in these dots, and what we found is this. Contrary to the expectation, from normal expectation for gravity settling, when the first crystals, which are rich in chromium, would cover the entire base of the layer, we have what we call knots. We have a growth knots. So that is a high concentration chromium. This is high concentration. That is, so 3 knots here. So that is not really what we expect from just normal sedimentation of the crystals on the chamber floor. And that is something different. And this reminds us, I think, that this is a based analogy, is this beautiful agate. As we know, that is kind of the analog of magma chamber we have, where the textural part shown the crystallization from all margin inwards to form such kind of nice banding. And if we have a close look at the texture of this agate, we will see these knots very nicely. You see that one knots, another one, another one, another one, another one. So they're clearly just from the texture that these guys are growing directly where we observe them. So these are in situ ones growing and from all margin inwards. And basically we believe that that is the same which is happening in our case. And I think I have a cartoon. Okay, nicely it works. So something like that we're supposed happening also in our case, where the first portions are rich in chromium, forms first at the magma chamber and then overgrowing the entire floor and forming the massive layer, That is the story of magnetite, but I strongly suspect that the same story happens with the chromatite as well. We are not just lucky yet to find the real parameter, trace elements to see that, to make it visible. We tried it several times, it doesn't work, and but we're still struggling. Let's hope that we can really find something to visualize that story, not only texturally, but chemically, that story of the chromatites, both the LG, MG, and UGT, all these platinum ones as well. And finally, I'll come to the part of my co-author, Steve Barnes from CSIRO, who did some job using a Maya mapper to visualize, to examine which minerals control the distribution of Pg in platinum reef. Basically, we know that it must be controlled by sulfide, because sulfide has high distribution coefficient for the platinum group elements. But still now with new techniques, it's nice to visualize that and to see if it's really so or not. And that's what was done with several samples using Marinsky reef, this one particular. And I think I have the big, so that is a chromite, this is a chromite, that is a sulfides, that's sulfides, and you can see these dots, all these dots, these are so-called platinum hotspots. Most of these dots, most of these platinum spots, they are closely associated with the with the sulfide. So that is a key message. So these Pg are controlled by sulfides. That's its reality. And we see this yellow one, the sulfides, and that is a Pg. At the high resolution, we see that that is what's can really control the Pg. That's another example from the outcrop, which I already showed you today. With the and this comes from that stuff Pg, that is chromites on overhanging, and it shows basically the same thing. This is a chromatites, and this is a sulfides, pentlandite, pyrrhotite, chalcopyrite, and all these dots with the Pg, they're closely associated with the sulfides, And finally, UG2 chromatites. With again the same story with this chromatite seams. That is a massive one, UG2, that is a seams. And as you can see, this is reddish violet, this is sulfides, and all Pg are closely associated with the sulfides. So basically that is the conclusions. As you can read here, the 75% of these dots associated with sulfides. That's what MAPA shows us, and that tells us that sulfides are real collector of the sulfides, and chromite as well. They're collector of the sulfides of the Pg in the bushfall complex. Okay, just to summarize what I have been talking today, I think that's a combination of these data, the field, textural, and chemical observation that tell us that platinum deposits of the bushfall complex, they form through the in situ growth, so just directly, in other words, simply speaking, directly at the chamber floor, with a process involving self-nucleation, heterogeneous of minerals, And that is cartoon showing, summarizing that story. That is a bushfall chamber, which is a flow-through system because magma comes and magma goes out of that system, and magma supplied from some staging chamber into this into the bushfall chamber itself. When magma comes, it seems that it's pretty aggressive because several reasons, and one of them, from my point of view, because it may be superheated due to adiabatic ascent, and that's why we have so much evidence for the erosion associated with the Merensky Reef, with UG2, with other chromatites as well. So this magma comes, it erodes the pre-existing rocks, form these potholes, all this funny configuration involving the undercuts. And then with cooling, magma starts crystallizing chromite and with sulfides, and the sulfide, they are scavenging Pge from the magma, from the overlying magma. At the time we're developing that story, there was a doubt that whether it's possible or not really for sulfides crystallizing in the directly at the chamber floor, not somewhere floating in the magma and then settling, but directly chamber floor. Is it really feasible? Is it possible to scavenge Pge? And we've done some calculation and we show that's really, it's not a big deal at all. And the reason is very simple. The key here is a convection. You know that magma is convecting with a rate of several kilometers per year, kilometer per day. So it's convecting. While crystals growing in situ here, and the rate is much slower. It's just 1 centimeter per year. So 1 centimeter per year, that's how it's growing. So that convection is 1,000,000 times faster than solidification. So therefore, for the sulfides crystallizing here in this liquid boundary layer, there's a plenty of time for the magma, convecting magma, to bring this fresh magma to the sulfide so that they can scavenge Pg. So that is not a big deal at all. And we've done some calculation, which I don't want to bother you, but in essence, that tells us that to form the Pg-rich sulfides at the chamber floor, even in these cavities undercut, it's not real deal. It's a piece of cake. It's a piece of cake. Okay, just to summarize my story, but that's my final slides. I hope I'm on time. I'm not sure. I don't see it. So metaphorically speaking, we can look at the PG deposit as a kind of the restaurant, where the restaurant itself is a magma chamber, and we have a customer, as usual in the restaurant, the sulfide liquid and chromites, which are sitting on the chamber floor, and the customer has a good appetite, which high partition coefficient in this case, and appetite, special appetite for some special food, which is a platinum group elements. And if we have all these stuff together, then that's the only thing which is missing here is the waiter, which is a magma convection. And if we have a good magma convection in the chamber, delivering PG to the chamber floor, to the sulfide which are there, then we have a nice chance to form PG-rich sulfide deposits, which we are lucky to mine in South Africa. I think that's end of the story. Thank you very much. And we'll be happy to answer any of your questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reyes.
Okay, so this is another academic presentation. Now we're going to increase the scale up to the regional scale. And what I've spent a lot of time trying to understand the tectonic evolution of the Kapwa Kraton in the early parts of Earth history. And we know that the Kapwa Kraton formed over a period of about 1 billion years. And throughout the great majority of that history, the prevailing tectonic setting was one linked to orogeny. And as a result of that, the Kapwa Kraton is a mosaic of crustal fragments that are separated from each other by fundamental structures, and these structures are related to the orogenic processes that have been responsible for the formation of the Kapwa Kraton. So the aim of this talk is to try and demonstrate a relationship between some of those Archean orogenic events and gold mineralization on the Kraton. I'll give a brief overview of the tectonic evolution of the Kraton and then deal with two specific components of the Kraton and the gold mineralization in those components. Initially, I'll look at what's referred to as the Petersberg Block, which contains examples of gold mineralization along orogenically related structures that formed back in the Mesoarchean. That's about 3,100 through to about 2,800 million years ago. And the best example of that is the gold mineralization associated with the antimony line in the Murchison Greenstone Belt. And then the major part of the talk will look at gold mineralization in the Ionic Greenstone Belt. And I'll try and demonstrate to you that there's a link between that mineralization and the Neo-Archean Limpopo orogeny, and specifically with what's referred to as the Haute River Shear Zone system. So just a couple of cartoon maps to show what I was talking about the Kapwa Kraton being a composite of crustal fragments. The one on the left is a very complicated one that was published by the late Professor Martin de Wit back in 1992, and that's obviously one end member. And the reality is we've got very little evidence for a lot of the boundaries that's shown on that particular map. The one that I'll be focusing on and be using as my sort of template throughout this talk is the one on the right, which comes from a book that's been recently published by Springer on the Archean geology of the Kapwa Kraton. And this shows the Kapwa Kraton in terms of 4 basic building blocks, if you like: the Swaziland block, the Witwatersrand block, the Petersberg block, and the Kimberley block out to the west here. And as I say, this particular slide will pop up again through the talk. And the greenstone belts that I'll be talking about, the Murchison Greenstone Belt is sitting here, and the Ionic Greenstone Belt is sitting up there in the extreme northern part of the Kapwa Kraton. And when we look at the history of evolution of the Kapwa Kraton, we can simplify it down into 2 basic primary stages of crustal evolution. One which took place in the Paleoarchean, and it was in that particular period of crustal evolution that the first continental crust that we can recognize in South Africa formed. And the Paleoarchean component of the Kapwa Kraton is the area that lies to the south of this particular lineament, which is the Tabazimi-Murchison lineament, and to the east of the Colesberg magnetic anomaly. And that the geology of that particular component of the Kapwa Kraton is exemplified by what we see in the Barberton granitoid greenstone terrain. But I'm not going to deal with that that old component of the Kapwa Craton today. What I'm going to talk about is the younger component that's formed in the Neo-Archean, and that built up northwards from the northern margin of the Proto-Craton, which is the oldest component, northwards toward over time. Interestingly, that while the accretion tectonics that I'll be describing in this part of the Craton was taking place, basins that formed on the older stable component, the Mesoarchean component, and into those basins were deposited the supercrustal sequences, the predominantly sedimentary sequences of the Witwatersrand Basin and the Pongola Basin. So, and that's one of the reasons why that Kapwa Craton is so important to early Earth geologists, and we have examples of both orogenic processes operating as well as sedimentary processes, basin forming processes. And we'll be able to look at both types of systems. Okay, the work on the Petersberg Block is not my work. It's based on a literature study that I've been doing over the last couple of months, and it's based primarily on published work by Oscar Laurent and his colleagues, as well as work by Amin Zay, and this has been published in the literature from about 2013 through to a very recent publication in that book I alluded to back in 2019. And Oscar Laurent and Amin Zay are both igneous petrologists, geochemists, and work with age data. So they focus primarily on the granitoid rocks that make up the Petersberg Block, and they looked at the characteristic geochemical signatures of these rocks, and they used then uranium-led geochronology to date those characteristics. So the Piersberg Block, as you'll see on the map coming up in a moment, it's quite a large piece of real estate. It measures about 600 kilometers along its long axis, its east-northeast long axis, by about 150 kilometers along the short axis. The northern margin is formed by the southern edge to the Limpopo metamorphic complex, and the southern margin is formed by the Tapazimi Murchison lineament. And within that block, we can recognize 4 major greenstone belts as listed there, and these greenstone belts are separated spatially on the ground by 4 gray gneiss units. And this map shows the Petersberg Block up here, and it's important to recognize that it actually extends underneath the Paleoproterozoic Waterberg Basin and pops out again on the west side at the Makopa Dome and its extension into Botswana. So it's a large block of continental crust which formed during the Mesoarchean, and which was accreted to the northern margin of the older Kapwa Proto-Craton or Kapwa Shield, which is this part down here. What Laurent and Zay did was they sampled the granitoid rocks, they analyzed them geochemically, and they were able to demonstrate that the granitoid rocks consisted of 2 main components, as is typical in Archean terrains. We have the older component, which are now gneissic in character, and these are of TTG or types of the tonalitic trondhjemitic gneisses. These are the oldest component of the Petersberg Block, and then a younger component of potassium granitoids. And what they were able to show when they collected the samples, did the analysis, was that the protoliths of these TTG gneisses get systematically younger as you trace them from south to north. So south of the Murchison Greenstone Belt, there's the ages of these gneisses are actually in the early part of the Mesoarchean. Between the Murchison Greenstone Belt and the Petersberg Greenstone Belt, they are younger at 2.97 through to about 2.94. And once we move north of the Petersberg Belt, in the block of ground that extends northwards up to the Limpopo Belt, they're about 2.95 through to about 2.85. And based on the geochemistry of these rocks, they argue that these TTG gneisses were formed, but in a subduction setting. They were formed in response to southward subduction below the northern margin of the Kapwa Shield or the Proto-Craton, and they try to illustrate this in these sort of simplistic diagrams here. So these are 4 time slices that start off with at 3.15 to show the formation of the oldest set of TTGs, and then this subduction setting just migrates progressively northwards, and over time, and associated with the subduction settings, you have these on the surface, island arcs in which with the rocks of the greenstone belts were formed and have been preserved. So the TGG rocks are gneissic, so they are themselves indicative very high grades of metamorphism, often banded gneisses, often migmatitic. So they've been through the ringer, as it were, in terms of metamorphic processes. And those sorts of processes are analogous to orogenic settings. And so that, coupled with the ability to link them to the subduction zone system, gives us a handle on the sorts of processes that were responsible for the formation of the main component of the Petersberg Block, these TTG gneisses. The greenstone belts supercrustal sequences can be studied, and they give us evidence for the sorts of deformation and history of these rocks. Those deformation histories are compatible again with orogenic belts in the sense that they are characterized by structures related to largely to compressional regimes, and there's also mineralization associated with them. And I'll look at the mineralization quickly just now. Once this arc system had been created, then the block of continental crust that had been produced was then intruded by a set of younger granites of biotite rich potassium, biotite bearing potassium granites. And as the Americans said, the intrusion of these granites then stitched together the accreted arc terrains to produce a coherent block of continental crust. And the dating of the granites has indicated that particular event, the sort of the end phase of the orogenic event responsible for the Petersberg Block, took place between about 2,840 and 2,740 million years. And again, based on the chemistry, the geochemistry of these rocks, the granites were produced by the partial melting of the TTGs. So the tectonic model that was produced by Laurent and his co-workers was that this block of continental crust that you see here lying north of the Tabazimbi merchant lineament and extending northwards through to the southern edge of the Limpopo metamorphic complex is a response to southward directed subduction that started off at about 3,000 million years ago. And through the next 300 or 400 million years, you had docking of arc terrains along this margin through to about 2,840 million years. And it was that process which generated this block of continental crust and allowed the Kapwa Craton to grow northwards. A similar set of processes were operating in the west, where the Craton was growing westwards from this lineament, but we don't have time to deal with that today. And as I say, the analysis of the structures that are preserved, particularly in the greenstone belts, the Murchison Belt here and the Petersberg Belt here, indicate that this accretion was linked in current scenarios to a north-south compressional regime. And by 2,730 million years ago, we generated a stable block of continental crust that formed the northern rim that currently forms the northern limb to the Petersberg Block. In terms of the mineralization that's associated with this processes, sorry, I don't know why I keep getting these. The mineralization, we can look at the mineralization associated with the Murchison Belt and the mineralization associated with Petersberg Belt. If we look in the Murchison Belt, this is the map on the left, comes from a recent paper in the South African Journal of Geology by Julian Bernkamp, who did a lot of early work in the Murchison Belt in the late 80s and the early 90s prior to moving to Australia, and is just published, as I said, this paper with some new data in there. What's important about the Murchison Greenstone Belt is that it actually is the eastern component of the Tabazimbi Murchison lineament. Obviously, that's where part of the name comes from. So it represents the oldest and the deepest exposed part of the TML, and it gives us an opportunity by studying the geology along in the Murchison Greenstone Belt to study the Archean component of this fundamental structural element to the Kapwa Kraton. Based on the geology exposed there, it's been interpreted as a Mesoarchean volcanic arc. So it's got associated with it the rock types you'd associate with modern arcs. It's got the Rooiwater complex, and it's got a bunch of mafic and felsic volcanics, and it's got copper, lead, zinc deposits which have been associated as well as VMS type deposits. But in terms of the gold sits in a reworked component of the Tapazimi merchant lineament, which is referred to as the antimony line. And the antimony line on this map is shown in the central part of the Murchison Belt. It's shown by these dashed lines here, and this is a ductile shear zone in its own right. It's a feature which is characterized by intense deformation and high strain. Isoclinal folds of the associated quartzite rocks around the antimony line and high strain fabrics, and the kinematic indicators along this shear zone indicate that it's related to thrusting with a southward vergence, or the north to south displacement along this fundamental structure. And the gold is associated with antimony. It's, as we all know, one of the world's best known deposits of antimony. The gold is epigenetic, and it's been dated at being placed into the Murchison Belt at 2,832. So the mineralization has utilized the existence of these older structures related to the accretionary tectonics to generate this particular ore deposit. But there's a spatial link between the mineralization and the accretionary tectonics. We move to the Petersberg Belt. This is up here in the Petersberg Block. Again, we've got this characteristic east-northeast trend, which is reflecting the sort of accretion dynamics, if you like, or the accretion kinematics, which was taking place in a roughly north-south orientation, and the slithers of supercrustal rocks were then trapped in the accretion orogeny with this east-northeast orientation. We're looking at a younger set of supercrustal rocks than we saw in the Murchison Belt, as we're looking at a younger set of gneisses and granitoids associated with the belt, all based on this northward growth of the block over time, and the time constraints that we have based on the felsic volcanics that are associated with the Petersberg Belt is 2,950 million years, and then that's the lower component of the Petersberg Belt, and then the upper component is a group of siliclastic sedimentary rocks referred to as the Eight Cake Formation, which is sitting with an unconformity on top of the metavolcanic pile, and the formation of the Eight Cake the character of the Eight Cake Formation and its age, because we know it must be younger than 2,888, which is the age of the oldest detrital zircon, as generated arguments that it's a Witz type of sedimentary succession. The main deformation associated with the accretion of the Petersberg Belt, the incorporation of the Petersberg Belt into the Petersberg Block, took place in response to northwest directed thrusting, and these are constrained in age at 2,850 million years. And the gold in the Petersberg Greenstone Belt in the Easterling gold field is related to these thrust and shear zones, to these accretion related structures, and has been dated at about based on the relationship between the gold mineralization hasn't been dated directly, but it's been dated in using the granitoid rocks, which deform the shear zones which carry the gold. And so the gold mineralization is around about 2,840. So within the same ballpark as the mineralization that we have in the Murchison Belt. So we can recognize mineralization associated with fundamental structures both in the Murchison Belt and in the Petersberg Belt, which can be related directly to the accretion tectonics that formed the Petersberg Block. But the main part of the talk is about what's happening up here in the Ionic Greenstone Belt. And to put the Ionic Greenstone Belt in context, it lies immediately south of the Limpopo metamorphic complex, or the Limpopo Belt. Those of you who are familiar with the geology will know that the Limpopo Belt is this east-northeast trending zone of granulite facies rocks, and it's got three major components to it: a northern marginal zone, which sits up in southern Zimbabwe, a southern marginal zone, which sits up in the northern part of South Africa, and then separating the two, the largest component, which is the central zone. And of importance here is this southern marginal zone to the Limpopo Belt, as I say, because the southern boundary is defined by a large-scale crustal shear zone referred to as the Haute River shear zone, and in the immediate footwall of the strike extension of that shear zone, we have the Ionic greenstone belt. So we'll talk a lot about the geology of the Ionic greenstone belt just now, but I just want to put it in context by quickly summarizing what we some important components of the Limpopo belt. Okay, so this is a more detailed map. What's important here, this is the southern marginal zone of the Limpopo belt, and the color scheme here indicates in brown, in the light brown, those are the pristine granulite facies rocks which were formed during the Limpopo orogeny, and then in the yellow and the orange colors, these are the retrogressed equivalents of those same granulites. So these rocks have been retrogressed from granulite facies down to upper amphibolite facies through the introduction of fluids. And as I say, the southern boundary to this granulite terrain is defined by the Hout River shear zone, which has been mapped by Andre Smit and Dirk van Rienen and Andre Smit and their students through this area, whereas my own work up in the Ionic greenstone belt allowed us to recognize the extension of the Hout River shear zone along the northern margin of the Ionic greenstone belt. So just again, to recap on the orogeny, it's a high grade. The Limpopo orogeny generated high granulite facies rocks, and then peak meadow, and in the northern domain where we still see those pristine granulite facies rocks, we can date the mineralization at between about 2,720 and 2,690, and then in the southern domain where those original granulite facies rocks have been retrogressed, we have upper amphibolite facies rocks. And those upper amphibolite facies rocks were formed at about 2,680 through to about 2,620. And this retrogression is driven, or was a response to the influx of high temperature fluids at about over 600 degrees centigrade. These fluids were CO2 rich and they're at high pressure. And the character of these fluids have a direct relationship to the, as I hope to demonstrate, to the gold mineralization in the Ionic greenstone belt. So if we now turn and look at the orogenic gold in the Ionic greenstone belt, and these are samples from showing the free gold in places, but it's fairly rare. Most of the gold sits in sulfides, and the sulfides, as you'll see later, are directly associated and associated with the deformation fabrics that we see in the rocks associated with shear zones in the greenstone belt. So this is a cartoon sketch of the Ionic greenstone belt. It runs, this block up here is the southern margin to the Limpopo belt. This is the retrogressed granulite terrain of the southern marginal zone. Greenstone belt through here, it's got this characteristic shape at its western end where the central body splits into these two limbs. The northern limb is referred to as the Khavahari section, and the southern limb is referred to as the Lawaji section. And the gold mineralization, as this map tries to show, is focused along the northern margin of the greenstone belt in the direct footwall of the extension to the Hout River shear zone system. So when we look at the geology of the Ionic greenstone belt, as the map tried to show, you've got this broad subdivision into a northwest domain, which is the exemplified by the Khavahari section through here, and its extension up through there. So this is the northwest domain of the Ionic greenstone belt, and obviously the southeast domain is the one down here, and it's referred to as the Lawaji section. And when we look at the character of the northwest domain, is dominated, the supercrustal rocks are dominated by ultramafic schists, but there are important minor metasedimentary units which you can use as markers to work out the structure. When we look at the character of the metamorphic rocks, in terms of the obvious thing about them is that it's heterogeneous. There's high strain rocks in juxtaposition with low strain rocks, and there's rocks of different metamorphic grades which are juxtaposed against each other due to the development of shear zones. And it's those shear zones, as we'll see as we go through the talk, that are integral to understanding the gold mineralization. And two of the important shear zones within the greenstone belt are this thing called the Khavahari birthday shear zone, which sits sort of away from the margin. It runs through the center of the Khavahari arm, and the Fomani shear zone, which sits up at the Fomani gold mine, the old Giant Reefs gold mine, which is at the margin of the shear zone. And studies of the metamorphic mineral assemblages in these supercrustal rocks indicate to us that the metamorphic assemblages are dominated by prograde minerals, which have been dated, and the mineralization the metamorphism took place in the same time frame as the retrograde metamorphism that we saw associated with the adjacent part of the southern marginal zone. When we move out of the northwest domain into the adjacent southeast domain, we have a very different story. The supercrustal rocks in the southeastern part of the Ionic greenstone belt are at low strain. Lots of primary features can be recognized, and there's a complete absence, as far as the mapping indicates, of any regional major shear zones. In fact, the southern margin to the Ionic greenstone belt is almost a classic Lipali intrusive contact with the adjacent granitoids. The supercrustal rocks have a foliation associated with them, and they are still metamorphic rocks, so they have, albeit at low grade, so they've got a foliation associated with them. That foliation dips predominantly to the southeast, so it's orientated northeast southwest and dips predominantly to the southeast, in contrast to the foliations in the northwestern domain, which dips off to the northwest. And in places you can show through detailed mapping that this southeast dipping foliation is overprinted by a northwest dipping foliation, implying that the northwest dipping foliation, which dominates the northwest domain, is the younger one. And to get some constraint on the age of the rocks, or the age of the metamorphism that is affected the rocks in the southeast domain, a study supervised by Jan Kramers from now at the University of Johannesburg, and a group of students from Bern in Switzerland, they were able to identify and analyze garnet from mafic schists that carry this early foliation, and show that the growth of this foliation and growth of the garnets, and thus the growth of the foliation, and thus the deformation responsible for the foliation, happened at 2,830 million years. So that the deformation and metamorphism in the southeast domain is very much older than deformation and metamorphism that we see in the northwest. And the current working model is that the Ionic greenstone belt might be a composite greenstone belt with two different events. One in the southeast domain, which is more relevant to what we see in the Petersburg greenstone belt, is Mesoarchean in age, and one in the northwest domain, which is younger and Neoarchean in age. And just some examples of the rocks to show that the difference in the strain character. These are examples of outcrops of rocks in the northwest domain. We see these very tight reclined folds in these quartzite bands here, which are plunging off steeply to the northwest, parallel to the mineral elongation lineations that we see on the rocks. And this is examples of these elongation lineations. You see clasts in this metavolcanic, this agglomeratic rock here, which are stretched out parallel to the pencil, indicating intense elongation during the formation of these fabrics. These pseudo sheath type folds in the sort of the banded iron formation related rocks, and then again in the quartzite. You compare that high strain environment in the northwest domain with what we see in the southeast domain, and we can see primary structures like the well-developed pillow structures in the volcanic rocks. We can see bedding, and even convince ourselves possibly cross bedding in some of the metasedimentary rocks and the conglomerates. There's no real preferred orientation for the fragments in these sort of conglomeratic horizons. So a much lower strain state. So this is the older part of the strain history, and the previous slide showed the younger part. When we look at the gold mineralization, as I said, all the main deposits occur associated with the northwest margin of the Ionic greenstone belt. They're scattered all the way along strike. The Fomani gold mine is up here, and we'll look at some examples of the gold mineralization from that. And the Klein Letaba and the Frankie mines down here, we look at mineralization from that. But there is mineralization in the central part of the belt, gold mineralization through what's referred to as the birthday deposit. And the birthday deposit sits on a shear zone which can be traced from around about the birthday gold mine westwards through the central part of the Kapwa limb. And it was from this particular shear zone that I showed you those slides of the deformed meta-agglomerates. There's no significant evidence of regional shear zones developed in the southeast domain, and the amount of gold that's known from the southeast domain is significantly less than what we know from the northwestern domain. So when I did some work at a couple of the gold deposits in the northwest domain and as well as in the Hsbc hills, and the structural character is consistent all the way from western margin, from the western end of the Hsbc limb through the central part and up to the northwest. We've got a regional foliation that dips steeply to the northwest. That mineral foliation carries an upright elongation lineation, and you can see that those of you can still remember how to read stereographic projections. If you look at the stereographic projection of the structural data here, the blue fields represent the poles to foliation. So you've got this blue field here is indicating a series of the northwest dip in foliation surfaces, and then sitting on those foliation surfaces and indicated by the pinker, slightly pink fields are the mineral elongation lineations. So the geometric juxtaposition of that data is indicating that the elongation lineation is parallel to dip, which is indicative of dip slip tectonics associated with the development of this foliation. And when we look in thin section and we look at suitable outcrops in the field, we see these beautiful kinematic indicators. So this would be the northwest down here to the left, this would be the southeast, and we've got these asymmetric tails around this garnet here with the indicating a clear sense of displacement, which is as well looking from left to right, or from thrust displacement from northwest to southeast, because this foliation, although it's horizontal in the slide, is actually dipping at about 70 degrees off to the northwest. So all the kinematic indicators that we can see here are consistent with thrust sense shear zones throughout this part of the southern greenstone belt. And the geometry of those shear zones and the age of the shear zones suggest that they are components to the much larger thrust system that sits out here along the southern margin of the Limpopo belt, which is this Haute River shear zone. So these auriferous shear zones that we see in the Ionic greenstone belt sit in the footwall and are part of the same system as the Haute River shear zone. When we look at the metamorphic assemblages that are present in the Ionic greenstone belt, again, as I said, we can recognize peak metamorphic conditions at upper amphibolite fascias at about in this time frame of 2.7 through to about 2.67 high temperature metamorphic regime, and that peak metamorphic condition, those peak metamorphic conditions that we see in the rocks of the Ionic greenstone belt, formed in the same time frame as the retrogressed mineralization that we see in the adjacent part of the southern marginal zone. And this peak metamorphic condition is explained by Dirk van Reenen and his co-workers as being associated with what's referred to as the hot iron effect, where you thrust hot granulite facies rocks up and over the cooler rocks in the greenstone belt, and there's transfer of heat from the overthrust rocks down into the footwall, and transfer of that heat causes prograde metamorphism of the rocks in the footwall. But it also causes devolatilization of those metamorphic rocks, and that releases fluids from the rocks undergoing prograde metamorphism. As the rocks increase in metamorphic grade and they dry out, they release fluids, and the fluid inclusion work done on these metamorphic rocks that show that those fluids generated that were associated with this hot iron zone were at high temperature and low salinity, and they were CO2 rich. The same fluids that are associated with the retrogress metamorphism in the adjacent part of the southern marginal zone to the Limpopo belt. So we know that the gold mineralization is structurally controlled. We know the structures that host the gold mineralization have got the same geometry as the Haute River shear zone, and they sit spatially in the footwall of the Haute River shear zone. And we know that the gold mineralization is associated with hydrothermally altered rocks, typically BIF and metapelite, and that the hydrothermal alteration is related to the overthrusting of the granulites and this so-called hot iron effect. So just a quick look at some of the spatial of the mineralization. This is from the Fumani shear zone. The Fumani gold mines is a north-south section, and the ore zone is indicated in the sort of the lilac and the light blue here. These are the garnet-free and the garnetiferous bearing, the garnet-free hydrothermally altered BIFs that make up the ore zone here, and you can see they're dipping off steeply to the northwest. This is a shear zone. The whole ore zone is a shear zone. gold is associated with sulfides, and there's widespread alteration, but everything is confined within the shear zone, and the age constraints that we have, other than constraining using the regional constraints of the metamorphism, is that the ore zone is cross-cut by an undeformed pegmatite, which has got an age of 2,630 million years. These are some of the rocks from the ore zone. At the Fermani, you've seen this one before, this beautiful ribbon quartz marlinite, ultramarlinite that you see here, with the black bands here being the sulfide bands, which would be auriferous, and so no doubt that the ore zone in the Fermani gold mine is a ductile shear zone, and the ductile shear zone, as I say, based on its geometry and its age, is directly associated with the large-scale regional structure that defines the southern edge of the Limpopo Belt. At the other end of the Ionic greenstone belt, down at the Frankie mine, down at the western end, we have much the same position, much the same scenario. We have these northwest, strongly steeply northwest dipping ore bodies, which are planar, tabular, and associated with hydrothermally altered and high strain shear zones. So lots of biotite and carbonate alteration into the shear zones, and the fluid exclusion studies that have been carried out on samples from these ore zones, and also from the strike extension of the shear zones in the central part of the belt, indicate that the mineralization, the gold mineralization, is associated with low salinity, water-bearing, CO2-rich fluids. So again, the same sorts of fluids that are associated with the retrogression of the granulite fascist rocks in the Limpopo orogeny, the southern margins of the Limpopo Belt. And these fluid, this and more recent, very recent argon work has shown that the alteration halos associated with these auriferous shear zones and the mineralization in those shear zones formed between about 2,740 and 2,610 million years. So very really reasonably tight constraints on both the alteration and the associated mineralization in this part of the Ionic greenstone belt. So we know that the gold is sitting in these shear zones, that these shear zones are linked to the regional structure, which is associated with the Limpopo orogeny, the Holt River shear zone, and that the gold is associated, is developed in hydrothermally altered mineral assemblages that are linked to this hot iron model related to the overthrusting of these hot granulite fascist rocks. We've got those, and then we've got these direct age constraints based on the recent argon study of these metasomatically altered host rocks to the mineralization, both at the Klein-Letaba gold mine and further out in the central part of the belt at the birthday gold mine. So we know that the ore zones at Fermani and at Klein-Letaba and Frankias and all the other mineralized zones that we can recognize in the Ionic greenstone belt were formed, linked to this hot iron metamorphic effect, which sits in the immediate footwall of the Holt River shear zone. That's the regional structure. And at the mine scale, we've got these smaller scale shear zones, which are the sort of the discrete structures which host the gold at the mine scale. But everything is linked, can be linked geometrically and age-wise to the regional Holt River shear zone. We know that this hot iron zone was a product of overthrusting of granulite fascist rocks during the uplift phase, during the exhumation phase of the Limpopo orogeny, and the PT conditions for the prograde metamorphism in the auriferous shear zones and the retrograde conditions in the adjacent part of the southern marginal zone are indistinguishable in terms of and as well as the fluids that are associated with it. So there's a direct link spatially and genetically between the gold mineralization in the Ionic greenstone belt and this sort of exhumation phase of the Limpopo orogeny. So the argument is that the gold mineralization is in the Ionic greenstone belt is orogenic in character, it's orogenic in origin, it can be directly linked to the exhumation phase of the Limpopo orogeny at around about 2,600 and through to about 2,620. So both in the Ionic greenstone belt, in fact, throughout this thing called the Petersberg Belt, we can link gold mineralization in shear zones to orogenic processes that either led to the formation of the Petersberg Block or led to the reworking of the northern margin of the Petersberg Block during the Limpopo orogeny. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Just want to point out that a lot of the information that I've dealt with was published back in the South African Journal of Geology in 2019 with a author main author being Andre Smit, but including myself and Dirk Perrin and several other people. So thank you very much. I'll leave it there and prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Steve. Do we have any questions for Steve?
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Brand. I'll be your host for this session. If you have any questions, you can pop them into the chat box. Alternatively, at the end, if there are a few minutes, we will be able to answer your questions, or we will direct them to the speakers for you. So either way works. So for this session, we begin with Ben Young from Woolpert. He'll be giving us a talk on the potential of remote sensing tools in gold and PGM exploration and mining. Over to you, Ben.
Hey, everyone. Thanks very much for having me. Glad to be here. I'll basically just do a quick overview of Woolpert, just to introduce us. I'll do a brief remote sensing history, just show some interesting stuff that the way we come forward. I want to look at structural interpretations from different digital terrain models, look at topo texture analysis, and then classifications from multispectral imagery and geological mapping with hyperspectral data. Let's jump right in. I'm in the top middle there. I joined Woolpert about 2 years ago, or Southern Mapping when it was in the day. A lot of you might know Norman Banks, who's the MD, and Andreas, who's our subject matter expert. He's currently doing his PhD in the Netherlands. Nontu on the bottom there, she's our machine learning and AI expert, and she's working closely with our US counterparts. We've got Tim there, who's our marketing director, and Cecilia, if you ever deal with any of the sales functions, she'll be the one dealing with that. So who's Woolpert? A US company. They were founded in 1911. They've got 30 plus offices worldwide. There's over 1,300 employees, and actually we've done really well in South Africa. We've been quite blessed in the sense that even during COVID and the downturn, we've gone from 60 people up to 110, and that's been based on a lot of work coming in from the US on processing the aerial imagery, and also large-scale work that we've got in Nigeria, the Mindiver project. So it's an AEG firm, which is architecture, engineering, and geospatial. And then these are just some of the project locations that we worked at. All those light blue countries are the ones we've done. And in Africa, obviously, a lot of that was done with Southern Mapping before it got taken over by Woolpert. That was in 2019. And one of the goals of Woolpert was to get that African footprint. And I think it was a bit of a testament to the team. And I just like to put in this schema because it just shows that we do other stuff besides the geospatial analysis in the mining industry. It covers everything from infrastructure through to marine solutions. We do bathymetry. We cover the whole spectrum of geospatial capabilities, but I'll be talking about the exploration and mining side, obviously. So this is sort of I just put this in, and it probably needs to be updated, but I just wanted to give a brief history of the evolution of remote sensing geology. I mean, the first photographs were probably taken from hilltops, oblique photographs. And then there's the aerial photography and satellite imagery that followed. This is all the passive measurements, the RGB and the black and white. And since the 60s, it's really been a short time. This is what I'm trying to get to. There's been a phenomenal leap since we've started in remote sensing. The 80s and 90s, the satellite image was used significantly, and then it died down a bit. I mean, it was still used, obviously. And then really around, and don't quote me on these dates, it was about 2015 that ASTER and Landsat became publicly available, and these releases really drove an explosion of the use of this data in science in general, and there was a massive uptake, particularly in academia, but also in industry. And really the fourth level that I was talking about on there is just with the massive amount of data that's being generated. Big data is here, as we all know, in remote sensing, and we're also jumping on board. And large open source engines are pretty much driving that, such as your Google Earth engine platforms, which are being used extensively. It's really leading to that massive growth in the machine learning. And there's kind of, we can look at it two ways and be either worried about it, you know, the machine's taking over, but we're always going to need that expert-driven knowledge and decision trees. Like, for example, we're using the right spectral signatures in the right areas, understanding certain things, understanding geology is very complex. And then you've also got the black box methods, which are effective in a lot of ways. We've used them ourselves, such as neural networks. They do work, but exactly, they're a black box. We don't always understand why they're giving the results they do. This is just a bit on the photogeology history. I mean, the first aerial photograph was taken over Paris, as probably everyone knows. What I really want to show is just the jump in technology, the amazing way that it's come forward in the last 40 to 60 years. And with the large data sets that are coming in, it's going to change again. It already is changing, and it's opening up this possibility of, on our side, what we're seeing is looking at different regimes in different parts of the world and seeing if we can compare them based on the data that we've got using hyperspectral, multispectral, LiDAR data. Can we find comparisons between different geological regimes? And are there similarities, or are they just all unique? I mean, they are probably all unique to some extent, but there must be some similarities there. And I just wanted to, this is more a fun slide to show how much, how far we've come forward, how we used to get satellite data. This is the Corona missions that were used by the CIA from the late 50s through to the early 70s. This is more for surveillance techniques, was to replace their spy planes, but they would launch these satellites and then they would have to retrieve them. And actually, to have to retrieve them, they'd have to get these fleet of aircraft coming in and catch those chutes that you can see on the bottom right. And I've got a video of it, which I'll show is just interesting to see. You can see how hard and how easy we've got data these days. We just get these digital downloads, but at the time, it was extremely hard to get this satellite imagery onto the ground. And you'll see now, you can see the capsule coming past there. And the thing, and they've got the tow bar that they're going to catch that with. And there it is, caught. So when you think you've got internet problems, just remember how hard it was to get satellite imagery back in the day. Okay, so how is remote sensing used for geological investigations? It's one of the first methods that's employed for any geological investigation. You've got mineral mapping using spectral techniques, both multispectral and hyperspectral. You can do both supervised and unsupervised classifications on both data sets. We can do drainage pattern analysis for soil sampling tie-in, and we can do structural interpretations based on our digital terrain models. I'll talk about a bit more about that coming up, the different digital terrain models we have, because I find, I know structural interpretation is one of the first techniques that are used in any exploration campaign, and they're extremely important. So stereo imagery DTMs, this is an image that's taken directly from Airbus's website. It's showing the elevation 1 data of a site in Azerbaijan. You can see a lot of structural information just from this, especially in that mountainous region there. I'm sure a lot of you know, but to get your stereo images, you basically take 2 satellites at angles to each other, and you're basically trying to match pixels on both of those images together. There's always an offset due to the different geometries, but you try and match them up. The algorithm basically tries to match every pixel, and from that you can create these DTMs that you see. And they're really, really accurate these days. The vertical accuracy on the elevation one, for instance, is about 1.5 meters. So you can get a lot of structural information out of that, and you can do a structural interpretation off that data. Not so good, the stereo imagery DTMs though. One drawback is, I should say not so good in general, but not so good in heavily vegetated areas, because you're going to get the digital surface model and not the digital terrain models that have traditionally been used in arid and semi-arid regions. But there are solutions for vegetated areas. And one of those is LiDAR. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with LiDAR. The first LiDAR system in South Africa was actually flown by Southern Mapping, or Woolpert. You obviously have your different types of LiDAR sensors, but you're getting into, these days, we've got the terrain mapper coming over. It gets about 40 points per square meter, so you're really getting into those high density LiDAR systems these days. And the advantage with LiDAR, and obviously in aerial survey, is you can have other sensors on there. Traditionally it carries an aerial imagery camera, and you get your RGB imagery. We're looking at the moment, slaving a multispectral system onto our LiDAR surveys. So every LiDAR survey in the future we'll be flying with an 8-band multispectral sensor to increase our data coming out of that. It won't necessarily be geared towards that survey, but you'll always have that data in a passive mode. And the advantage of LiDAR, as you can see from the, I'll take that off, sorry. The advantage of LiDAR, you can see from the bottom, is that it penetrates the vegetation. Well, I shouldn't say really penetrates, but you get enough data points going through there, or laser points that are bounced back, that they're actually getting the ground as well. Even in heavy rainforest in Africa, we've managed to map the underlying surface. And this allows a high resolution DTM to be mapped, and probably the highest resolution that you're going to get of all the techniques at the moment. It's, like I said, it's particularly useful in vegetated areas. In fact, in the DRC, we had a really a recent survey there that was really, really good, a producing gold mine there. And they're obviously looking to extend their workings there, so doing a bit of brownfields exploration. They decided to do a LiDAR survey. The results are really good and allowed them to correlate the gold-bearing structures with potential future workings. We're hoping to hear back from them on the success of that in the near future. I put this slide in because radar is very good as a regional digital train model generator, and probably a lot of you already know the most famous one, or the most well-known one, the SRTM data that you can get freely available. But this is an example from the Malaysian Peninsula, and it's a paper by Por and Hashim. And basically they used pulsar radar data specifically for structural interpretation for gold exploration. Again, I wanted to show a heavily vegetated area because traditionally the remote sensing has been mostly used in arid and semi-arid regions. And I wanted to show these couple of slides because we're starting to see that we can use a lot of information to get good detail out of these heavily vegetated areas. It's actually very possible to do structural interpretations in the areas these days. So this is the central gold belt of the Malaysian Peninsula, and it's obviously been investigated to map structural elements associated with the gold. It was highly structurally controlled, and it was associated with steeply dipping faults and fold hinges. They used a couple of directional filters on that left-hand image you can see there on the pulsar data, just to bring out some of the features. As I said, the figure on the left, it's using polarization combinations. For instance, your horizontal to horizontal polarization, or horizontal to vertical. And basically that's just different ways of processing your data to get as much information out of it as possible. And you can see the main, excuse me, the main structural trends there are easily identified. And the figure on the right, again, this is just using the horizontal to vertical polarization. They found that to be the most suitable. So you just, again, it just shows you can play around with your data and you can extract as much information as you need from it to get that structural information. And I guess most importantly, as a lot of explorationists would like to achieve, it was a relatively cheap method as a first pass tool in their exploration program. So what does that end up with? All these methods, they get you to the structural interpretation, which I talked about. And obviously everyone knows that that's very important for your geological exploration. Majority of gold deposits and a lot of other ore bodies are obviously structurally controlled, so you need to know what's happening there. And it can be, excuse me, can be used in both greenfields and brownfields programs. So topo texture analysis. We can tell a lot from the topography. What are the drainage patterns? What are the characteristics? What's the climate? You can tie in your soil sampling campaigns to your known topography, obviously where your samples have come from. And this just shows some of the different drainage patterns out there. And this is from Lily Sand's remote sensing book. Basically, you have your different drainage patterns, and they all represent different geology, and that's really what you're trying to find out. So you can look at an area, see your changes in geology just from the changes in your drainage patterns. You can go on Google Earth anytime you want, and there's lots of examples of it. For example, the dendritic one's usually formed in sedimentary rocks. Your rectangular is usually in like sandstones. Good examples. You can see a rectangular one or trellis at Mineralization. And then you have your drainage textures, which you can see on the bottom as well. Your coarse texture or your fine texture, and that tells you whether the soil is hard or soft rock. And again, this just giving a few examples of that. But you can already see with this one band imagery, you can get a lot of information out of it. Your top left one, there's your sandstones. There's a few thin shale beds there, but you can start to see the jointing on it. The middle one, for example, top middle there is a bedded shale and added environment, and the top right's a limestone environment. And you can actually, if you look closely, it's probably a bit small, but you can start to see a lot of the sinkholes in that area. Okay, so multispectral data, I just put this on briefly. It covers quite a range of the electromagnetic spectrum, and on the right you've obviously got spectral signatures of some gold associated minerals. And with any spectral technique, you're just trying to tie it into known associated mineralogy. And I like to put this picture up just to give people an idea of the use of spectrometry. So everyone on the left sees that picture. That's the visible spectrum. It's all we see. We understand it. We know what's happening there. Some animals in the middle picture can see the middle picture. It's the near infrared, but nothing can see the image on the right. And the reason for this is no one's been evolved for it, because nothing really needed to eat rocks or metal at this stage. So, but it just shows that the spectral signature can get a lot more information out. And what you're seeing there is the metallic elements and some of the dyes and additives from, say, the genes that you can see on the lady there. And what it's really showing is that multispectral imagery is very useful in geological mapping, because you'll get so much more information out of it, which I'll show you now. So this is a Landsat 8 imagery. It's on the border between Botswana and Namibia. The image on the left there is just an RGB image, and you can see some features there, but it's much harder to discern things in that imagery. But if you interrogate it spectrally, you can see a lot more in the middle and the right-hand image there. And the picture on the right has the contrast and spectral intensities changed, and that's just to highlight the underlying geology. So those stripes coming across the imagery, all three imagery, are sand dunes. And so what this multispectral imagery is allowing us to do is see the underlying geology beneath that. And we could then run a classification on this and tie it into that underlying geology and try and remove the effect of those sand dunes. And again, this is just another comparison of the Aster data set, and this is a Southern African example. It was just very similar to the previous one, just to show you show the information you can get out of that. So left-hand picture is your RGB. You can see things, you can interrogate it, but you're getting much more information out of those spectral images on the right. So classifications. So we can use two types of classifications. You've got your unsupervised classification, and basically it's using the spectral response. It's providing us to distinguish between different areas, and then we almost do a paint by numbers map. So it is unsupervised. You don't necessarily know that it matches the underlying geology. A lot of the times it does. And you've got to remember as well, this is a surface technique. So you'll be picking up the surface geology, not necessarily the deep-seated geology. So if there is a lot of sedimentary runoff, you'll be seeing that in these images as well. This is from a recent soil survey, and you can see the comparison images, and they compare pretty well to what was output on the unsupervised classification. And it's not really, I should put in there, the unsupervised technique is not really to define a specific area. It's rather to differentiate, like I said, between those areas. But it's a rapid and inexpensive first pass survey technique. So basically you're getting something out, you're getting basic information, and you're getting it quickly. And this was using principal components analysis. We can also use band ratios and indices, and we use those to enhance the spectral differences between bands, and this is particularly useful if you're looking for a particular type of mineral. Probably the most well-known use of the band ratios, not necessarily in geology, is the normalized difference vegetation index, or NDVI. So in supervised classification, which is not shown here, but basically you use a testing data set. So either ground truthed areas or known areas from literature. You generate a signature file and then you classify it. And you can use different types of logarithms to run those classifications: maximum likelihood, minimum distance, principal components, all those sort of things. So putting it all together, there's some work we did for a client in Central Africa. It's zoomed in, I can't give much more detail, it was proprietary. But they were looking for gold targets related to pegmatites, and the area was heavily vegetated, and there was seasonal burning that did occur, so that did affect some of the classifications. The left-hand figure there is a structural interpretation based on the regional elevation data. And you can see multiple structural features there are easily delineated. You've got that main northeast, southwest striking feature. There's also some east-west striking features. There was also some folding in the eastern part of the area of interest, which you don't really see in that image. So the middle figure was an unsupervised classification, and it's based on ASTA imagery, and it was using principal component analysis, and you can start to see some of the possible geological regimes coming out of that. So they knew as well that this was the gold was associated with the pegmatite. So they asked us to do a supervised classification, which is the image on the right. It was based on field data that they'd collected to map those areas out, and also artisanal mining. It was heavily vegetated, so we had to do a vegetation mask. Some of the band ratios showed false positives, and this was especially prevalent in the burned areas, which I mentioned. So we excluded those from the interpretation. Yeah, and it worked. It seemed to work pretty well. I mean, there's a lot of potential targets there, but it was followed up with field work, as it always needs to be, from the exploration team. So then we get into hyperspectral. We collected the largest hyperspectral survey in Southern Africa, and that was for the Council of Geoscience. I've seen that data, and I know the council's doing great work with that data. It's an excellent data set. It really, really is rich in data, and they're getting some good results out of it. So the information collected by a hyperspectral imaging system it's like a cube, so it's three-dimensional. You've got the width and height, but there's also a depth component. When I say depth, it's not depth into the thing. It's all the different spectral signatures of all the different spectral bands that you've got there. So we've now got the ability to extend our investigation well into the electromagnetic spectrum. It's extremely important going forward for us, particularly. Excuse me, it's basically taking us into the realm of big data. We're hoping, as I mentioned earlier, we're getting to the point where we're comparing spectral signatures of certain regions to other regions worldwide, and the US team has started looking at this. We don't know how useful it's going to be yet, but we're hoping to see if we can do that to determine, I want to say, ore regimes or areas of potential ore bodies that we may have not considered we may not have considered previously. So if we can get enough data sets, then we're going to compare these from one region to the other, across continents, across different areas. And obviously this data sets are so rich that it's really lending itself towards machine learning and big data. We're driving a lot of that through the US, but we're looking to use this data not just for geological mapping, but we're also using it for vegetation, urban analysis, and lots of different uses. So this, I just want to, excuse me, I just want to show an example of some of the hyperspectral mapping that we've done. This was done on a mine in South Africa. Obviously, that issues with the jarosite. And you can see we did, so we went in with a handheld spectrometer to get the spectral signatures, and then we flew the hyperspectral survey and we did the matching on that, and you can see the areas where the jarosite has been off and potential areas of jarosite. And then, then we've got the large-scale geological mapping. And this is more looking for associated minerals related to the gold, and just showing you the amount of information you can get over that area, and just a different view of it, and some of the minerals that we were trying to map in that area. And if the council does release, and I hope they do, release the hyperspectral data soon, you'll all be able to access that in the Northern Cape and see what information you can get out of that. Because going forward, I really feel like the hyperspectral surveys are going to add a lot of value that have potentially been missing in some of our geological regimes. In conclusions, remote sensing, it will remain a mainstay of any exploration program. It's quick, it's relatively inexpensive compared to other techniques. It's pretty much done worldwide as the first pass. I showed the different tools available for different regions, and I guess want to emphasize again, we really feel like these days that heavily vegetated areas are not an issue anymore for remote sensing. We've got some tools that we think can really work in those areas. And then, yeah, we're excited about the large data sets and big data being here. We're really looking at the machine learning, and everyone knows it's going to be part of the way going forward. And geology and remote sensing are no different. And just some references, and thank you.
Thanks so much, Ben. That was very, very interesting talk. I haven't seen any questions in the chat, so if you do have a question for Ben, please just raise your hand, or alternatively just unmute yourself and ask away.
Yeah, Ben, thank you so much for an amazing talk, even for somebody without the trained background. It's very clear what you shared. Have you done any work in Mozambique?
Yes, we have. We've definitely been in Mozambique. We've flown plenty of LiDAR surveys. We've done satellite imagery analysis. Yeah, we've done plenty of work in Mozambique.
Okay, I must drop you a line. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions or comments for Ben? All right, if not, thank you so much again, Ben. Yes, I think if anyone wants to get into contact with you, they can do so. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, please do. And yeah, anyone wants to link up, obviously do that on LinkedIn. It'd be great to speak to everyone.
Great, thanks so much, Ben. Next up, we have Michelle Pienaar. Michelle, you can start sharing your screen if you're ready. Michelle is from the Mandela Mining Precinct, and she will be giving us a talk on the advanced ore body knowledge to create a glass rock environment.
Thanks. As Natalie mentioned, I'm from the Mandela Mining Precinct. I'm the program manager for what is known as the Advanced Ore Body Knowledge Program, or otherwise known as AOK. So I thought it would be good just to start with the introduction from Nick Holland, and he spoke about gold mining remains relevant and valuable in today's global economy. But for mines in the industry to prosper in the long term, they have to fundamentally transform themselves into mines of the future, mines that are sustainable and create value for all stakeholders. And going through my presentations, I would actually like you guys just to keep this in mind. So what is the Mandela Mining Precinct? For those that don't know, I thought we'll just give you guys a quick overview. We are a public-private collaboration between the Department of Science and Innovation and the Minerals Council. And this initiative is aimed at trying to revitalize the research and development and innovation within the mining industry, especially focusing on the gold and platinum mines, deep level mines. We've got 6 programs. The mechanized drill and blast program, looking at alternative and automation of blasting equipment. We've got non-explosive rock breaking program, the longevity of current mines, and they look at energy, environmental, how can they actually make the current mines more sustainable. As I've mentioned, my program that look at more the geophysical and geological technologies. We've got the real-time information management systems, or TIMS, and we know data that is currently the big driver at the moment. And then there's a program around people. We know the people factor is also very important. It was established in 2018 or launched. In Melville, and everybody's more than welcome to go to our website to have a look. So usually when I show this slide to mining guys, they want to run away, but I think it's very pertinent and important that we need to remember that the ore body detects mining. So we need to understand where we're mining, what we're mining, to be able to schedule and plan and design, and to be able to extract safely. So my program is based on looking at what is, where's the reef, what needs to be extracted, what's the metal content, and what is impeding extraction. I think we are all aware currently most of our full of ground or our fatalities is full of ground related, about 40%. And how can we actually ensure that our mine workers work safely and are aware of the structures and any ground conditions around them? My strategy is to actually look at the mine value chain. So I've got projects in different aspects of the mine value chain that includes the investigation of alternative diamond drilling technologies. And this is actually not for exploration, but it's for underground diamond drilling. And it's to actually look at any geological features around where being mined. We've got the value add portion of the value chain. And I'll take you guys through the gold and PGM resource atlas that we've created. We are also, we've doing quite a bit of work on technologies to assist with information ahead of the face, as the tunnel seismics and as well as the electric resistivity. I'll show you guys some of the work that we're doing there. We're starting a new project with VITS on the statistical analysis, and then as well as some of the technologies that's on the immediate face, and that's especially to look at the safety aspect. With all this in mind, we want to create that glass, what is known as a glass shock environment. And that's to ensure that we can look at the reef in 3D and also have real-time information on what's happening underground. We've also done some work on more efficient geological mapping and modeling tools, and I'll show you guys a bit about it. So just on our phases, we've got some phases that we have gone through, and we're currently busy with the phase 3. But originally when we started, we looked at what is the current mining environment. Now, as I mentioned, we're looking at mostly gold in the PGM deep mines. Also, what's the requirements, and what is the current technologies out there. So for us we're not reinventing the wheel. We know in some of other fields that there's already current applications for certain technologies, especially in your exploration and your soil and surface type of work. So we looked at what type of technologies is out there, that what can we actually look into and develop for the underground specifications. With that, we looked at also promising technologies and see if it's actually viable and financially viable to actually utilize them. We looked at some hyperspectrals and some scanning technologies such as LIBS, and we actually came to the conclusion that the current practices is actually a lot more efficient and cheaper than getting some of the equipment. And so we also need to realize on cost. We're currently in the optimization and the integration phase, where we've actually identified some of the technologies that's shown potential. And we're actually busy with trials, underground trials, to see how we can optimize it, as well as to optimize and integrate these technologies. And then the final phase that we have started, and obviously I think this is part of it, is knowledge transfer, to make people aware of it, and also to show industry and demonstrate to industry that some of this works. Most of our work is also done in collaboration with most of our mining universities, and it's also important for us to actually collaborate. So you'll see that most of our work is with collaboration with the institutions. So one of my first project that I would like to take you guys through is looking at diamond drilling and alternatives. I think we're all aware that currently diamond drilling, especially the underground diamond drilling tech, hasn't really advanced. So we're looking currently at some smart drill development, more bringing in machine learning and the AI portion into it. Another project that's running in parallel is looking at geotechnical properties and rock behavior while diamond drilling. And then the final portion of the project is done by myself actually at the moment, looking at leading practices, not only locally, but also internationally. And as you can see, this project is being undertaken by numerous collaborators, the University of Pretoria, WITS, the CSR, and as well we're getting contributions from the Mineral Council with the MOSH team. So looking at the smart drill, when the project initiated, we wanted to create a database to see what actually, to try to identify the different characteristics of the different lithologies that we would get underground. And the whole idea with this was to actually assist with the machine learning and AI aspect of our lab testing. So we did a database, and currently we're still trying to get some more, collect some more data. So if anybody has some geotechnical properties data lying around that's not confidential, please pop me a mail and send it through to me to make this database of ours be able to grow. So the intention of this smart drill with the database is actually to look at, we're going to try to drill through rocks and try to see if we can actually predict what the UCS or the rock strength of that specific unit will be. At the end of the day, what we want to do is we want to apply machine learning and test this underground as well. UP has they've got their lab set up with a rotation unit and some sensors. We have actually engaged with some of the diamond drilling companies as well to work parallel with them and see if we can actually start applying some of the machine learning. We have some cement or concrete blocks, and I know it's not real rocks, but also to try to mimic the characteristics of some lithological units. And ultimately, this will also hopefully help with bit identification and as well as trying to improve efficiencies. Next year, we will look at drilling machine and operators. We know that the human factor with diamond drilling, they've got a great influence. If you have an experienced diamond driller on your rig, the efficiencies are a lot better than, and it's also very much bonus driven. So we'll be planning some work on that as well. WITS is currently busy with some work parallel to our lab testing at UP, and they're looking at more of the geotechnical properties of the rocks. They're looking at rock cuttability. What is the factors that may affect the rock cuttability? Also drillability of spologies for spanning us. But they're also looking at the drillability, how easy it will be to drill and how can we actually drill faster. And then there's some other rock mechanical property testing that we'll be doing just to identify where's the gaps and what we have missed. The third portion of this project is looking at leading practices, which is a bit difficult at the moment with COVID times. And the intention of this is to actually look at what is the current technologies being utilized, not only in the gold and PGM fields underground, but what's the current practices used in other fields, such as your oil and gas and petroleum. They've advanced quite a lot while the gold and PGM sectors stayed behind. Maybe there's some novel technologies there that we can actually try to implement and utilize within our sector. And as I mentioned, this will not only be locally, but we will be looking at international leading practices as well. Another project that we're currently busy with is ground penetrating radar, and this is quite a novel. It's quite a novel old technology. Most of our mines, especially the rock engineering departments, are actually utilizing ground penetrating radar. But what we've actually noticed is it's limited to a specific skill set. So you still need a rock engineer or a competent geophysicist to actually go underground to do the testing, as well as some of the antennas is quite heavy and you know, it's actually quite tedious to use these big antennas. But GPR has shown to be a useful technology and tool for hazard and risk identification, also to look at your structures and weak zones within your hang. So what we're currently doing is we're looking at how can we use this technology and improve it to be able to get a 2D picture into a 3D model. And you can see on the picture above is actually some of the work that we have managed to do. How can we actually get the information in real time, as well as the data handling? There's some challenges that we've experienced in the past that you actually, the data that you collect, you can't actually immediately use it. You need to convert it and you need to interpret it. This work is currently being done by the CSR. There's some input from WITS and the University of Johannesburg. The next phase of the project will also be to look at georeferencing. So the challenge that we've had underground is, unless you use survey pegs, we actually don't know where we are in space. And that's where the LiDAR systems has actually come nicely into play, because they can actually give you a XYZ position. And also we're trying to integrate and interpret this information using other technologies. We've had also very good results from our seismic data. So where we try to integrate the seismic data with our GPR data, and you can see some of the visuals that's come through of one of our underground trials that we've conducted. I thought it would be also good to show some of the projects that didn't come out too well, and it's all about research. I mean, not most of your work that you will do won't be successful, and this is one of them, where we try to look at thermography or infrared. And the whole idea about the thermography was that if you have a loose rock in your excavation, it should show a different temperature or a lower temperature compared to that of the rest of the host rocks. We did about 6 different trials at different sites, from gold to PGM, shallow to deep level mines. And unfortunately, none of the results were good. We weren't able to actually get any distinct change in our rocks, especially related to that of loose rocks. So it's just different cameras that we also used. You can see there, it's very, very, people might argue that might be some indication, but we actually just realized there's also the airflow that actually have a major effect on it. Some of the scans that we did at the PGM mine, you can see there's no differentiation in the gray scale. And then as well at our thermal scan that we did at the Mariinsky, one of the Mariinsky pillars, you can just see the people eating their lunch there. That was the most exciting thing of this scan. This work was also done with the CSR and the University of Johannesburg. One of our more exciting projects that we're currently busy with was what is known as ERT, or electric resistance tomography. And this is quite a technology that they use for exploration on surface to identify water features, as well as soil studies. And in the 1980s, this was also tested for the gold and PGM mines, but it actually came out to be quite slow and ineffective. And we decided to actually revisit this technology with some of the advancements that's been made. And usually when I say this, the geophysicist wants to run away. When I say, oh, the rocks actually literally get shocked, it does actually get shocked with electrical waves, and the reflective waves actually gets calculated. You can actually get some information from within the rock or the area that you're studying. We conducted some trials at 2 different mines, and from there we actually saw that there was a time trial that 50% improvement in the time that it took for us to be able to do the test, not only for the underground test, but also for the data interpretation, and as well a lot of nice images that came through and improvements that were made on the actual imaging. So the picture on the left is just showing one that we did in a very small pillar, and the decision was just to see if we can do some improvements on some of the drilling and the electrode configurations. But it actually showed quite a good result on the fault or structure that came through this pillar. So you can actually really see that it actually does pick up some of your anomalies. Some work was also done with trying to get this into our geological model, which has been a struggle in the past as well. And the team actually managed to get this information also incorporated into the geological model. The other testing that was done with one of our production mines, also in Rustenburg, so Pgm, where we actually did, it's quite a big area, 145 meter block between two raise lines. We actually installed some electrodes. Unfortunately, we could not install the electrodes within the dark. It was not safe. And as well on the other side of the second raise line, again, not being able to do it within the dark. And you can see the results, even though the mining guys weren't that excited, it did show some anomalies between the area where the dark is and where it's actually just where there's no structure. We do believe that more or better information would have been obtained if we actually managed to get those electrodes within the dark. It would have given a way more better picture. One interesting thing that we did pick up is our RAP. It was mapped in the stope, but we actually managed to also get the extent of that RAP, which I think was a very positive result. We've planned some additional trials, and hopefully we will be able to keep you guys posted on the next round of underground trials. So seismics is quite the theme at the moment, especially with our colleagues, or the geophysicists and the rock engineers. Just thought it would be good to give a quick overview on seismics. Usually what happens is we send vibrations or waves from a vibration truck, or I like calling it a doof truck. We have receivers on this other side, and then we acquire the data. From this data, we do some processing, and then we do some interpretation. And this field has been very limited to specialists or people within the field. We, as geologists, usually just get the data and the interpretations, but we've actually never really been part of the whole process. There's also been a challenge with the cost involved with these big trucks and this equipment on site, as well as going on farms or areas where you've got maybe a farmer that wants to shoot you, and the cost and all that. So this is actually undertaking a study to look at new innovative seismic technologies or techniques. And what we are doing at the moment is looking at the existing mine structure. So some work has been done in boreholes, but we thought it might actually be quite useful to look at your current mine excavations and see if you can actually utilize some of that and use it as your receivers and to your senders to be able to get that information. So we did some trials at also one of our operations in Rustenburg, and there's some studies were done with combining the different seismic technologies and instruments, where we could actually see if it works. And we actually had very good results. Obviously, also we're not only working on trying to get the data or better technologies for the receivers and to get the information, but also on the processing side of it. So we've done just some pictures of the work that Wits did, and they actually got some wireless remote units on surface or RIUs, and it was actually left recording for over a week. We actually also looked at a land streamer, and this land streamer was used for both underground and on surface. There was some noise that was created on surface by some transport trucks and some other mining equipment, but underground was relatively quiet. We actually went to a site where there was no production. And in what we also did is they looked at creating a seismic source using a accelerated wave drop. On surface it was vehicle mounted, but underground they actually used a hammer and which hit a base plate, where we actually also got some information and data. This is currently busy in processing this data, and hopefully I'll be able to present that as well next time around. I'm glad some of the presentations has already spoken about LiDAR, but as geologists underground, we're currently still mapping the traditional way using our field books, tapes, kleiner rulers, and I think in that field we haven't really advanced that much. Some people might be lucky to have a camera to be able to assist with mapping, but it's still quite tedious and time consuming and laborious. We've got geologists underground spending time to map while they could actually be utilized better on doing modeling and doing interpretations and predictions on surface. So we've been looking at how we can actually improve this life for this portion for the geologists, and obviously from our program it will also assist if you can obtain the information quicker and faster into your model to also be able to predict the geology again ahead of the phase. So we've been doing quite a lot of trials, underground trials for the LiDAR. I think it was about 7 or 8, also at the gold, some of the gold and PGM mines. And most of the results were very, very good. The case studies obviously show that you can actually pick up your reef, as well as there's a lot of other benefits from LiDAR, which includes picking up your support units, picking up your stuff that's lying around, excavations. Obviously the survey guys are using this technology quite a lot, but I think there's definitely quite a lot of applications for LiDAR. We also had quite a lot of different suppliers or OEMs with regards to this project. So we are doing quite a lot of work in this. Obviously the current is just to try to get this information into our model as quick as possible. So that work is currently being conducted. Also other work that we're currently doing with the LiDAR is to see how we can incorporate LiDAR with our other technologies. As I've mentioned before, our biggest challenge has always been how can we get the XYZ positions of our data points. And the LiDAR is actually a very fast and quick solution to that. Something that I'll just touch on that we've started, and I'm hoping that there's no questions to this one, especially from Wendy. With regards to the statistical analysis, we are actually looking at, and this is also being conducted by WITS. We're trying to see how we can actually, we know as geologists we are sitting with a lot of data, historical data, especially from your grade and from mapping. So we're actually currently looking at how you can actually utilize this data by applying some methodologies and trying to see if you can actually use it to predict potholes ahead of the phase, and obviously want to extend it to some geological features. So there's also a portion of machine learning and AI involved in this project. Unfortunately, I can't go into too much detailed news data we are utilizing, but I think it's going to be, well, this is one of the exciting ones, and hopefully we can actually get more people involved. So they'll be looking at different methods and methodologies that we have as geologists, and obviously as just this is statistics, but they'll also look at looking at domains. They'll look at some modeling and also at some coding. Then my final big project that we currently have undertaken, you can see there's quite a lot of contribution or collaborators on this one, is the work that we did on the Resource Atlas, or what's known as the Gold and PGM Resource Atlas. And the intention of this project was actually to see how much resources and reserves are left underground at the moment in the gold and PGM fields. And this work entailed actually getting all the information, all the reports, digitizing some of the work, and then having it in a cloud-based form. So we got data from about 250 gold and PGM mines and 150 gold and PGM projects. And we've actually also looked at the potential. So this project has actually ensured some that we collaborated. It was collaboration between academia, the industry, and some of our mining exploration companies. And this work is actually still continuing with us engaging with the Council of Geosciences. It actually provides accessibility to everybody. You can actually transfer and share data, and everybody is allowed to have this data and have access. Innovation, and I'll talk a bit about what we've done with this atlas to be able to help us in our projects. It's one database, a centralized, secure database. All your data is in one area. We see an opportunity for this atlas to be educational, especially within students in the institutions. But we've actually got some papers, people writing some papers on this one as well. And then, especially in the smaller miners, we've seen an opportunity for for exploration and identifying some opportunities for them there. So just what is the Resource Atlas? It's a collaborative gateway to mineral resource information, and that promoting innovation in sustainable mining strategies, unlocking value, and driving economic upliftment of the people of South Africa. So as I've mentioned, it's a web information platform. There's various data sources in it. We have a range of users, and it's an easy to use app. If you're proficient in ArcGIS or any, you'll be able to use this app. What can it do? It can search, you can visualize, everything is in your database, you can analyze, as well as the intention is as well as to collaborate, and people can also contribute. What data is in it? We've got global public domain, we've got local data, we've got historical mining data, and we've got current mining data being added as well, and any other geological data. As I've mentioned, you can access it, anyone can access it. You don't need to download any software, you don't need training, all you need is internet, and you need to go to the webpage at the link below, and you'll be able to see what is available on the Atlas. People always ask me, how much does it cost? It costs nothing. Anybody can have access to it, everybody can create maps and play around on it. It costs absolutely nothing. So I just thought it would be good to show you guys what we actually did with one of our projects on it. Samira undertook a project to identify some white areas, and the reason why we want to identify the white areas was to understand why it wasn't mined, as well as why what's the potential grade, and then to actually see what alternative or modern technologies can we develop as the precinct or industry to be able to extract these ore bodies that hasn't been mined. And from the study, we actually were able to identify quite a lot of white areas or new areas or old new areas that's shown quite a lot of potential. And I think Richard this morning spoke about, the only way we can actually maximize and optimize South African mining and gold industries to actually look at these old areas. So just another example of some of the work that was done. You can see some of the startup areas in Carletonville. We've added some middle flay. We've got the carbon leader, the VCR, and some black reef. And you can actually see it gives you a nice visual picture. And in this atlas, you actually have the stoped out areas for structure and everything else. So just in conclusion, we've got quite a lot of projects that we're currently busy with. And at the end of the day, it's all about how we can actually ensure safe and optimal extraction. It's important for us to collaborate and actually also to get people to be aware of what we're currently busy with. And it's to get inputs and insights from other people and see how we can actually optimize and maximize the research that we're currently busy with. So I think I'm not going to go too much detail there because I'm running out of time. But if anybody would like to contact me or mail me, I'm more than welcome. And then again, thank you for the opportunity to present to you guys what we're busy with. Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Onesimo Lande from one of our annual sponsors, Max Geo. She'll be giving us a talk on the technology advancements in precious metals exploration.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Onesimo Lande, as Natasha has mentioned. I'm a data management consultant at Max Geo in the South African office. We are a global company and our head office is in Perth. So with my background, I've been a geologist for over 4 years. I've got background in coal exploration and mining. And I later joined the geological information management industry, where I have just over 8 years experience. So that makes me a very, very strong advocate for good data management. I know firsthand some of the frustrations caused by inefficient data capture and an unstructured data storage solution. So in today's presentation, I will explain the benefits of implementing a good data management solution. Specifically, we've done case studies with 2 of our precious metal clients, and we'll also look at the new technologies that we have currently advanced to as a company. Okay, so first and foremost, why is good data management so important? So to thrive in this new age, every organization needs a complete view of its data. It needs it in real-time insight and with the ability to take real-time action. It increases productivity and also it increases cost efficiency. Basically, we don't want a lot of duplications in our data. We want to make sure we avoid unnecessary duplications. It also gives us an ability to respond efficiently and react appropriately. It helps us with accurate decision-making. Your data, you know that once it's in a central good management solution, it is secure. There's proper data integrity as your data is going in, meaning your data gets validated as it goes in. You can also always get reference of your data in future. It is very easy to retrieve as long as you have connection to it. It also helps with easy reporting if you want to produce your reports. So with the current times that we are currently on, I'm sure we all agree that there's more and more people working from home. And it has become more critical to have a central place for data management. This makes it easier for your employees to find and understand the information that they need in order to focus on their day-to-day job, being it modeling or data modeling or doing any analysis of their data and any other reporting. So as they are working from home, it also makes it easier for them to retrieve their data and also to store their data and also reporting as long as they've got proper connection. So we have done a case study with 2 of our precious metal clients. So we've looked at the scenarios that they had previously and comparing it with the scenario that they are currently sitting on right now. So the solution that they were using previously, they were obviously logging in paper. In that case, a field geologist will log all the information on paper. This will be given later on to a database manager who will put this in a spreadsheet. Once that spreadsheet is populated, the database manager will save the spreadsheet on a server somewhere. So if geos want to use the data, they'll have to download the spreadsheet and work on that. So some of the biggest issues that they had was time. So it was an issue, the time was an issue between capturing and the manipulation phase down to reporting. So basically there was no real-time access to data. Also retrieving this was a problem and storing it, as sometimes they'll say which one was the latest and so on, and also updating it. There was not validation of data as it goes in. Some of the data would go in incorrectly or even unclean, as we put it in our language. Also, the security was an issue as files would get lost and there was no proper backup of their solution. So now using a proper database, what they do is they've got a logging software in the field where they capture all their data. With this logging software, you don't really need internet. You can just capture your data on the field with no internet. And then once you are done capturing your data, you can directly synchronize it to the main database, which is on the server. And once it's synchronized to the server, everyone, the geos, any stakeholders who need the data can directly pull the data from the server using links that connect to the server. Okay, now just looking at the new technologies that are currently out there, I will just summarize what I've said previously. We have an application that we call LogChief, which is basically for logging in the field. You can log your geology, sampling, and so on. Once you are happy with your logging, this information will get synced, or you'll synchronize this information into the main database, which is on the server. As this is on the server, everyone can access this data live. So management, engineers, consultants, anyone who needs this data and has access to it can pull the data off the server as long as they've got the correct permissions. They can do this to produce their reports. They can look at dashboards. They can visualize their data. We'll look at the examples shortly. Once the data is there, like I've mentioned, you can perform all those tasks. Also, with our new technology, we have automation. So we have a lot of tasks that we automate that you don't need any people to be involved in that. So one of the examples that I'll just touch on is loading assay files. So what we do here is you select a location where you're going to load all your assay files, or even an email where you're going to be putting all your assay files. So what it does is it picks up the files from those locations, and then it automatically loads those files into the database for you. Okay, so we've got an application that we call DataShed 5. This is a web-based browser application. So it doesn't matter where you are, like I've mentioned. DataShed 5 gives you the accessibility to all stakeholders across your organization, whether being it a CEO, keeping abreast of their progress of projects, or a field geologist checking the recently synchronized drill hole locations and logging data right next to the rig. Most of our precious metal clients are using this functionality, e.g. Petersburg mines, Barrick Gold. Like I've mentioned, it is browser-based. So no matter where you are, as long as you've got Wi-Fi connection and you are a registered user to the system, you can view your data, you can filter it, you can interrogate, you can export data, you can basically do everything that you need to do on the data. Within the same application, you can actually visualize your data. You can view your data in maps, meaning plotting your data, just a rough estimate of in terms of where your holes are plotting. You can have QC dashboards where you can plot your standards, your blanks, your duplicates. This allows ongoing monitoring of your QA/QC data. You can also see a drilling summary, meaning it allows you to visualize all your drill plots, details which aids the reconciliation of your drill invoices. You can also schedule an automatic delivery to your email box. So whatever reports that you want to see for future purposes, you can schedule a job on it and say, okay, I want these reports emailed to me every day, every week, or whatever decision that you make. And then they'll be directly emailed to you with the new data, as this is real time. Like I've mentioned, we have a lot of tasks that are automated. I've made an example with our assay files, where you will just select a location or even an email. So once that location is there, our system will auto-extract all that information from your email or from your file location, and then it will auto-populate it onto the database. And once it's there, you can always view it on your DataShed 5, as mentioned previously, and you can make your decisions, produce your reports, and so on. So there's also integration. With data integration, it provides more real-time consolidation of your data. We have basically have a relationship with some of our third parties where we use an API to tap into their systems for our clients to be able to use. An example that I have there is with Imago. So Imago is a co-photo application. So with this application, you can directly link it with our software and it can pull your photos. So in your strip log, what it will do is it will pull the photo for that related interval. So you can see the exact photo related to the interval on your log. We also have other API agreements with things like your structural IQ loggers, your geophysical LAS files, and Index Hub, which is mainly for surveys. Okay, so this is what Petersburg Platinum Mine had to say about our solution. It said, with DataShed 5, it has been so easy for management to access the reports. I would normally create an email to them. Now they can log in and retrieve all this information on their own with just a click of a button. My ROMPED reports and strip logs, which are for geology and assays, are now easily accessible for everyone to see. So Barrick is currently hosted on our servers. So we've got a hosting environment on the cloud, on the AWS cloud. their database is hosted. All they do is they log their data on the logging device in the field, and then with the click of a button, they sync their data and it goes and gets stored on the cloud. So they said with MX Sync, it allows us to log in the field, and with the click of a button, data is synced to the AWS cloud, and we can directly access our data via datashed 5 on the web without any delays. So this is in real time. As soon as they sync their data, it gets available on the cloud, and they can immediately access it from datashed 5. They also have automation with their assay loaders. So all they do is they've got a central location where they store all their assay files. As soon as they're happy, they store their information there. Our automatic loader goes and pulls those assays in there and then populates them into the database. Obviously, there is pre-populated import layouts to define whatever conditions that need to be defined. And then that's a once off. Going forward, it just gets pre-populated. They also have Index Hub. So what happens in this case is with Index Hub, they populate their surveys on Index Hub, and MaxGeo taps into the Index Hub. And as soon as they populate their surveys, we fetch those surveys and populate them onto the database using the API.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to GSSA also for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely, not a problem. All right, for our last speaker of the session, we have Stuart Newpin, who is also coming from one of our sponsors of this event, Deloitte. That's the one. Okay. Perfect.
Is that right? Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you very much, all the previous speakers. It's great to join everybody today, and thank you very much for the opportunity of presenting what is not entirely what was presented, what was introduced. It's really a brief overview of mineral resources and mineral reserves in PGM and gold in South Africa, and there are some thoughts at the end around where to from here. I have to say that it is a bit nerve-wracking presenting in front of so many of the doyens of the sport. Sief, who convinced me to speak today, Dave Young, who knows more about mineral resources than I will ever hope to learn, my boss, Sifiso, Ken. Yeah, so it's very nerve-wracking, but it's great to see such a great turnout. So thank you very much, everyone. Just in terms of a disclaimer, I want to point out that all of the information which we present today has been sourced from public domain information. It does not constitute an audit. I know I work for an audit firm, but this is by no means an audit. And we are not attempting to take any, we would not like anybody to place any audit reliance on the information which is being presented. It's simply for discussion and collation and to present some context around resources and reserves. We really have focused on the main players in these sectors, and if we have missed anyone out, I apologize, but I think that the context will come through. So briefly, just to cover what we want to discuss today, a little bit of background and then some summary around what the mineral resource and reserve status is in the South African gold industry, what the mineral resource and mineral reserve status is in South African platinum. And then I want to get into a bit of a discussion around recoverability, the recoverability of the gold, recoverability of PGMs, and then some thoughts around replacement ratios. Have we got the right amounts of replacement ratios given the production that we are seeing? And then some final thoughts around next steps. I'm grateful to have have listened to Michelle's presentation this morning around that the gold and minerals atlas. I really think it taps in quite nicely with both this discussion and the other discussions this morning. So just as a bit of a background to South African resources and reserves in gold and PGM, you know, it's tempting to think that this information is known by everyone. The background of the South African gold industry, the background to South African platinum, who the main players are, where the main ore bodies are, and it's not always a safe assumption. You know, gold mining has been the driving force of the South African industry for so many years, and part of the development of what was to become Africa's richest economy. There has been a much publicized decline in the production of gold, and we've seen evidence of that in the discussions already presented this morning. And at this point, South African gold only accounts for about 4% of global production. PGM, on the other hand, one imagines an earlier phase in its growth, not in the decline that the gold sector is at the moment, and yet vast resources and reserves, and we'll cover that in a couple of slides. I just wanted to point out that this information does come from, you know, these are really the key companies there. I've left off Ivanplats and Sianda not deliberately. It was just a mistake. But these are the key companies, and it really is gratifying to see the amounts of information which can be extracted from annual reports and resource and reserve statements. As I pointed out, this is neither an audit by myself nor of Deloitte, and I make no plan to make observations around quality or lack thereof. Just simply to call out the fact that it really is a pleasure to run through and extract information. And I know the teams go through a huge amount of effort to put these reports together. So where are we in terms of gold resources? Clearly still dominated, production still dominated from the Wits Basin. The great majority of our production still derived from that treasure trove of gold. A little bit of production coming from the Kraton Greenstone Belt, Cull Gold, as well as the mines around in the Barberton Greenstone Belt. But you know, it's not unreasonable to suggest that there is still a huge amount of important production coming out of the Wits Basin. And as was covered by Andries this morning, gold is a massive contributor to the South African economy. If you just take an extract of some of the statistics which he spoke about this morning, alternatively, if you take a look at the statistics which are provided by the Mineral Council from time to time, be that in the number of employees, which is close to 100,000 employees still, whether it's in earnings paid or in wages, which is close to it's 25 billion rand in the last year, total sales of 80 billion rand. The gold sector remains an important contributor. Harmony leads the way there in terms of gold production, beefed up by the arrival of Mponeng into its stable. Sibanye-Stillwater close behind, just under 1 million ounces a year, and then DRD Goldfields, and Pan African. I think it's important to point out the importance of surface gold production and the increasing importance of surface gold production, and that is a trend which has been noticeable in the gold sector over the last several years. But if you look at resources and you look at reserves, the remaining endowment which we have as a country, there remains a significant underground, both resources and reserve in the gold sector. So, as I pointed out at the start, I haven't attempted to collate all of the gold resources and reserves. You can look up in the atlas if you want to find out what the total number is. But certainly, if we use these companies as being a proxy for the overall picture, 4.5 billion tons of resource, some 250 or 260 million ounces of gold resource, and reported 80 to 85 million ounces of gold reserve. And just to emphasize the point made by earlier speakers, really there is a story here of a production decline, which has been in play for some years, and the central graph there, which illustrates employment coming down from about 150,000 down to 100,000, production coming from 200,000 down, and then in counter to that, revenue up as a result of weak rand and strong gold price. So that's really the summary of the gold resources and reserves. Let's have a look at the big players and the situation in PGMs. And without question, still the largest and deepest and most established operations, largely on the Western Limb, increasing proportion of new production coming out of the Eastern Limb, and then with Mogalakwena and increases in production at Mogalakwena starting to change, and the picture there in terms of the major areas of PGM production. Linked, of course, to Mogalakwena, but also its other operations. Amplats in 2020 was the most significant PGM producer. And I should just point out here that I've needed to make an estimate around a few prill splits in order to balance the 6E versus 4E reporting between the different companies. So there could well be some estimation errors in those production numbers. But I think that the sense you get is a reasonable one there. And Amplats, little over 3 million ounces 4E, followed by Sibanye, close to 1.6 in 2020 reported Implats, and that's only the South African production of Implats. This is only South African production, and then followed by Northern RB Plats, where Sianda. So that's the overall picture around production, and just to cover off the same comments as we did for the gold sector. In 2020, the PGM sector took over as the leading mining contributor to the South African fiscus, and the contributions there in terms of revenue, the direct employees were 160,000, employee earnings 60 billion compared to gold's 25, production at 220 million tons must be, and total sales of 170 billion. Stepping across then to the similar resource and reserve summary for PGMs, a massive mineral resource endowment within the Bushveld. The single most significant of that remains with Amplats. informed by the same operations which we spoke of a slide or so ago. Significant resource and reserve endowment in Implats, in Sibanye, in Northern RB Plats. I'm going to come back and cover the resource to reserve conversion ratio in a few slides. But really at this point, just wanted to pause on the totals. So if you add all of the reserves for the operations and companies which we've spoken about here, it equates to about 260 million 4E ounces of published reserve from these major companies. So I wanted to spend a bit of time talking about how much of this gold and platinum is likely to be recovered. And in wanting to answer that question, I coincidentally started looking at work which was done by Chris Hartnedy in 2011, based on information published in 2009. And I must just make a disclaimer here. I'm with regards to Chris Hartnedy. We are related, our families. Anybody who's worked with me won't be surprised if my family is related. We seem to be related to half the country. Prof. Hartnedy was my structural professor at UCT, and I think in me, his teaching ability and my learning ability met their match. And anybody who worked with me will know that structural geology is not has never become my forte. But this is also an opportunity to pay tribute to Chris and Rowena, his wife, who sadly passed away not long ago, and their colleagues in Mvota, Africa. Anyway, so what Chris published in 2009 was based on the work of King Hubert and subsequently developed by Ken Fanes and others. And he showed that, or argued that South African gold could be, that the production of South African gold could be quantified into 4 phases. So there was a pre-union phase here, and this is straight out of the paper. Subsequent, there was an early stage, and he argued that the early stage started showing a decline which followed a normal distribution. And in fact, we would have seen the end of the South African gold industry had it not been for a dramatic turnaround in capital and development, which took us through the 50s all the way to the peak in 1970. And the peak in 1970 was significant at 1 million kilograms a year. The current decline, which has been steady, followed a normal distribution, and he argued that the normal distribution would show, the red line there would show what would happen to South African gold over the next 10 years. So what I've done is populated the next 10 years worth of data, and it's actually quite remarkable how closely matched our production actuals are against the green dots, which are the green dots against his red line. In the same paper, he also used the concept of the phase graph and plotted gold production as a function of cumulative production. That's the graph on the right-hand side. And the red line, also the normal distribution, was meant to show the point at which production was likely to cease. You'll note there that at that point, cumulative production was going to be 54,000 tons. And if I zoom in there a little bit, you'll note that the production actuals again have mimicked that line quite well. So what does this imply? Well, it implies that the our current cumulative gold production up to now in South Africa is 52,000 tons, and that we are likely to extract about, on this model, about another 1.2 kilotons or 40 million ounces, or half of the reserves. Now, as I pointed out in my introduction, this is not an audit, and I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with the South African reserve numbers. And having audited and having worked on many of them, I don't think there is. I think what this says is that we have a critical moment where we have to turn the worm a little bit if we are to maximize extraction from our gold reserves, and that really speaks to quite a lot of what was said this morning. It is we have to start dealing with the structural constraints, be they costs, be they input costs, be they electricity. There's a whole range of factors which we need to start looking at to ensure that in fact we make the most of our gold resources. So what does this look like in PGMs? So I've plotted here gold PGM production since 1950, and I would argue that this graph looks almost very, very similar to the gold graph. In the 1970s and 80s and early 80s, it looked like we were heading for an early decline. Before 3 decades worth of investment and growth took us to a peak around 2006. That peak was little over 300,000 kilograms a year, or a third of what the Wits Gold Basin produced at its peak. We pointed out earlier that the PGM sector is now the largest single contributor to mining in terms of sales, but it is worthwhile noting that in terms of PGM production, actually that a decline has started. You don't hear it as much because of the increased revenues, but from a PGM production point of view, that the case is as you see it on the screen. So what about the equivalent P to Q trend, which is production to cumulative production trend for PGMs? Again, applied the same method as we did in gold, and this would indicate that the current trend, which you see in the blue dots and which I've mimicked in the red line, would take us to a total cumulative production, if we continue at this trend, of about 4.5 kilotons of PGM 4E. Again, about half the declared mineral reserves. And I make the same point, and that is that I'm not calling into question at all the reserve statements of anybody. I'm just saying that we have to turn we have to make the most of our endowment and ensure that we are able to extract those reserves. I wanted to spend a couple of minutes on reserve replacement ratios, and it presented here the reserves as a proportion of the mineral resources between 2016 and 2020. Again, just extracted from the annual reports. This is gold, and the gold ratios are significantly higher. This is reserves, again, as a function of resources. The reserves are significantly higher than platinum, which you'll see in a few minutes. This is unsurprising because there is less gold still to be mined, and as one would expect, a higher proportion of reserves to be reported. But I think the takeaway there for me is that those reserve replacement ratios, if you compare 16, 18, and 20, are not declining rapidly, and so my mind, they seem to be remaining relatively consistent. If you have a look at platinum, the reserve as a function of resources is overall percentage-wise is much lower. Again, you would expect that there are some very large platinum resources which are nowhere near being converted to reserves. What is noticeable is that as a proportion of reserves, reserves as a proportion of resources, so it has gone up between 2016 and 20, which is an encouraging sign. And again, I would argue that these numbers are either improving or staying the same. So if you take the overall picture of both gold and PGM into account, and think about whether or not the reserves are there are being replaced in sufficient amount so as to support production. I would argue that we don't have a reserve or a resource replacement problem. We have massive amounts of resources, and we are replacing them. We are replacing those reserves. But what we have is a relatively positive price environment. We have commodity prices which have recovered very well relative since the global pandemic, when compared with how the commodity prices recovered after the global financial crisis. We have Rand gold prices which remain supportive. We do have gold mines which are in the upper quartile of the cost curve. We have significant gold and mineral resources, and although the conversion rates are relatively low, they do remain stable. This is a critical time for gold, and we need to utilize new technologies. We need to utilize the opportunity which this time presents itself to arrest the production decline. We saw what happened. We saw that in all of those graphs of PGM and gold, there are periods where you do buy yourself time. And by doing that, you can not only delay the decline, but you can actually increase the amount of reserve which you produce over time. So again, this comes down not to a discussion around reserves at all. I think it's around what are we going to do to maximize the value of our endowments. How do we address those structural cost challenges, such as power, such as productivity? I'll put a question mark there around depth, because if you look at where those resources and reserves sit, specifically in gold, I believe that there is an opportunity over the next several years in gold that we will not see very big increases in average gold depths. I haven't looked at the numbers, and I'm sure that I think it might be the subject of another discussion. But if you look at where those resources are, most of those are established. Most of those are shafts which are sunk, and access which has been established. The drivers which have been pushing prices up, which have been pushing costs up, have not been sinking shafts. So we're at a key moment in terms of gold. We also have a massive opportunity in PGMs where the current price environment provides an opportunity to invest in new production and flatten the curve. And we have a responsibility to make the most of new technology, to apply new technology to increase productivity, hopefully allow cheaper and safer mining. I think that's it. I'm grateful once again for the opportunity to present. and happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Stuart. That was indeed very interesting in terms of our current outlook. So thanks for that. Thanks for joining us. And thanks again to Deloitte for the sponsorship. So there we go. There's a question from CFO Mark in the comments. Do we have time to flatten the PGE decline?
Do we have time to flatten the PGE decline? Yeah, I think we do, CF. We have significant mineral resource endowment. We have a reserves which are relatively straight. Much of the reserves are able to be converted. We have again, we have some operations which are quite stable. It's similar to gold. So gold, I mean, there's a huge amount of reserves sitting in a handful of operations which aren't going in anywhere in the next little while. So if you look at the base load PGMs which are going to come from Mogalakwena and Rustenburg, Northern, yeah, I absolutely think that there is an opportunity here to flatten the PGM curve.
Great, thanks so much. Are there any further questions for Stuart?
Yeah, hi Natalie, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Great presentation, Stuart. Thanks. Really enjoyed that. In terms of, as you say, turning the trend, surely a lot of the items that need to be addressed are those that are raised in the Fraser Institute kind of headline findings. You know, i.e. non-technical issues, non-reserve, non-resource specific challenges, but rather challenges around security of power, policy, etc.
Sure, James, and it was James when she was speaking there. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, James. You have identified a number of factors which need to change. Some of those are non-resource, and some of them are non-reserve. And the ones you mentioned are good examples. And yeah, many of them are structural. But I do think that there is particularly on the gold side, I do think that there's an element of I think there's an overemphasis on gold being a sunset industry. Everything is getting deeper, and we are in an inevitable phase of the industry, and I think that we run the risk there of taking our eye off those things which we can control at a slightly higher level than just at a production environment, but things which we can do in terms of electricity, things which we can do in terms of new technology, things that we can do in terms of productivity. I think there's probably a layer in the middle there before you get to the regulatory environment, that sort of thing, where we can still make a difference.
Thanks again, Stuart. Thanks, James, for your question.
Great, thanks everybody.
Cool, Stuart. I think you're off the hook. So.
Yeah. So as the talk title indicates, I'm just going to have a high-level look at the decline of South Africa's gold exploration sector first. And then in the second half of the talk, I'll look a little bit deeper into some of the opportunities for exploration in South Africa. A bit about the MSA group for those who don't know us. We were started in 1983. We're a holistic services, mining services company. And, you know, we were primarily started in South Africa. And a large amount of our work originated in South Africa and was dominated by gold exploration in the early days of the company. Since then, we've branched out quite a bit, and our services have diversified into, you know, just across the across the mining value chain. But one of our main focuses still today is around exploration. So exploration for gold is one of the things that we focus on, and in South Africa it has seen quite a decline. So if you were to speak to an investor about South Africa and gold in South Africa, often these investors investing in junior exploration companies and mining companies won't really have a good idea. So this is something you might have to approach them with why why a country is in the state it is in. And as a snapshot, South Africa historically was the largest gold producer, and we've seen plenty of talks this morning about our production, our resources, and our reserves. And in peak production, that's we accounted for almost 78% or 68%, depending on which sources you look at, of all gold mined in that year. And since it's steadily declined to just about 90 tons in 2020, and linked to that, the exploration budgets have also declined. And in 2020, there were exploration budgets of just 77.4 million. So there are some significant events in this timeline. South Africa's gold industry grew pretty rapidly in the space of about 120 years. There were some workings before gold was originally found at Pilgrim's Rest, and then some traces in Barberton. And really it was when the Wits gold fields were discovered that everything sort of grew pretty rapidly from there. And then after the peak production in the 1970s, there was a fairly steady decline. And then in 2002, the MPRD Act was introduced, and you'll see that this has quite a significant effect on exploration budgets in South Africa. So I think it's important just to have a view of the historic exploration, so you know where to look for potential. And originally, the Wits Basin was discovered near surface and mined near surface, and really as these workings got deeper and deeper, they needed to explore deeper and deeper. So drilling then played a key role in the development of that in the late 1880s. And linked to that was also the development of cyanide extraction of gold ore. So that really gave impetus to investors to drive exploration into South Africa and search for these deposits. A few years later, we had a breakthrough in exploration, and this came with mapping out the magnetic signatures within the Witwatersrand stratigraphy. And by doing this, we could really start to find additional areas that weren't outcropping, and those could then be developed. And you can see the work by Kratom led to the discovery of the gold fields in and around Carletonville. So that was pretty significant step in exploration, and this started to attract more and more focus on developing these gold fields. New techniques were now starting to be deployed, and with seismics, we could also map out the base of the granites in the Witwatersrand gold fields. And with that, we discovered the Welkom gold fields. So you can see that we were pretty smart in deploying exploration techniques in this country to find new resources, new ore bodies. And finally, in the late 1980s, with the development and the deployment of seismics, we were able to map out these really deep units without having to deploy drilling, which is quite an expensive technique. And this became useful also later on in finding near mine extensions with the deployment of 3D seismics. And you'll see that there's quite a strong focus on the Wits Basin, and I'll go into that in a bit. There was some gold exploration in the rest of South Africa, as I mentioned, gold was, originally noted in Pilgrim's Rest, and this really is noted in, in European scripture and writings, and there was occurrences before, but this is really what kicked it off, is that people suddenly understood that there were gold occurrences, and it drove people to Pilgrim's Rest, although it was fairly short-lived, and soon after that they started to move towards Barberton. But some modern exploration has happened. Rand Mine started, and it continued to be developed by Stonewall Resources. Now Beta Gold Mines wants to deploy an open pit in the Pilgrim's Rest area. And again, drilling was the major tool of use in the Barberton area, along with some other techniques. And then in the rest of South Africa, there are numerous occurrences, and I see that Jonathan following me is going to go into some of these. And several of these small lodes are still unmined, still just sitting around. They were explored by majors in the 1980s. And most of these, it's worth noting that most of these targets started out as superficial gold occurrences. So gold exploration in South Africa, it unlocked the resources of the country, and you can see I've just superimposed on the production diagram here the significant discoveries of the Wits Basin, and I'll go into why it was focused on so strongly in a bit. And you can see that with the discovery of the gold fields, more and more production, the amount that was produced increased, and with that, budgets for companies increased, and they could then deploy additional exploration. But most of this exploration was focused in the Wits Basin, and you can just see why from the total gold production, because it was such a significant resource, it was easier to explore for extensions to those mines rather than go into its greenfields opportunities elsewhere. Some other factors that might have affected it is that at the time, the government had a land zoning policy, which also encouraged, encouraged people to use the land for what it was zoned for. So this tended to mean that exploration would focus on the Wits Basin and not so much in other areas. Well, as production declined from 1970, there were several other factors that further caused decreases in exploration budgets. The OPEC oil embargo is one that caused a crash in commodity prices after the embargo was lifted. And as companies started to move to the West Wits goldfields and deeper mining, you had increasing production costs, along with a general fall in the price of gold between 1980 and 2000. And you had the emergence of some new African markets, which had the potential for gold there. That then saw the major mining companies who really held all the deposits within the Wits Basin start to shift some of their finances into other countries to avoid economic sanctions at the time. So as that was happening, you can see how it affected exploration budgets. Well, globally, South Africa actually tended to match global trends in exploration budgets. And in this graph below, you can see that traditionally, when exploration budgets were slightly higher for Australia and Canada, South Africa also saw increases in budgets. But really, this was killed off by two events. The MPRD Act really drove off the major mining companies, and they focused their exploration elsewhere and started to sell off their assets. And then in 2008, the financial crisis really killed off exploration budgets. And that drop in South Africa was most significant. And you can see thereafter, that blue line doesn't recover the way that Australia and Canada does. If you look at gold in South Africa today, this has already been discussed today quite extensively, so I won't linger here for long, but it's still quite significant. You know, it plays an important role in our economy. It employs a lot of people, not as many as it used to, but it's still quite an important commodity for our economy, and it's certainly something that could add to our economy in the future. Although illegal mining is a bit of a growing concern, and you know that could affect some brownfields exploration in the future. You know, but as a snapshot in general, gold exploration globally is quite strong at the moment. These are from the S&P Global Exploration Trends report for 2020, but in general for 2021, budgets are up. A lot of companies have cash and they're exploring again, and most of these budgets focus on gold. But as we discussed, a lot of it isn't in South Africa. So where is the potential? And if you think of South Africa in an exploration context, it's not a bad, you know, it's not a bad exploration destination. You know, it's a historic mining district. We've got good data, world-class expertise, you know, a track record of really good deposits, world-class deposits. It's got favorable infrastructure for exploration. You know, any explorationist who's worked out in West Africa and has had to drive multiple days to site, you know, along dirt roads, to tented camps with no electricity, can tell you that it really is favorable to be exploring in this country from an infrastructure point of view. And then secondly, you know, the exploration has been focused on those Wits Basin deposits. And that means that we likely neglected some medium or smaller size ore bodies. And then there are some opportunities for small scale operations, and junior explorers would certainly be enticed by exploring in South Africa if they're given a better opportunity to. So where could we look? Where could we try and uncover new gold deposits? Well, I think that a good idea would be to focus outside of the Witwatersrand. You know, within the basin, yes, the use of new exploration technologies and new techniques and technologies for extraction will make certain ore bodies mineable. Certainly, that's been spoken about this morning. I enjoyed Michelle's presentation. I think that it's worth revisiting some of the historical diggings and deposits, and then, you know, start to agglomerate all of the data, and start to look at exploration with a new set of eyes for the country. And the final one that I think that could certainly contribute is starting to look for new deposit types that weren't previously explored for. And I'll touch on that in a couple slides time. Obviously, I think that all of this should be backed by research and advancements. And if you have a look over at the Wits University, they've been doing some really good research into this field. Some of their research has gone into enhancing legacy seismic data to define, you know, potential new areas for mineralization. They've also started to include spatial data into their predictive models, and they can use these quite effectively. Their brownfields and on-mine developments have really been quite fantastic, and Musamanzi has really done some great work in this area. And you would have seen earlier from Michelle's presentation that this is quite a good ongoing research project. And finally, in the field of processing, certain reefs are going to become processable as techniques advance, as we use in situ processing techniques and that. So it will be worth revisiting some of the old deposits that have been left because they were previously uneconomic. As mentioned before, we do still have quite significant reserves, and there are plenty of opportunities on the Wits Basin. You know, it's still such a significant resource that it's not something that can be ignored. But really, we're going to require some changes in technology to extract it. What I'm more interested in is what other opportunities exist around South Africa. And as I mentioned, there's some deposit types that we haven't really explored for in depth in the past. One such example is exploring for the old African surface. You know, a lot of the Transvaal supergroup has been weathered away into various deposits. One needs only look north of our borders in Zimbabwe and Tanzania. They're starting to discover these types of deposits, these alluvial fan deposits with the old African surface. The mobile belts, they certainly can host gold mineralization. Certainly the Limpopo belt is worth having a look at further, you know, a little bit more in depth. The large structures associated with the Bushveld event, well, we know that Pilgrim's Rest is associated with that. And there are certainly other opportunities around the Bushveld complex that could be uncovered with additional exploration. And then really our undercover exploration techniques, especially in areas like the Karoo, need to get a lot better. And they really have. Our analytical techniques are ever improving, and as are our geophysical techniques. And this really makes, this could make exploration viable in these areas. And to supplement this, it would really require a shift to large data sets. There's quite a lot of data in and around the public, in and around CGS that isn't easily available or always available. As it was for major mining companies, they tend to have, you know, abundant data that's quite difficult to access, and if you can, it's not always in a format that's easy to utilize. Something else in this area that could be interesting is the way that it's been done in other areas, where they've used a crowd exploration model, where, you know, all of this data is made free, and explorationists can then start to deliver ideas for prospective areas. And MSA has seen some developments in this sector. Our partners, Cohen Analytics, they have the ability to process really large data sets from CDAL, which is you know, where all of the NI 43-101s are reported, and they're able to take reports with you know, with very little input required from the user, convert those into data, and you can see on the left image there the types of data that they're able to aggregate into their databases. They can run their analytics on it and start to generate gold targets from this, combined with, you know, areas which show potential for new exploration, unexplored areas. So this is a nice example of you know, where the exploration industry is starting to move to, and certainly the data exists for South Africa. And I think if you look at other historic mining districts, you can see that even though they have seen mining in the past, there is always opportunities for exploration. And you know, Africa certainly does have the potential to attract junior and major miners. But this exploration now tends to be undercover, and I think that's something that's a fundamental shift that we require in South Africa, is to become more comfortable with exploration undercover, with our deposits becoming far smaller and far deeper. And to supplement this, really what is required is that we need some policies in South Africa to encourage exploration. I really like the work by Regina Malloy along with John Bristow and Paul Miller, they've come up with, you know, some 7 steps really that could encourage exploration in South Africa. And fundamental to that, you know, is implementing a user-friendly cadastre system and changing some of the policies that that require companies to put in inordinate amounts of social and environmental obligations for really, you know, quite small operations. And all of these should go to ensuring the long-term stability of assets, but then also for projects, and try and entice explorers back into South Africa. And what could a potential future of exploration look like? Well, if we implement some of these policies and make exploration easier, explorers will return. There are always going to be opportunities in this country. We will need larger budgets to search deeper. You know, without exploration budgets for deep drilling and that sort of thing, you're never ever going to find deposits. Research could start to provide these techniques and technologies that we need for exploration, both greenfields and brownfields areas, and hopefully cheaper production costs will, with the changes in policies, will start to changes in policies and techniques. Sorry, will start to make previously unviable ores, you know, extractable. As I mentioned, we should revisit whole data sets and make the best use of them to delineate areas that were previously unexplored. And as we saw this morning in some of the talks, the demand for gold and other commodities certainly is going to increase in the next few years. And I think that South Africa will certainly need a new pipeline of projects to help meet the demand in the future. And that's my story. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tremaine.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for GSSA to inviting Pan-African Resources and Mines Operations specifically to give you a quick presentation on it. I think this presentation would have been a nice sort of follow-on from the previous one, looking at the Greenstone Belt hosted deposits in South Africa. So the title of this presentation is Barberton's, Fairview, Sheba, and New Consort Gold Mines, the never-ending geology. So maybe just a quick layout of the slides. I'll quickly just discuss the location of Barberton Mines. Barberton Mines is the current owner of Fairview, Sheba, and New Consort Mines. And then quickly have a brief discussion on the Barberton Greenstone Belt, which Jonathan was busy explaining when he cut out there. Then we'll look at some of the early exploration and operations in the Barberton Greenstone Belt, and try to understand how these deposits have formed and inform our current exploration models going forward. So then we go and look at where we are now as the group, and what do we see the future hold for. First of all, in location, Barberton Mines is located close to the town of Barberton in the Mpumalanga province of South Africa, about 47 to 50 kilometers southeast of the city of Mbombela, and very close to the South Africa-Eswatini border post, the Bolembo border post between the two countries. And as mentioned, it's located right on the Barberton Greenstone Belt. And a bit more specifically, it's located in this northwestern F3B actuation or refolding of that portion of the Greenstone Belt. And that is quite important to understand, and I'll refer to it as we go through the presentation. So Pan-African Resources is the operator of Barberton Mines, and the mining rights that we have is divided into 3 mining rights: the New Consort mining rights, Sheba mining rights, and the Fairview mining rights. And these, as I say, straddles the F3B actuation and also the Sheba fault, which separates the Ulundi syncline and the Eureka syncline. Now that we know relatively where Barberton Mines and the 3 operations are located, let's quickly have a look at the Barberton Greenstone Belt. So the Barberton Greenstone Belt is a classic granite greenstone terrain, documented in a lot of technical papers, academic reports as well. And I think all of us would have heard about Barberton Greenstone Belt somewhere in our studies or in our career. It's been dated between 3.1 and 3.6 billion years. making it one of the oldest preserved rock sequences in the world, and it's being studied internationally by various academic and technical geologists. The broadly based, the Barberton Greenstone Belt is grouped into 3 different groups, starting with the oldest one, the Onverwacht group, which is a classic ultramafic to mafic volcanosedimentary sequence containing famous outcrops such as the Komatiites and spinifex structures, very well preserved pillow lavas, and then obviously your olivine rich deposits right at the bottom, your Dunites and Hsbcites. This then transgresses upwards into the Fig Tree group, which is the middle group of the Barberton Greenstone Belt, and mainly consists by deep sea or deep basin sediments such as shales and these type of sediments. And the youngest sedimentary sequence or youngest sequence capping the Barberton Greenstone group or supergroup is the Moody's group, which is the youngest and coarse clastic terrestrial sediments. So basically river systems and so on that came in above the Fig Tree group. So upward younging sequence then, coarsening being the conglomerates at the bottom, coarsening, fining upwards into quartzites on top. Furthermore, around about 2018, 2019, UNESCO actually proclaimed the World Heritage Site based on the stratigraphic and lithological sequences on the southern portion of our mining rights, right into the Eswatini borderline. And this just further illustrates the worth and the wealth of Barberton Greenstone Belt, not just for mineralization in the form of gold and other commodities, but also just in the rich history of early continental evolution and evolution of life as well. So let's look at some of the early exploration and operations of this area. We've heard previously about the Witwatersrand, and let's look at some of the Greenstone Belt. So this dates back to 1882 when mainly exploration was led by a person called Mr. Edmund Bray. And in 1882, gold was discovered close to Jamestown in the Noord-Kaap River by James Murray. This was followed on in 1883, where Moody's estate was pronounced, and Auguste Robert, which was also called French Bob. He made use of dynamite and coke pans to mine some gold in the area in Moody's estate, and he made use of aerial cableways to actually transport the ore, and I'll show you some photos of that. In 1884, specifically 4 July 1884, the town of Barberton was declared in the place where it is now, the base of the hills where Rimas Creek actually enters the Dakar Valley, and the town was proclaimed by ceremoniously breaking a bottle of gin on the Barber Reef at that time. Then a year later, in 1885, the Golden Quarry was discovered. Golden Quarry is at our Hsbc operations, where they've mined about 13,000 ounces of gold, grading about 12 grams per ton. And then in 1888, the Edmund Bray adit was established, and that's the first photo you'll see on the right-hand side. And this adit we actually still use today to access the down dip operations of our Thomas ore body. So you can see on the sequence of images on the right how it progressed from where it first started, image number 1, to being in full sort of operation in image number 2, and then sort of modernized with some offices and a bit more of railways in image number 3. And image number 4 was taken earlier this year. I think another piece of information that's quite worthy of knowing is that the Hsbc Reef Gold Mining Company, who actually mined the Thomas ore body and the Golden Quarry ore body, was formed, and later the £1 shares was actually resold for up to 120 pounds per share, just showing the massive worth of these operations back in the late 1800s. So we quickly discussed Thomas. These are some images from about 1886 to 1890 of the Thomas mines. You can see the headgear on the left-hand side, basically powered by a 1-mule motor to take men and material down and also bring the ore up to surface. And on the right-hand side is just a bit of a regional view. You can see the headgear on the left-hand side, again with a mule powering the motors. And you've got the offices and all of the ancillary works supplying services to the mine. So Thomas is located on our Hsbc mining rights. So Hsbc, looking at it back in the 1800s, the first image is a gold escort from the production of January 1896. And today we sort of export our gold to Rand Refinery by air or by heavily armed vehicles. Those days they had ox carts or horse carts to actually transport for the gold to the town of Barberton where it's sold. The middle image shows you a broader sort of regional scale image of the Hsbc Valley in April 1895. And this is the area where our current ZK shaft is still in operation. The same area you can see in the middle of the big storeroom. This is very close to what they had on the right hand side, a hydropower station as well in the 1890s. So that time with no real electricity being around, they had to make do with what they had green electricity by using the Fever Creek's water flow to actually generate power to power the mills. Then at our Fairview mine, also in the 1890s, this top left-hand image is where the current edits are located in the top of the mines. Blue Rock mining. Then you've got the stamp battery here at the bottom for the Blue Rock. The middle image was called the Republic area, and this is where Fairview mine in the later years in the 1980s constructed the first biox retreatment plant or biox treatment plant. I'll discuss that a bit more later in the presentation. And then on the right-hand side, you can see right up in the mountains, again, everything worked by mule, donkey, sort of to power heavy machinery. Then the last one is the New Consort operation. This is a view, early 1900s establishment of the edit number one edit. And then you also see the massive stamp batteries that was in use in those days. So for ore transport, I mentioned earlier, we had aerial cableways in the day. If you specifically that area close to Barberton, you will know that the topography is quite extreme, and you can see in these photos, very mountainous. It's the nature reserve in the area is called the Makonjwa Mountain Estate, Mountain Reserve. So getting ore from your mine to a central processing facility was quite difficult to do it by cart or horse cart. And they developed the aerial cableway, which is similar to a ski lift. Basically, you hook on a bucket onto a cable, which is driven by pulleys, and you load the bucket up with ore, and that then gets tipped by the central milling facility, processing facility. The middle image shows a bit of a modernized pylons used to run the cables over. And our Fairview mine actually still makes use of the aerial cableway, where we transport about 13,000 tons of material from the Fairview mine to our biox. So a lot of ingenuity actually used in those days, and it's still one of the cheapest forms of transporting. If you look at some of the gold production they had in those days, Hsbc gold production for March 1896, if you remember back on one of of Hsbc, they actually transported the gold by horse cart in January. That was the January production. This is the March production for the same year. They produced this month just under 300 kilograms of gold, translating to 9,026 ounces, if you can read on the plot, by processing 3,000 tons of ore. So that translates directly to about a 90 grams per ton recovery that they got in those. These days, although grade has subsided and we mine more modern ways, and we expect a lot of dilution in the narrow vein type of mine, we do, however, intersect these very extreme high-grade phase shoots and veins, which I'll show you a bit. The image on the right-hand side was a discovery in 1912 of a copper work nugget. The nugget weighed 169 ounces, which translates to under 6 kilograms of gold. It's a very famous discovery, this nugget. So we can see from the previous images and just discussions that there's a rich history in the Barberton Greenstone Belt and operation. And as a matter of fact, it's been discovered, the gold deposits there has been discovered prior to that of the Witwatersrand. And just I think a year or two after the discovery of gold in Pilgrim's Rest region. So for the early 1880s and early 1900s, mainly exploration and operations was done on a small prospectus type of claim operation, very small scale, targeting the high grade things and really getting your buck from that. In 1933, though, New Consort Mine actually was renamed as Eastern Transvaal Consolidated Mines, or ETC for short. And about 4 years later, ETC then acquired also the Hsbc mine, sort of bringing together the Hsbc, Clutha, New Consort complex. In 1948, ETC became part of Anglo-Vaal, and Anglo-Vaal, we all know, also was in existence, Free State Goldfields, etc., etc. In 1955, Fairview Mines got consolidated under Federale Mynbou Company at that time, and in 1994, Federale Mynbou Company merged with Genco, and then which became Billiton in later years. In 1998, ETC then sort of acquired the rest of the Barberton mines, which is then the Fairview mine, which was remaining at that stage. And in 2003, ETC was sold off to a consortium, and this consortium was headed by Metamorphic at that time and the operations on the East Rand. And then during a process through 2007 to 2009, Pan-African Resources acquired all the shareholdings in Barberton mines. So the civil footprint and infrastructure, as we know, for Fairview New Consort Hsbc mine was established in 1998 when ETC acquired the Fairview mine, which was, as I mentioned, the last one to get to Barberton mines. And then also in the 1980s, Barberton mines at that stage developed, or actually was under Federale Mynbou, they put in or installed the first BIOX plant in the region, in the world. So let's look at the ore genesis and understanding where the ore comes from. As per the first slides of the previous presentation, the gold is hydrothermal in origin. It's the orogenic type of mineralization. And we do understand that it is transported and precipitated by hydrothermal fluid at a temperature calculated about 250 degrees Celsius and contained water, carbon dioxide, and methane. From what we can see in the veins, mineralization at depth between 5 kilometers to the surface, illustrating pressure of about 1.5 to 2 kilobar. And we do also understand that the source of gold relates to the dewatering or volatilization of the mafic and ultramafic rocks in the Onverbach group. This is due to heating and metamorphism at depths greater than 60 or 15 kilometers. Now, just to put into relation, Barberton Greenstone Belt produced approximately 12 million ounces of gold in its history of operation to today. And to form a deposit containing around about 10 million ounces, you need fluids equivalent to that hosted in the held in the Sydney Harbour in magnitude. So you can imagine the billions of liters of fluid that had to percolate through all of these lithologies and veins and structures to actually precipitate the gold deposits we know. Then, as I said, the F3B oxidation is very important. And the reason why it is that 85% of documented mineralization in the Barberton Greenstone and 78 or close to 50% of the actual production of gold comes in this oxidation, the 3B fold hinge oxidation. So we understand that the gold came in by hydrothermal fluids. So how does these hydrothermal fluids move? How do they get to the place where we explore for gold? So typically the hydrothermal fluids follow hydraulic gradients. And there's 3 ways that a hydraulic gradient is created. The first way is the natural buoyancy of fluid, where its density is less than the domestic lithologies, and it will tend to move up. The second way is by variation in mean rock stress. So fluids will move from a high mean rock stress to a low mean rock stress. And in a folding and a deformation environment, we understand that the fold limbs is high stress and there's a lot of shearing happening, whereas the fold hinges generally tend to form cavities and form fluids, and therefore the hinge fault then concentrates the mineralized fluids. The third way in which fluids move through is through variations in permeability and latency. So we understand that the fluids will follow into bedding planes and fractures, and these increases the permeability. The more they are, the more the permeability would be. The local scale fractures and bedding planes into regional structures and shear zones, and dilational jogs in these regional structures then becomes fluid sinks, and the fluids actually sort of sucked into these areas, and with a drop of pressure into these dilational jogs, you have a spontaneous mineralization or deposition of the minerals hosted in the fluid. And also during this process, veins and alteration halos form, and this forms sort of pathways for exploration models to really target. On the right-hand side, you can just see a couple of images, schematics of how this formed with the shearing on the fold limbs, basically pressurizing or pushing the fluid into the hinges, where you have these dilational jogs coming in and precipitating the fluid. So where are we now? Barberton Mines has been operational for over 130 years, uninterrupted. And just to have a quick view back in history, in 2000, the year 2000, Barberton Mines reported a mineral reserve of 400,000 ounces. Yet in 2020, Pan African reported a resource of 1.4 million ounces of gold. And this was established through systematic and modernized exploration techniques and a lot of management support in understanding the wealth of deposits still available in these greenstone belts. Pan African continues to explore and develop current and new properties using historic data and modern exploration. So due to the rich history of 130 years, a lot of data. Some of them is tangible and some of them is knowledge gained from operating this long in this area. And on the right-hand side, you can see us exploring with a triple tube PQ rig on top the Royal Sheba ore body. And then the lower right side image is a free gold hosting ore body that we explored and intersected May month last year. And this ore body runs, earlier we mentioned that Sheba back in 1896, a month where they mined an ore body of 100 grams per ton recovered. This ore body actually averaged 300 grams per ton. Even today still we intersect these type of ore bodies. We make use of the development and research into innovative exploration, mining, and metallurgical techniques to extract these deep, highly variable and refractory gold deposits to ensure a sustainable long life. So Barberton Mines in the 1800s, they mined on surface. Currently, we're mining about 1.5 to 1.7 kilometers surface. It is orogenic gold, and with this type of free gold expressions in the, we do understand that it's highly variable and very nugget. And then approximately 60% of our ore is refractory and is hosted in arsenopyrite. And that's where the BIOX plant comes in. So the BIOX plant contains 3 different bacterial types, each targeting different sulfide minerals, and aids in liberating the gold grains for cyanidation. Currently, the modeled life of Barberton operations is for 20 years. And earlier this year, in June this year, our mining rights will be extended for a further 30 years to 2050. So the slogan that we always make use of is that Barberton has always had a life of mine for 20 years over the last 130 years. And we do see that these ore bodies that we're currently exploring, such as the Royal Sheba ore body and at New Console, can extend this 30-year extension of our mining rights even further into the future. My last slide is just a quick schematic of the complexity of the systems that you deal with at Barberton mines, being orogenic gold, it all forms these elongated cigar-shaped ore bodies that we have to chase down dip. And through our innovative mining techniques, we sort of got to a point where we can mine these deep ore bodies, deep and narrow ore bodies at a profit. You can see on the upper levels, a lot of declines was used in just a mass of mining, whereas now we went to the cut and fill process and really driving the optimization of mining. We do utilize all of our targets and all of our data to generate further exploration targets, covering new and unknown ore bodies as we go into the future. I think that is what drives these orogenic deposits. It's not a single lode that you mine or a single vein. There's various veins, some of them parallel to each other, some of them cross-cutting each other, and they all have the possibility. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Hendrik, for a very informative talk. I always found that area very romantic, you know, the whole historical gold mine thing. And I do think more towns should be started by breaking a bottle of gin over the reef. Are there any questions for Hendrik? Also happy to share a glass of gin with you there.
Perfect.
Hendrik, this is
Are
Dave.
there any questions? Yeah, there we go.
Hendrik, this is Dave Young. Can you give us an idea of the percentage recovery of the refractory ore with the BIOX process?
100%. So maybe first of all, the recovery, we were not supposed to use the BIOX plant. Our recovery would have been in the region of about 50 to 65%. With the BIOX plant, we get on average per year a 93% recovery.
Okay, thank you very much.
My talk is surrounds the greenstone gold deposits and other small mining opportunities in South Africa, sort of emphasizing the unrealized potential left within these belts. Outside of the Witwatersrand Basin, the greenstone belts are the most significant host terrains of gold within South Africa. Historical mining and exploration efforts have outlined significant gold occurrences within the Barberton, Petersburg, Murchison, Ionic, and Craton greenstone belts, in addition to several anomalous small-scale gold deposits throughout South Africa. This presentation provides a brief overview of these greenstone-hosted auriferous terrains and deposits, addressing their geographical distribution, historical mining and exploration efforts. Some current mining and exploration operations targeting these types of deposits will also be touched upon. The presentation will also outline recent advances in the conceptual understanding of development of these types of deposits, their internal architecture, and structural lithological controls. Auriferous deposit types within South Africa, orogenic gold. Outside of the Witwatersrand Basin, South African gold deposits share many structural, mineralogical, and geochemical characteristics with the broad group of orogenic or lode gold or mesothermal gold deposits. These are typically found within accretionary settings of either convergent and or collisional belts and often delineate ancient suture zones. These tectonic domains exhibit abnormally high fluid pressures, permeabilities, and fluid flux that arise from preferential strain localization along regional to local scale anisotropic structures such as fault networks and shear zones during regional deformation. Orogenic gold deposits have a strong spatial association with first-order crustal scale fault systems. However, they are preferentially hosted adjacent to or along secondary and tertiary order fault networks within discrete structural or chemical trap sites. Here, structurally controlled fluid flow along brittle ductile shear zones often plays a central aspect. The examples you can see on your right would be the Barberton Greenstone Belt that has just been touched upon by Hendrik. Looking at first order crustal scale fault systems would be in this case would be the Saddleback and Yorker fault system, and moving on to secondary and tertiary order fault systems would be the above Barbara, Lily, and Sheba faults highlighted in blue, and then we're just zooming in to the Sheba Fairview mining district and seeing how tertiary order structures are all related to the primary ones. Here, hydrothermal fluid flow and vein systems are commonly developed in regions of localized dilatancy, including chemically favorable releasing bends or dilational jogs, fold hinges, which would create saddle reefs, extension fractures associated with folding, or contacts between rocks of markedly different rheology, frontal ramp duplex development, and accommodation structures. Zones of economic grade mineralization or ore shoots typically correspond to regions of increased structural permeabilities and fluid throughputs, areas of mechanical or chemical gold precipitation, commonly as a result of the destabilization of transporting gold complexes and the geometry and kinematics of the controlling structures. Just looking at the an example of the distribution of auriferous sulfide and gold within sort of one of these duplex structures. This is an example from Barberton Greenstone Belt, which the shallow components of the Hope Reef in the Barberton Greenstone Belt. Taking one of these low-strained lithons, we can see with the two CT images the distribution of auriferous sulfides in yellow on the right and native gold grains in the bottom image. Looking at auriferous, or the distribution of auriferous greenstone belts within South Africa, this would be the Barberton Greenstone Belt. It's produced over 350 tons of gold. The Murchison Greenstone Belt, which has produced over 32 tons of gold. Ionic Greenstone Belt, which has produced over 10 tons of gold. And the Petersberg Greenstone Belt, which to date has produced on paper over 1 ton of gold. This is very unreliable production data. And then we're going to be looking at the Craton and median greenstone belts within the western central portions of the Kapwa Kratom. The Barberton Greenstone Belt is a volcano sedimentary sequence consisting of the Moody's, Fig Tree, and Onverwacht groups within the Sheba Fairview mining district. All bodies exhibit variable geometries, orientations, host lithologies, wall rock alterations, kinematics, and timing, which can be correlated to the multi-stage introduction of auriferous fluids during the late accretionary evolution of the Barberton Greenstone belts, specifically D3 shortening. Auriferous shear faults or shear zones are limited to the northern portions of the belt, or northern portions, or the northern area above the Saddleback and Yorker fault system. These include the Sheba fault zone, Lily fault zone, Barbrook fault zone, Moody's fault, and the Saddleback fault. Looking at the auriferous ore bodies within the Sheba Fairview mining district, examples of shallow dipping auriferous ore bodies would include components of the Hope Reef complex within Fairview mine and the Swartkopje anticline within Sheba mine. These correspond to well-developed, optimally orientated, brittle, ductile thrust or fault zones that formed as accommodation structures in response to F3 folding of the Ulindi syncline during this northwest-southeast directed shortening. Here, high-grade linear ore shoots correspond to the frontal ramp duplexing and branching of the central shear, brecciation and silicification of enveloped lithons and the adjacent wall rock. Examples of steeply to moderately plunging auriferous ore bodies include components of the main reef complex. Within Fairview mine, these correspond to the clockwise rotation of misorientated brittle ductile a brittle ductile thrust or fault zone during flexural slip in response to the F3B reef folding or arcuation of the Ulindi and Eureka synclines. Here, high-grade ore shoots correspond to preferentially sulfidized graphitic shale lenses, which you can see quite clearly in the bottom image. The Murchison Greenstone Belt is located to the north of Barberton Greenstone Belt. This volcano sedimentary greenstone belt is situated along the Murchison-Tubba-Zimbi lineament. Here, prominent antimony and gold mineralization is confined to a structural corridor termed the antimony line or antimony line shear zone, which is a structural analog to the Lintaba and La France shear zones to the north and south, respectively. It's a steeply north-dipping, laterally variable brittle ductile shear zone corridor, which dominates the central parts of the belt. Here, shear zone hosted antimony and gold mineralization is confined to the quartz carbonate and carbonate schist units of the Weigel Formation. These are laterally discontinuous, moderately to steeply plunging antimony and gold ore bodies. Most prominent are the alpha gravelite ore bodies, Beta, Athens, and the Free State Monarch ore bodies. Their distribution can be seen in the top image. These ore bodies have a spatial association with steeply plunging isoclinal folds, boudon necks, and contacts of markedly different or contrasting rheology. The Gioni Belt, or Gioni Greenstone Belt, just north of the Murchison Greenstone Belt, can be subdivided into two domains: the northwest domain, dominated by ultramafic schists intercalated with minor mafic and metasedimentary units, and the southeastern domain, dominated by mafic schists intercalated with minor metasedimentary units. Here, auriferous mineralization is structurally controlled and closely associated with the Haute River shear zone, and smaller associated shear zones confined to the northwest domain. Mineralization within the Gioni Greenstone Belt can be observed within the images to your right. Here, auriferous ore bodies are predominantly situated along bedding or foliation concordant shear zones, schistose packages, and often consist of subparallel arrays of laterally discontinuous veins and sulfide stringers comparable to fault-fill or shear veining, which is quite well documented in Robin Paulson 2001. These ore bodies have a spatial association with chemically reactive banded iron formation or iron-rich mafic units along lithological contacts of contrasting rheologies. If you remember back to varsity days, you will pick up that banded iron formations and iron-rich units act as a reactive front to destabilize transporting gold complexes in hydrothermal fluids. The Petersburg Greenstone Belt, located just to the west of the Gioni Greenstone Belt, consists of a volcano-sedimentary greenstone sequence dominated by felsic, mafic, and ultramafic volcanic and volcano-sedimentary schists of the Petersberg group, and has been dissected by the auriferous Hollandsdrift and Sneemannsdrift shear zones in the Rhodium region, and the Milan and Clark and several unnamed shear zones in the Eersling region. Fun little side fact: the first lode gold deposit discovered in South Africa, discovered in the Transvaal, was in 1971, and this was in the Eersling goldfield, which you can see in the top image. Here, laterally continuous and moderately to steeply plunging ore bodies are localized within sheared and brecciated contacts between the central and fibrillite schist package, which you can see in the center part of the top image, with the Pinar and Doreen sequences of the Eersling formation, and shears that transect the central and fibrillite schist package over here. Mineralization, or auriferous mineralization, here also has a strong spatial association with chemically reactive iron-rich schists, such as the Doreen deposit down here in the south, and the Gurley reefs up in the northern portions of the belt. Moving on to the Craton Greenstone Belt in the western central portions of the Kapwa Kratom. Here, the Craton Greenstone Belt is dominated by mafic volcanic rocks of interlayer and the interlayered metasedimentary units, including buffs, jasperlites, and ferruginous cherts. Here, brittle ductile shears transect chemically reactive buff units and ferruginous cherts, which is a very effective chemical trap site. This results in strata-bound auriferous sulfide mineralization. And here, all the auriferous ore body geometries are governed by moderately to steeply dipping mesoscale isoclinal folds, which can be quite well, or can be observed in this top image, which is of the Coal Gold deposits. Moving away from greenstone belts and looking at other opportunities would be the Eastern Transvaal. Company operating there now will be Theta Gold Mines, which has been touched upon in, I think, 2 talks ago. Here, mineralization is confined to the Mulmani subgroup, which consists of carbonates or dolomites. Here you get effectively 2 types of ore bodies or reefs within the area. Shallow reefs are governed by quartz carbonate and quartz veining associated with sulfide and gold mineralization. And this is centered along bedding parallel thrust that propagates along carbonaceous shale and carbonate contacts. They exhibit geometries of brittle reedle arrays. And these steep reefs consist of sporadic quartz carbonate and sulfide gold mineralization that trend parallel to the white Umfolozi dike swarm. But these are confined to the Archean basement and overlying sedimentary rocks. Thank you very much. That's my talk. Any questions?
Great, thanks so much, Jonathan. Are there any questions for Jonathan? Round 2.
Yeah, hi Nadine, I've got one. James and share.
Go ahead, James.
Cool. Hi, John. Yeah, great presentation. Good historical overview and piecing it all together. Thanks for that. Maybe just a question for the other gold speakers today. I'm up in Potgietersrus, and so obviously I'm a little bit familiar with that western edge of the Petersburg Greenstone Belt. And on your one image there was a little insert, the Amatava goldfield. Now, according to some of the narratives that I've read, that was actually discovered even before Eersteling. Yeah, if you go back to the image before this one, yeah, just there.
Right there.
Yeah, right up the top there. I think it was called the Potberg gold mine, or it was also known as the Mount Roberts. I think the Mount Roberts goldfield, and apparently that was, I think, it was very shortly after Potgietersrus was established. There was Scottish prospectors up the top there, and there's actually, from what I've seen, it doesn't look like it's shear zone hosted. It actually looks like it's a primary sedimentary, almost Wits bearing of resembling type Bankit package, but vertically inclined. I'm not sure if you know anything about that, or perhaps any of the other gold speakers, because it's quite a unique one. Like I say, it's part of the Greenstone Belt, but it doesn't look like it's orogenically derived. It looks like it's primary sedimentary.
Thanks, James. I didn't actually know that at all, so I'll look into that. But yeah, that is very interesting.
Yeah, I'll try. I think I've got a photo. I'll try swing it through to you, but it's got very, very poorly sorted and immature sort of clastic components. So it's got granite fragments and quartz fragments, biff clasts in there, and it looks just like the Wits, except it's got a huge compositional variety of clasts, and it's vertically dipping. But it's, as far as I know, it's not orogenically anything to do with shears or faulting.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, please. Maybe if you could send that photo to me, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, 100%. I'll send you a pin as well, and you can see, I think Falconbridge resampled it in the 1970s, and you can see some of the sampling trenches on Google Earth.
Okay, fantastic.
Nolene, a comment from me if I can.
Please go ahead.
No, the outcrop that James is referring to, although Stefan Karlskop was on the call, may well know it, but let's not forget that there is gold mineralization associated with the pebble conglomerates in the 8 Cake Formation, which structurally conformally overlie the metavolcanic rocks of the Petersburg Belt. So whether this is an extension of that particular unit or something totally different, I don't know, but it's not unusual for there to be sedimentary hosted gold mineralization in the Petersburg Belt. It's just a very low grade.
I think I can back you up on that one. I think Sagar and one or two others of his co-workers published on that in the 80s or earlier. I think you'll have to look up the literature because they debate whether it's equivalent to the Wits or not. And I think that might answer your questions. But what I wanted to comment on was the fact that in the Kraton Greenstone Belt, where I've spent many, many hours walking up and down and mapping there, you've got one massive deposit, the Kalahari Green, you've got the Kalgold deposit, which has produced a few tons of gold and has still got significant resources. And yet the rest of the Greenstone Belt doesn't have any significant gold, at least not that I'm aware of. I think there's one small deposit in the Stellar sector called Rhodium or something like that. But that's very, very small. And normally gold deposits have a fractal relationship. And I'm just wondering why there isn't apparently other medium-sized deposits in that greenstone belt, and does it leave potential for finding more, but with no surface expression?
If I can comment on that, there are other sort of, if you want to term medium scale deposits that are sort of being built up at the moment. The one is in the Goldridge area, and there's another small deposit or small occurrence in the Amelia sector, there where Blue Dot is. But a lot of the Kraton greenstone belts is sort of hampered by the superficial covering of the Kalahari sands.
Yes.
Which does hamper sort of surface mapping and sort of surface expression. A lot of the companies now are doing sort of aeromag to try and sort of denote any shear zones that are cross-cutting these iron-rich units, hoping that that's going to be sort of the chemical front, and then they'll be able to sort of pick up gold anomalies that way. Yeah.
Thanks. I think that's that is a logical way. I mean, when I was there, I know Westrand Consolidated, Harmony were busy doing RC drilling through the Kalahari cover in one or two places, and well, like I say, I was there quite a few years. It was a long time ago, and they hadn't had much success then. But it's nice to hear of that. And of course, I'm aware of Amalia, and I think there's still a bit of small scale potential in that area, given the right economic environment.
Yes.
Thanks, Stefan. That brings back very many memories of Westrand Cons and Cal Gold. Are there any other questions or comments for Jonathan? And our next speaker today is Andy Brown from Sibanye-Stillwater.
Thank you kindly for that. And again, thank you for the opportunity. But just listening to Jonathan's discussion now, I'll apologize preemptively for these learned colleagues of the Geological Society. Those of you that know me, I normally have this little quirk in the front end. But what I'm going to talk about is not sedimentary or igneous. It has no structures, it has no potholes. So I'm not too sure what type of excitement is going to trigger amongst our geological colleagues. So people like Dion and Dennis, forgive me in that regard. But I hope it does bring some degree of interest across to the platform. And with permission, let's get underway. So through some guidance, we titled this Pgm tailings from permitting to mining. There was a consideration to incorporate gold as well into the process. But my particular area of responsibility, not necessarily interest, but responsibility is our Pgm segment in Southern Africa for Sibanye-Stillwater. But I've added a bit of a quirk to it, and that's more around the responsible approach to doing as such. Nalini, if you don't mind just telling me that you can see my slides as we move through.
I can see them moving.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's the typical stuff. Those of you that want to read it, I'm sure that we'll share these presentations later on. But for most of us that have been in the industry for a while, and I can reflect on the couple of decades that we've shared this common industry and common interest. Whenever one talks about tailings, it conjures up a bit of a legacy issue. And I've kind of wanted to start with the front end of this discussion with creating or rather listing stakeholders' perceptions. But there's some little pretty pictures on the slide that show what type of landscape distortion tailings have created historically. The natural waste residues from mining activities that are associated with that. Environmental hazards. Those of us that have emanated from the Free State or from the far West Rand can certainly account for the types of environmental discomforts and hazards that we had to endure on occasion. Obviously, the radioactive materials from the gold properties, heavy metals depositions, and then more importantly, these liabilities that have been informed by legacy mining. I kind of grew up in the Free State gold mines, and then spent the latter part of my career in the East Rand and West Rand gold mines. So I'm particularly or acutely aware of these tailings facilities that were placed on surface that had been established at that point in time, 60, 70 years predating that period. Now some of those tailings facilities have been in existence over that same footprint for well over 100 years in many instances. Again, one can attest to what we're seeing happening now. As you travel around the Joburg suburbs or the Joburg motorways, you can see the remining of those gold dumps. It's not as vividly apparent when you come to our PGM properties because we're less urbanized, and where our tailings facilities are sited and where we reprocess them, there's less of a population to consider. However, we do still have to deal with the same environmental challenges that typically one would experience with tailings. But I think it's important to recognize the fact that we've taken a new position in terms of managing these facilities. And that's why with the buts there. So obviously these liabilities typically are informed by stakeholder perceptions historically, and it's informed by legacy. And when I refer to legacy, I refer to probably ill management or mismanagement or poor management of these tailings facilities. But as a responsible precious metals company with assets in our Western Limb, we do own assets across a wider spectrum, and I'll demonstrate that shortly. But as a responsible company with these assets in the Western Limb, we believe that now, in the present tense, we consider the commercial interests from these facilities, and we regard them as an asset rather than a liability. And I'll just let that sink in for a moment, if I may. Nolene, just for clarity, we'll take questions at the end of the session. Am I right?
We can, or you can ask people to interfere while you're talking if you like.
I would prefer more of an interactive environment. It saves having to bounce between slides. So yeah, I'm quite comfortable with people prompting and interacting if need be, so that I don't have to get to the end and come back to the start end of it. So thank you, Nolene.
Sure.
All right. So yeah, as I say, we've now considered these assets. I'll elaborate a little more than that. Predating obviously the economic viability of these assets, one sat with the use liability. Besides the environmental liability, you obviously sat with the rehabilitation liabilities as well. But if we consider that within our PGM segment, we have enough processing capacity for the retreatment of these tailings facilities. We are capable of processing all of these dormant tailing TSFs with recoveries that are at least 15%, and some of our recovery processes are up to 30%. So I think, and that's with current technology that is. These three facilities are typically what we refer to as a BTT. That would sound familiar to Dennis. The Plat Mile, which we have, sorry, the BTT is what we have in our Marikana property, the ex-Lonman, old Lonman property. We then have the Plat Mile concentrator that treats current horizons plus retreated tailings. And then we have the Western Limb tailings retreatment facility. And between these units, they process in excess of 15 million tons per annum. There's a very strong possibility we're going to push it up to probably close to 20 million tons per annum. That being said, that's through current mining technology or mining or processing technology. That's also informed by the fact that we haven't quantified all of our other tailings facilities just yet. But just in the picture, what I wanted to draw your attention to there is that our surface sources, and here I'm referring to tailings facilities that are declared in our mineral resource and reserves, as at the end of last year, December 2020, reflect attributable mineral reserves from a volume point of view, at least 19% of, and from an ounce point of view, at least 7% of our mineral reserves are made up from these surface sources. As I mentioned, with valuation projects currently underway, that would probably see us enabling us to quantify probably about 200 million tons of resource potentially into reserve. So one has to recognize the fact that that is, in our mind, quite a profound component of the business going forward. In terms of quantifying the mineral resource and reserves, what we have done over the last 3 or 4 years and continue to do now is enhanced diligence in our exploratory drilling and sampling of these facilities. There were some historic exploratory exercises carried out between 10 and 16 years ago on our Rustenburg properties. But in order to fully understand them and fully evaluate them, we've carried out additional exploratory work over these properties. We have also spent an inordinate amount of time understanding the historic source of the material that's deposited onto these TSFs. In many respects, we have Merensky-only tailings, which is associated with, at that point in time, the primary output from the Merensky ore body, and those specific shafts that only mine Merensky. Or alternatively just UG2. So we'll have all of our shallower operations that are only mining UG2 down to about 400 or 500 meters below surface. So naturally those TSFs are used for the UG2, from the UG2 concentrators. And then there are on occasion a blend of the Merensky and the UG2. In terms of site characteristics, naturally geology, geochemistry, hydrogeological components, and then also the geotechnical aspects of these tailings facilities have attracted a fair amount of attention more recently. We've also got to a point where we have dynamic tailings or live tailings facilities that we are remining concurrently. So one can appreciate that across the spectrum you do get a variety of deposition quadrants that are required to be assessed continuously. And obviously then the other point is our processing fundamentals of the plants. And in this regard, we have plants that that are capable of recovering through the primary and the secondary milling processes at least 82 to 86%. And obviously naturally that would then be deposited onto the tailings facility. However, we have now inline additional processing facilities that go and extract another 3 or 4% out of that before it ends up on the TSF. That's what we have currently. Historically, the processing facilities back in the Rustenburg complex would have achieved, and I think those were probably about 56 years ago, where those processing facilities would have been happy if they achieved 70% in the day. So naturally, we are realizing in situ grades on these TSFs in the order of a gram a ton, 4E that is, and for us that makes good business sense. We are capable, all things considered with economics, to process facilities that are, or rather TSFs that have in situ grades of around about 0.8 and 0.84 grams per ton. And then we're still realizing, like I was indicated above there, between 15 and 30% recoveries out of these plants. What's also quite apparent, and again, I imagine most of the team or the colleagues on this call are familiar with PGMs, but we have host metals, associated metals with our PGMs. So I'm more specifically referring to chrome. Chrome that presents itself quite vividly in our UG2 tailings is something that's enjoyed a fair amount of interest more recently, specifically with the price runs the way it's gone. And there's a fair amount of investment in technology to consider how we can extract those chromes with far better, far greater efficiencies from our existing TSFs. So there are projects that are specifically focused just on chrome, not on the platinum, palladium, rhodium, and gold. Just from a contextual point of view, for those of you that may not be familiar with our property, over the last 5 and a bit years, we've acquired the Aquarius property, the Rustenburg platinum mines, and the Lonmin mines. Aquarius, we acquired in totality. We're the managing agents for Aquarius, although we have a relationship or attributable relationship with Anglo Platinum in that regard. The Rustenburg platinum mines we acquired in totality 100% of. However, that metal is treated obviously through the Anglo facility. Lonmin, on the other hand, which we picked up in June 2019, is the full mine to market facility. So we own everything in what we now refer to as Marikana in totality. The property stretching from the east, which is to the right of your slide, is principally UG2 mines. We have tailings facilities adjacent to Safi that we are currently mining through our BTT operation. We have life of mine on the eastern side of the complex, well in excess of 18 to 19 years. Obviously, with projects in place or under study right now that will allow us to expand or extend that life of mine beyond a 20-year profile. To the center of the slide, that is predominantly the what we refer to as our Marikana complex, which is our Roland shaft, our Caree shaft, our 4B shaft. And those of you that have followed our organization, hopefully with keen interest, will note that we've commissioned the K4 project this year. And we're quite excited about bringing that project into fruition over the course of the next 3 to 4 years. But in essence, all of those facilities, because of the historic life of mine, which I think is almost close on 40 years, plus with projected 20-year life of mine going forward, one can respect the fact that we have a number of tailings facilities over that property. We have assessed all of them now during the course of the last 2 years. We are quite confident from a valuation point of view that we could consider bringing several of them into resource as well. Moving across to the Rustenburg complex, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tailings facilities, 2 of them dormant and the other 3 active facilities. And again, the dormant facilities is what we've been remining over the last 7 years. And again, what's quite unique with those facilities is that and those facilities sit over here. Those facilities are adjacent to our UG2 and our retrofit concentrator. So we literally hydromine the stuff, put it into pump and pump it to the plant. So there's efficiency components that are associated with that plant as well. Unfortunately, the plants that like our Western tailings retreatment and so on, we have to truck material to. So there's a slightly more complex transport arrangement in terms of processing that material there. And then we've got the Kroondal property, which has been around also for about 16 years, 15 to 16 years. It's a shallow ore body, UG2 ore body naturally, and there are tailings facilities over that property which are currently under assessment as well. And as I mentioned, obviously there's interest in chrome and there's interest in the PGMs that inform those TSFs. But what I really wanted to bring home on this particular slide is the vast area of responsibility that we have. And naturally, we consider our stakeholder relationships a fundamental part of our vision. This property stretches in the order of about 60 kilometers along the strike, and probably about 11 or 12 kilometers in the northwest and the north-south direction. So naturally, we have a host of communities across this footprint, not a single community, but numerous communities with various expectations and aspirations as well. And naturally, with the TSFs being surface sources, the impact that it has on our communities and other stakeholders, respectively, is quite profound. Reflecting more on the softer side of TSFs and I've specifically put ESG in here now. We regard ESG not as another active cost component, but we regard ESG as a fundamental business imperative aspect for Sibanye-Stillwater. So in our environment, it's one of our primary KPIs, specifically from an environmental and a social point of view. From an environmental point of view, we have embarked on responsible management of our biodiversity and our environment. In the Rustenburg area and more predominantly in the Marikana area to the east of our property, the surface topography is such that we have natural river courses and water tables that we have to consider. So obviously managing that is a task that does set us apart from the rest of the industry. The other point, and that is why I raised the aspect of communities, is our social impact with the communities that are influenced or affected or alternatively benefited from our mining in our area. And in that regard, we see the communities fulfilling a component of the success of our business as well. So where it either comes to securing or constructing access to those facilities, we do engage with our communities quite extensively. In line with that, we've seen a marked benefit from systematic and concurrent rehabilitation. Over the last 3 years, we've set about a significant footprint reduction over the property. This extends from redundant offices and buildings to shafts and shaft infrastructure that we've closed down that historically were on care and maintenance, to roadways and other aspects that are basically just an eyesore on the footprint of our property. So what we've set about is with the remining of these TSFs, and Klipfontein is a good example where it's enabled us to mine this TSF. We've realized significant returns because of that, and it's reduced our rehabilitation liability firstly, so we can tick that one off. But what it's also enabled us to do is concurrently rehabilitate the property as we've been mining it, so that we don't end up in this foreclosure liability component where we have to account for it or create capacity for that. The other one that we've realized, and more impartially, is addressing historical legacies, where dare I say, those old gold mines out in the Far East Rand and even in the Boksburg area and the Springs area have historically exploited those surface areas and basically left us with I believe serious environmental challenges to deal with. The money that was used to exploit those operations then is not available anymore. It's been invested in, imagine, a lot of other things with the exception of South Africa, and the context is such that's now become a serious liability. With the exception of a company that we have an interest in, DRD, that are making a significant business, successful business out of that, we believe that we can do the same with our PGM TSF resources as well. And then, as I mentioned, with this consistent rehabilitation and reduction of our TSFs, there's a stakeholder engagement as well that does benefit from it. Admittedly, though, when we restore the land to its natural state prior to us utilizing the facility, albeit 60 or 70 years ago, there's a new challenge that one has to deal with now, and that's the indictment or the evolution of informal settlements. But that being said, I think we set about managing it quite amicably. I suppose anything can happen in due course, but without the regulatory compliance, and I specifically referred to the DMR's office there and the Department of Water and Sanitation, we've realized that there are significant disruptions or delays in terms of fulfilling our plans and meeting our plans, and quite remarkably so. And this is what dawned on us pre-2010, 2011. The thoughts of remining these TSFs in many respects wasn't even on the agenda of whoever the management of those properties were at that point in time. So what we're realizing now is that when we want to set about the business plan, improving it up and start commissioning a mining plan, we realize that there's no particular MineWorks program for it. So we've just fresh off the press, it's taken us just on 11 months to get an approval on one facility through Section 102 application through the regional office of the DMR. So admittedly, we underestimated that. We had thought that the with the expectation that the relationship from the DMR's office would allow us to expedite those programs. But again, that's a lesson learned in life. We've now had to consider that projects like this don't come on stream in months from the time that you set about evaluating them and proving them viable. They can take up to a year, if not longer, and that with a lot of energy and pressure. The other one, obviously, is the EMPRs. Now, the EMPRs, that's a particular function that reports into my technical domain for our Pgm segment. Again, we realized how specific the water usage licenses were, for example, over segments of our property. And one that comes to mind is a particular tailings facility that has return water dams adjacent to them, where the license for that particular dam only allows a discharge of water from the processing plant, from the concentrator. Doesn't allow for any other discharge. So again, there's a process of having to engage with or first of all, understand all of these licenses that we have, understand the constraints or the definitions of those licenses, and then set about amending those licenses. Admittedly, there, I think we've got a better relationship with the relevant stakeholders and departments. So it allows us to progress that work with a greater degree of confidence. But again, that has set about causing some challenges in terms of our expectation of processing these facilities. And then naturally, so the deposition of the reprocessed materials. So typically, because you do have a license over the footprint of the dam that you are processing, or TSF that you're reprocessing, you can't simultaneously redeposit materials back onto that dam. So we've now considered, again, other alternatives, and from an ergonomic point of view and from an ecological point of view, we've embarked on opportunities to see what else we can do with those tailings. And I'd like to invite anybody that is interested and does want to reflect on it. We've got a fairly nice component on our website. I put the link to it at the bottom over there. And it does make for some interesting reading across the property, across gold and across our PGM space. All right, so at the end of the day, we can always be good neighbors and we can be responsible miners. But if there's no benefit to the organization from a business perspective, then one does obviously have to reconsider the options. Now, admittedly, we've had to set about proving the economic viability of all of these projects that we have. If we could quite comfortably at the current price decks declare well over 200 million tons of material from a resource and potentially a reserve point of view, if the prices were going to hold. We are fortunate in this regard where the 4E basket price at the moment allows us to do that. but very quickly and very suddenly, things can change. And these are facilities that we actually are mining and plan to mine over decades, not just over a short period of time. The other aspect as well is when you set about mining this a TSF or a suite of TSFs, you have to start and you have to end. You have to close it out. There's no point in stopping halfway, because the consequence of that is that you have then impacted your rehabilitation liability provisions, and you've actually created more of a problem than a solution. The way that we view it as Sibanye-Stillwater, it must supplement the business rationale, so it must complement it. It mustn't be symbiotic. As an organization, these facilities have got to wash their own face. They've got to recover their own costs, and there's a particular contribution that we expect from these facilities. So that's what we mean by supplementing the business rationale. And again, we've seen it far too often, and we've actually just seen it very recently again on one of our properties. We have to be cautious in terms of how we evaluate these properties, and I've used the word scientific evaluation there, because on one of the facilities we've actually gone and re-drilled it to prove up first of all the content and the grades, but then also the recoveries that were forecast in these plants that were principally overstated, forecasted from these TSFs through the plants that were just generally overstated with a huge amount of enthusiasm and excitement. And unfortunately, the valuations were done on those optimistic views or recoveries. The consequence of that is that we had to go and rebase those projects. And again, I will say that with our business context and the way that we evaluate these properties, and again with the benefit of the pricing where it is, we were able to sustain and maintain the mining of those TSFs. At the end of the day, we have the view that it has to be value accretive. We're not going to mine it for the sake of putting another ounce on the table at an expense. So it has to generate returns that offset the rehabilitation at least. I'm not at liberty to divulge the amount of the contributions that we do get from these TSFs, but we do have our annual results coming up soon, or sorry, mid-year results coming up soon, and I think some of the messages will be quite clear from there, the type of returns we do generate from these TSFs. We see it as a business on its own. The other advantage is that we are able to carry out concurrent rehabilitation rather than waiting for end of life of mine, when particularly where potentially all of your assets have already reached end of life of mine state. You've got high unit costs because the productivity is down, and all of a sudden you set with these rehabilitation liabilities as well that you've had to carry in a provision for a number of years. So the concurrent rehabilitation, and again, one has to find a particular model of how you evaluate it suitably, but we do regard the concurrent rehabilitation that we cost into that particular TSF as a significant advantage to us as a business. The reduction of liabilities. We've also realized that with these TSFs, we are able to extend the life of mine productivity. And what I mean by that is that, and I'll use a plant as a concentrator as an example, a particular concentrator from a fresh ore source point of view, we would probably have dialed it off in a year when the throughput couldn't sustain the unit cost for that particular plant. But now we can put fresh ore sources and surface materials through that plant. And we're able to sustain that plant now for another X number of years, whether it's 5 years, in some cases even 10 years, and still sustain and maintain that low unit cost from a tonnage point of view. We do regard these as low cost operations. Principally, it's a hydro mining environment, surface mining environment. It's either piped or trucked to the respective concentrator that in fact are operating exceptionally efficiently and is processed through there. We have sustainable efficiencies. We have very good track records, both from the Rustenburg property and our Marikana property, that have demonstrated how efficient these three throughputs are. And then obviously, I did mention earlier on about a plant that we were able to keep alive, but infrastructure optimization as well. the minute something goes into care and maintenance, or you decide to shelf it and sell it off or break it down, there's a cost component associated with it. Whereas if we can put some more volume through that plant at the efficiencies that are recognized for another year or 2 or 3, it certainly does benefit us. So what's next? Again, this is available off our website. But we believe that we're custodians of our surface assets. In fact, we take our surface assets with a high degree of responsibility. So there's a very well-defined tailings management plan that's been constructed. It does align with the global management standards. Just very recently, we've set about appointing engineers on record. It's such a point of interest where we regard the engineers, we were appointed rather as engineers as vice presidents over the gold and the PGM space to make sure that we manage our facilities in a responsible manner. But just using that pie chart, if I may, at the top, the first point of the tailings management process is creating that knowledge base. The knowledge base does inform all the technical aspects that I've been referring to early on in the discussion. Having that meaningful engagement with the stakeholders. The stakeholders are not just necessarily the communities, but everybody, specifically in our Rustenburg communities as well. Is then obviously the first of all, the responsible design, construction, and operation and monitoring of these TSFs. And the reason I've put this chart up here is because we have incorporated the mining of those TSFs into this as well. The proactive management and governance is informed by a physical plan. So the same way we would typically plan an underground environment, a stope and a development end, we actually plan these TSFs as well from a volume point of view, mining, spatial point of view, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Moving on to the next component of is innovation and technology. Again, we see significant opportunities here with the technology available and what's still to be developed. So we are looking at real-time monitoring with satellite technology over our TSFs. That's not just from a potential failure point of view or a stability point of view, but we can actually track the mining face, if I may put it that way, as well, and that helps us in a dynamic space or in a live space. We are considering alternative deposition options underground. Now, again, there are a host of environmental constraints that one has to understand there, first of all. And we even have redundant open cast pits that we've been investigating to deposit these tailings into the reworked tailings. We have engaged in a process now to understand improving our mining technology through remote hydro mining. If there are people on the tailings facility, and those of you that are familiar with the Western Bushveld or the Rustenburg area, it's prone to some severe storms during the summer seasons. And the minute those storms are materialized, we have to remove everybody off that particular mining site. So there is now consideration, or actually there's a project looking at continuous mining through remote hydro mining facilities. We also, and this is where the biggest bang for the buck is looking at enhancing our processing and recovery technologies. And again, we're very excited about a lot of the work that's going on in that space. I know that historically there has been a number of studies, but now through proper partnership programs, we're seeing this newfound interest in terms of understanding and developing these technologies to enhance our recoveries across the spectrum, both PGMs, chrome, and so on. And then obviously this drone surveillance. And the reason why I mentioned the drone surveillance there is typically the hazards associated, or the risks associated with communities around these tailings facilities. I think it's been in the public space where we have had challenges with communities, with kids having mishaps in dams adjacent to these facilities. So again, securing these facilities is becoming a significant challenge in our lives, and we've invested in some innovative techniques to understand what we can do more with drone surveillance. And again, that's a topic for another day's discussion. And then I'd like to conclude perhaps with recognizing the fact that there's phenomenal real estate value in this regard. Once these tailings facilities have been remined and reprocessed, there's a footprint that's basically left there. The intention is obviously to restore it into habitable property, towns and cities, and then consider the industrial and agricultural components of that piece of property. Admittedly, in cities like Johannesburg, once that footprint has been rehabilitated, there's a lot of commercial interest in those properties from an industrial point of view, and potentially even a domestic or a housing point of view. However, in Rustenburg, and I think this is the case for many of us that operate in the Rustenburg area, a lot of that property is held by Royal Bafokeng. So restoring it back to its natural state again will create opportunities for agricultural enhancements in the future and in the near future. Quantifying that real estate and putting a value to it, I suppose in the context of South Africa and some of the challenges we face in South Africa from a political point of view, one has to be careful what type of investments one makes in those properties. But I think our immediate interests are to return the PGM reprocessed areas into sound and capable agricultural sites. That does conclude my presentation. Thank you, Nolene.
Andy, thanks so much for that. I do see one question in the chat. Hi, Sibanye-Stillwater using mount tailings with regards to CCUS.
Okay, whoever prompted will have to just educate me on CCUS.
Hi, Andy. It's Tiamo here. So CCUS is basically carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. So I know in other parts of the world that are currently invested in carbon sequestration, they are using mineral carbonation at mine tailings. So I wanted to know, since you guys your mine tailing operations, have you guys thought about carbon mineralization?
Kim, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I wouldn't be able to give you an answer that's adequate. Quite frankly, I'm not close enough to it in that respect. But I can supplement my answer by saying that we do have a carbon footprint reduction strategy, of which principally our entire property that we are responsible for is engaged in and committed to that carbon footprint reduction. But I must apologize to you. I'm happy to get a response to your answer to you offline, but I can't respond to that in that regard.
No problem. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Dion, your hand's up.
Hi, Andy. Thanks for your presentation. I've got probably a unconventional question. I was wondering, can you reprocess from your where you currently deposit on your tailing, your current facilities, and does that, do you have included in that 20 million tons where you're currently depositing as well, or is that considered not yet part of that asset or that resource base?
Yeah, Dion, that's a good question, and it's one that I can give an answer to. So at the moment, we have obviously targeted our dormant TSF facilities that we have recognized. The study work that we conducted now during the last year and a bit, however, is on our dynamic or our live TSFs. So besides the fact that we are depositing on them concurrently with potentially remining them in the short future, doesn't detract from the fact that we will continue to mine them. We may not mine them from the point of deposit. As I mentioned early on, the geomechanical variances in those tailings facilities across the tailing footprint can change. And if we're depositing, what we realize is where we're depositing, we still have to create an environment that contains itself. So we would probably, like an ETD1, for example, we're depositing there, but we on the southern side of the property, but we're mining on the northern side of that particular TSF. And that's a type of mining methodology that we're investigating across the footprint.
Yeah, I know. Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, I think, you probably, if it's part of your resource base and you're depositing, and it's part of your, it's an amazing way to replenish your resource, your tailings facility resource base as you dynamically deposit, you mine, so you kind of almost keep your resource base replenished. So in any case, yeah, it's quite interesting.
No, Dion, thank you for that comment. That I'm dare say we might tread on in dangerous property there, because we have TSFs now that are probably having situs of 0.8 to 1 gram a ton. We're depositing now on those facilities at 0.5 grams. In fact, even some of our concentrators, we're depositing back on there at 0.4 grams a ton. So yeah, we'd have to know which particular area we're depositing and is defined for depositing, and the other areas that are being defined or indicated for mining. But yeah, replenishing a resource, I think, is quite a dangerous point to consider. What we would probably do is define an area that we've proven up on an area that's dormant on that particular dump, TSF, if I may say, and be selective about what we go and mine out there. Again, and I haven't delved into the point on this discussion, but the sustained integrity of that tailings facility, the live tailings facilities, now actually takes priority over the economic aspect of it going forward, especially in light of all of the attention that the TSFs have attracted over the last couple of years. Thanks, Dion.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it.
It's Dave Young here.
Okay, go Dave.
What drill spacing do you typically use on the tailings dams, in view of the fact that you've got sort of multiple types of tailings material?
Yeah, Dave, we were using at one point in time we were using 200-meter spacings, but in the dams that we do recognize good potential on, we've actually gone and reduced those to 50-meter spacings.
Okay, thank you.
There's one where we're pursuing chrome, for example, where again, in certain areas that we want to start the process, we've actually gone and even excavated, for bulk sampling as well.
Okay, yeah.
See, if you had your hand up, have you changed your mind?
I don't know. Andy, see if you have any thanks. Very interesting, comprehensive talk. Yes, I wanted to ask about the drill spacing, but the other challenge that you had is with the recovery. So overall, would the tailings from UG2 have a lower recovery than Merensky, regardless of the grade?
So, Seth, now thanks for the comment, for the question, and I'll answer to two answers. The first one is that we do generally see better recoveries coming out of the Merensky processing, but that's if we only do apply ourselves to the Merensky component alone. However, on the eastern side of the property, on the Marikana side of the property, ex-Lonmin, the Merensky has significantly lower values than what we have on the Rustenburg side. So there again, we see far better recoveries. In fact, almost breaching 90% on the standard processing units, and as much as 28, 29% on the reprocessing units from the UG2 TSFs.
Thanks, very interesting. Thanks for all the trouble, eh?
No, it's no trouble at all, thank you. Nalini, are there any other hands?
Stuart Newpen has a question for you.
Hi, Stu.
Hi, Andy. Andy, notwithstanding the fact that you indicated that these are long-term plays and that you have to make a decision to process and then once you start, you must start and then finish. Is there enough flexibility to allow you to process in these high price environments successfully process at a reasonable margin tailings which you wouldn't otherwise be able to treat in a lower price environment, and in that way, I suppose maximize the use of that asset. Or do you take a different mineral MRM type decision to that?
No, Richard, that's a very good question. Thank you for that. So first things first, each one of these facilities are evaluated on, as I mentioned, a business case. Now we've enjoyed significant good prices over the last year and a bit, and we have an expectation that those will maintain at least for another year or so. So we're maximizing opportunity now. I don't think it allows us, though, to be selective of where we want to mine on the tailings facility. Why I say once we start something, we've got to finish it is that principally we would then go in and conservatively cost it, including the rehabilitation of that whole facility. And unless the prices that we applied were significantly out of kilter, we would then see ourselves finishing off that TSF, but we would not be able to mine it selectively. Again, from a spatial point of view, I know you do know that these TSFs cover phenomenal pieces of real estate and acreage. So moving the equipment around and also moving the pump stations around, if we pump the material, does present a bit of a logistical challenge. So that was my the background of my comment was to say, once we committed to it, we quantified it, and we're going to mine it, unless the prices really fell through the floor, based on how we assess our price sticks, we would plan to finish that entire TSF.
Thanks, Andy. Makes sense.
James, you typed a question into the chat. Do you want to just ask Andy it?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Andy. Just a query on the deportment of base metals, the copper and the nickel, and what sort of volume they report in there. Because I mean, 7%, I think it was at the start there of your reserve in terms of PGEs at WAC. So I should imagine there should be a fair bit of copper and nickel in there as well.
Yeah, James, unfortunately, we haven't quantified our copper and nickels. It hasn't been a target in our horizon. We have targeted those PGMs, as I mentioned, we report on that. But in the background, we've got this, our immediate target metal now is chrome. Besides the fact that we have chrome recovery plants on almost all of our concentrators. Historically, there has been, and again through technology at that point in time and technology going forward, we believe that we can enhance our recoveries of the chrome. We haven't considered the base metals, to be honest with you. I hope that was
great, Andy.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks.
Andy, thank you so much for that talk. We're going to take a short break.
All right. Welcome back to this last session. I hope everyone has had their coffees or Hendrix gin. Pun intended, Nolene again. So welcome back. So our next speaker is Sean Neiman, and he'll be talking to us today on the value of performing geological due diligence and scoping economic studies on precious metal projects. And he'll be using a DRC gold project as a case study. So please go ahead, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Satiso. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me all right. Just to take you through what the presentation is going to outline. We'll start off with just an overview of the geological due diligence in a precious metals context, a synopsis of the Tanganyika Gold Project, where just an overview of the geology and mineralization, the desktop due diligence that was performed, the on-site due diligence, and the scoping economic study, and then finally the value derived and the key takeaways from the project. In terms of the objectives of the geological due diligence, as most of us would know, it's to ascertain an unbiased opinion, to validate the data through a desktop assessment, and then verify that data through an on-site physical assessment, to assess the representativity of the data, identify any risks and quantify them, and then to propose mitigation for any of those that are identified, identify opportunities and to unlock further potential, and then as well as identify any fatal flaws or cautionary aspects. Now, when it comes to precious metal deposits, some additional factors that are of importance is the low mass percentage of those precious metals typically found, the high value of the precious metals, and the often highly variable nature of the mineralization, and the ease to misrepresent that data due to the variability, and to adequately quantify that, that variability. And then one of the important aspects is to obtain the representative samples. And a key factor there would be your core recoveries and your chip losses of your samples, especially in a high maggot deposits. So just to take you through the Tanganyika gold project. The project was located near Lake Tanganyika in the Tanganyika province of southeastern region of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and it was targeting a vein-hosted orogenic gold mineralization. The client's objective for this project was to obtain an external geological due diligence on the project by means of the three-phased approach. The first phase entailed the evaluation of the historical data. The second phase was the performance of a site visit and verification of that historical data. And then in phase 3, a basic metallurgical test work was conducted and a high-level scope and economic study to ascertain the economic potential of the project. And this was ultimately to make an informed decision in relating to further investments in the project, which would entail further exploration, metallurgical work, trial mining, and pilot tests, and then as well as to identify what de-risking activities were further required to unlock the full potential of the project. Just in terms of the project location itself, the project area spanned a total area of around 680 square kilometers. There were initially 11 areas of interest that had been previously identified, with 8 of those areas containing historical data, which were reviewed as part of the due diligence. The area had historically been explored since the early 1900s, and mining commenced around 1936 by a Belgian mining company, exploiting the deposit within the target areas 2, 5, 6, as well as 8 until 1942. Mining recommenced again between 1953 and 1958, where it was reported that a total of 450 kilograms of gold was produced from those mines. Following that, mining activities eventually diminished and ceased due to the low gold prices of the time and the increasing political instability. Currently, there's no formal mining taking place, but there is unregulated artisanal mining taking place in some of the target areas. Mining took place by means of open pits, and within target area 2 over here, there was additionally some underground mining taking place by means of adits and shafts. It was reported that the maximum depth mined was 40 meters below surface, and with gold grades ranging between 12 and 32 grams per ton. The cut-off grade of gold during the Belgian mining was assumed to have been around 6 grams a ton based on the areas targeted for the mining. And in terms of processing, the ore was milled on site and treated by a combination of gravity amalgamation, cyanidation methods. In terms of the historical data on the project had seen several phases of exploration, including geological mapping, surface sampling, trenching, and limited diamond drilling. And the most recent exploration data comprised field mapping, soil geochemistry, trenching, rock chip surface sampling, as well as diamond core drilling. There was a total of around 152 trenches dug, from which over 1,700 meters of channel samples were taken. And then additionally, within target area 2, there were 19 drill holes drilled along a 2.8 kilometer strike length with a 200 meter interval spacing. And then also additionally on target area 5 over here, there were 4 drill holes drilled on a 300 meter strike length with a 100 meter interval spacing. Although there were previous reports indicating soil geochemistry had been performed, this data was not provided and therefore couldn't be incorporated into the due diligence review. Just in terms of a bit of the background on the geology of the area, The project was situated within the Ubendian Belt, which is a linear northwest-southeast orientated orogenic belt located in eastern DRC. The belt separates the Archean Tanzanian Craton with the Banguelu block of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And it's comprised of high-grade metamorphics, including granulites, migmatites, and phibolites, as well as younger intrusive granites, gravers, and diorites. The lithologies identified in the project area consist of basement masses that were cyclically intruded by younger granites first, and then followed by mafic intrusions of gabbro and diorites. It was the contact between the granite and the diorite that is usually marked by intrusive quartz veins, which can be mineralized in gold, and that was the target of the exploration. So here's just is target area over 5 that is presented over here, just to give an idea of the ore body itself. The dominant geological units was granite diorite, and granite with some older mesoproterozoic basement masses. So you can see over here, you've got your diorites and the hanging wall with your granites in the footwall, and the red zones here indicating your quartz veins and mineralization areas. It was interpreted that regional faults trending in a north-northwest direction acted as a fluid melt conduit for the younger gabbro and diorite intrusions into the basal granites. A well-defined mineralized zone has been identified along the shear structure that runs along the strike extent, and the trenches indicated that mineralized individual quartz veins as well as stockworks of quartz veins were present. The individual quartz veins were on average around 2.3 meters thick, while the stockwork zones reached 9.3 meters in thickness. And the trenches indicated that although the quartz veins are the primary host of the gold mineralization, the mineralization occasionally also extended into the surrounding country rock. This slide here is showing target area 2, which in addition to the mapping, surface sampling, and trenching, a total of 19 drill holes, which are indicated along here, were drilled over the central 2.8 kilometer zone of the total 4.5 meter strike extent, 4.5 kilometer strike extent. Likewise, within this target area, the mineralization occurred along the contact between the intrusive diorite and granite country rock, as mineralized quartz veins and stockworks of quartz veining. Since this target area contained drill hole data, in addition to the trenching and mapping, wireframes could be created in order to improve the accuracy of the estimations and the range analysis that was performed on this target area. So just to give you a bit of an idea, here's a section view of it. You've got your quartz veins and quartz vein body dipping at around 70 degrees. And then you've got your footwall granites and your hanging wall diorites, which is typical, the typical geology that was encountered along the mineralized zones in the project area. Presented here are some images of the exposures of the mineralized quartz veins. Figure A over here shows a very thick portion of the main exposed quartz vein. Over here you have a veinlet which connects in the main vein and the secondary vein. Over here is the artisanal miners mining the primary vein. Despite the hardness of the vein, the grades were still good, which means they were targeting it. Typically, they were more focused around the stockwork veins surrounding the primary veins, which were typically more weathered and easier to mine. In figure D and E here, we have the relationship between the primary and secondary vein and the general, just a general section of the interpreted geology. So again, you have your main vein, secondary vein, and your stockworks and veinlets connecting the main and secondary veins. Your footwall granites, often there was a shear zone between the granites and the hanging wall diorites. In terms of the mineralization, gold was associated with sulfide mineralization occurring within the quartz veins and occasionally into the country rock. Each prospect presented the mineralization in a slightly different manner. However, in general, the gold occurred as a combination of nuggets and finely disseminated gold. The associated minerals found in order of provenance were chalcopyrites, pyrite, hematite, goethite, and some minor arsenopyrites. So in this image here, you can see some unweathered chalcopyrites, some weathered and unweathered hematites, and then here's some one of the weathered main quartz veins, and you can see the buggy, the bugs here that have been weathered out, where the mineralization has been weathered out. And here's a great core specimen, and this one here is showing some partial weathering of the sulfide minerals, even at depth. This fresh drill core over here is contains chalcopyrites and pyrite mineralization, and the corresponding assay grades for this sample indicated over here was 11 grams per ton of gold. Onto the due diligence. The desktop due diligence that was performed in order to validate the data included review of the historical mining data, the soil sampling, the geological mapping, the surface sampling database, the trenching database, the drilling database, the survey data, and also the core handling and logging procedures, the sampling protocols and results, and importantly, the QAQC protocols and results. From a view of the data validation findings, it was found that the historical data acquisition was generally performed in line with industry best practices and standards. However, there were some important limitations, limits that were identified. That was the sample QAQC data was not provided, which could not be confirmed, and there was no indication of blanks, core sample reject, and all core sample reject duplicates included as to be used in the QAQC. No reference was made to the sample chain of custody or sample security. Importantly, especially in this deposit, the core recoveries were not provided, and therefore the recoveries within the mineral zone were unknown. And with this type of deposit, with the negative effect that was prevalent, that can have a significant impact on the representativity of those samples, and potential underreporting of the grades, as well as potential overreporting. Also, the drill ore collars were not surveyed, and there were several database errors which were identified. Most of the database errors could be rectified, however, there were some that could not be. Following the data validation, and on-site due diligence was performed, and this was performed over a 3-day site visit with the objective to orientate the reviewer on the project and the site, confirm the origin of the historical data provided, verify where possible the location of the historical trenches, verify the location of the drill ore collars, verify the logging and sampling of the historical drill core, as well as the verifying the grades obtained in the historical trenches, and spot sampling through extraction of check samples from the in-situ material. So in review of the geological mapping and surface geology, all outcrops encountered during the site visit corresponded well with the historical mapping, where the mapping data was available. The mineralized zone was confirmed to be placed along the contact between the hanging wall diorite and footwall granite, and as a fairly consistent outcropping main quartz vein with a zone on either side of small stockwork quartz vein. It was also found that the hanging wall generally contained a greater number of quartz veins than the footwall. And these images here, you can see the main quartz vein. Here's the quartz vein with the hanging wall and footwall stockworks around it, and an exposure by the artisanal minings of that stockwork over here. This image D shows the historical pit by the Belgian miners, which has been further extended by the artisanal miners. The only limiting factor currently for the artisanal miners is the water table, preventing them from going deeper. In terms of the trenches, numerous trenches were encountered during the site visits across all the target areas inspected. In general, the trenches could still be identified, however, they were overgrown with thick vegetation, and several had been mined or destroyed by the artisanal mining activities. The aim of checking the trench starts and end locations, as well as the length and orientation azimuths, was to verify the accuracy of the trench log data and obtained in the historical database. It was found that on average, the trenches exhibited a good correlation in trench lengths, as well as an acceptable correlation in azimuths. However, it was recommended that the trenches be surveyed by a differential GPS to improve the accuracy of the data. several additional trenches were observed in the areas investigated, which were not recorded in the historical database, and were of unknown origin, which could have possibly been from former Belgian trenches, as there were no logs or sample information associated with them. So just in this image over here, it's illustrating that the validation, verification that was performed. The yellow lines indicating the measured trenches on site by the handheld GPS, and the blue lines that's in the historical database. So typically there were very minor deviations in what would be considered acceptable for a handheld GPS, but there were cases of some noteworthy deviations. It's also suspected that due to the older historical data, the GPS accuracies were slightly less reliable, typically between 8 and 10 meters with the handheld. So it was recommended that where possible, those trenches get resurveyed with the differential GPS in order to improve that accuracy. In terms of verifying the drill hole collars, all the drill sites were inspected and all but one could be found, as the drill pads were still preserved. The drill hole collars were historically marked by a small pile of rocks and a tree stump inserted down the hole to show the orientation of the drill hole. 5 drill hole collars could still be identified, while other locations had been destroyed and couldn't be found. And as you can see over here is the old drill sites, which could be verified. Here was where the artisanal miners had dug around the drill collar, and the drill hole was still preserved there. And this was typically where the tree stump had been inserted down the drill hole in order to mark the drill hole. And here the actual collar position could be accurately verified and the azimuth measured. So in this slide here is just an illustration of that verification. These were some of the drill holes that had that were verified. The green indicating the outline of the drill pad, the marker with a line through it, indicating the drill collar from the database, and over here the little black dot that's indicating the measured collar on through the site verification. It was noted that the historical collars in the database, as mentioned earlier, were recorded with a handheld GPS, and the deviations encountered were considered acceptable, apart from this example over here, where the deviation was 17 meters and would require resurveying in order to be incorporated into the database for analyses. It was recommended that the drill hole collars be surveyed using a differential GPS, because at present, without that survey, the drill holes couldn't be used in a resource estimation and limit the data to exploration results, which could only be used as an indication of the mineralization. In terms of the core logging and sampling, this was verified by inspection of the drill core in comparison with the drill logs. As mentioned earlier, the core recoveries were not provided with the drill holes, and within this run here, you can see that there's been a core loss. Depending on the grade recoveries in the mineralized zone, it is possible that the grade has been underreported, where there have been core losses, and this was one of the significant findings as part of the due diligence, as it has an impact on the sample representativity due to the high variability of the grade and the negative effects associated with the style of mineralization. Losses of mineralized material within those sample zones could result in unrepresentative reporting of the results. In order to verify the reported grades, a selection of samples were collected during the site visits. These samples were extracted from the same locations as recorded in the historical database, from outcrops and trenches, with some additional samples being taken for additional verifications. 13 of the 14 samples were assayed for gold using the same method employed in the historical assays, which was a fire assay with atomic absorption finish. And one of the samples was extracted for metallurgical and mineralogical testing. The results of the samples indicated a moderate correlation with the historical samples, with the best correlations coming from the trench samples. Considering the the nuggets and the variability of the gold deposits, the correlation was considered acceptable. So just in terms of the metallurgical test that was conducted, one hand sample was sent for basic metallurgical tests, where a thin section was analyzed by optical scanning electron microscopy analysis in order to determine the composition of the gold grains, the mineral association with the gold, and the size of the gold grains. In that hand sample, only fine grain gold was present, with the chemical composition varying between 95 and 98% gold and between 2 and 4.5% silver. The sample was predominantly comprised of quartz and pyrite, with the rare trace inclusions of chalcopyrite and associated cobalites. Fine particulate gold grains less than 30 microns were detected as inclusions within the pyrites. It was concluded that the ore body was composed of fine grain gold and nuggets, which implies that 2 recovery processes would be required. Initially, a gravity separation for the recovery of the nuggets, and following this, the fine gold would need to be milled to around less than 80%, passing 75 microns to expose the gold during cyanidation. Following this, it was also recommended that a full gold deportment study be conducted on a much larger representative sample of the ore to ascertain the true nature of the gold distributions and associations, which couldn't be determined from the single sample, which was only for indicative purposes. In terms of the scoping economic study performed, a range analysis was conducted on the known deposits and historically explored areas for which there was data. The aim was to turn the exploration results into indicative grade and tonnage information. Due to the limited geological data available, only a range of possible grades and tonnages could be calculated, and a minimum, medium, and maximum case was determined to present a range of the mineralization potential to the client. The most prospective targets were assessed were further assessed during the scoping economic study, and this was accounting for the known data, extrapolating that data with some assumptions along strike and dip, applying representative grades, and inputting those assumptions, based on the mining, beneficiation, and PNG costs. The basis of the evaluation criteria was the pit depth at which revenue would equal costs, which was the break-even depth based on the ore body metrics and grades. And this was in order to estimate the potential reserves and potential life of mine and the all-in sustainable costs. And this was in order to ascertain an indication of the economic potential and justify further investment into the project at that stage. Due to the limited data, hurdle grades were applied based on economic assessment and ore body metrics to determine which deposits could be considered economic. There was some significant upside identified, however, de-risking actions were recommended. And those following actions were included definition diamond drilling on some of the selected targets, as well as delineation diamond drilling, a full gold deportment study, some trial pits and pilot plant tests, and following this, further phases of exploration, incorporating soil sampling, further mapping, trenching, airborne geophysics, and additional drilling. So the value derived from the key takeaways from the due diligence was that the client was provided a validated and verified project with an independence and non-biased opinion. The data limitations were quantified, and a realistic indication of the project potential through the scoping economic study was provided. Importantly, this enabled the client to make an informed decision on the project potential and whether further investment was warranted and what further de-risking work was required to unlock the full potential of the projects. Great, thank you. Are there any questions?
I don't see any hands. Any questions? Something's just coming on the chat. Okay, compliments. So going once, going twice, gone. So with that, thank you again, Sean, for that very well illustrated presentation. Very interesting approaches and some cool pictures at that. So thank you very much. And while Sean is still on, please, you can stop sharing and then Dennis can share. Just a reminder that at the end of this month, from the 30th of August to the 3rd of September, MinRom are running the practical project management course for exploration geologists on behalf of the GSSA. So please do look out for that. Okay, next up is the young man. And last but not least, Dennis Hoffman. And the reason I refer to him as a young man is because he's still got the same ambition as previous. And he'll be wrapping up today's event and talking to us on a success story, the Booysendal Platinum Mine success story.
Right, thank you very much, Sifisa, for the introduction. Booysendal is a new generation mine, and it's one of Northam's 3 operations. The Booysendal acquisition was concluded in 2008, and this gave us a foothold into the eastern limb of the Bushveld complex. Northam has transformed the Booysendal from an exploration project into a major mechanized mining complex within a period of 11 years. The operation comprises 6 mining modules, of which 4 are on the UG2 and 2 on the Merensky Reef. In 2020, we produced 240,000 or 40 ounces in concentrate, and we plan to ramp up production to 500,000 ounces in the next 5 years. And my presentation today is to share what's happening at Booysendal and take you through some of the success factors. Right, the mine is located on the southern parts of the eastern limb. It's about 50 kilometers from the town of Mashishing. And there are 2 access roads to the mine. And if you've ever had the opportunity to drive in from the Debrochen side, excuse me, or from the Steenberg Pass, one certainly has to acknowledge that it must be one of the most scenic places to operate a mine. Most of the PGM production on the eastern limb is currently concentrated towards the central and southern parts. And from looking at some recently published mineral reserve and resource data, in resource, there are about 700 million ounces of 4E and only 31 million ounces in reserve. This is less than 5%. And it talks to a little bit of Stuart's presentation early on about the conversion rate. And if I recall from the presentation, the average for the Bushveld is about 20%, but here we're seeing less than 5%. And I think part of the reason for this is that with the exception of Booysendal, no other company reports mineral reserves for the Merensky Reef on the eastern limb. In 2020, we reported 109 million ounces in resource. This is combined Merensky and UG2, and this accounts for 15% of the eastern limb's mineral resources, while the 13 million ounces in reserves at Booysendal accounts for 43% of the reserves in the eastern limb. Right, Booysendal is a modern mine, and there are many factors that have contributed to its success. I'll take you through some of the success factors, which include the startup of mining in the low-risk part of the deposit, the selection of the mining cuts, the gradual modular expansion leading to steady production buildup, and the timing of the capital with respect to the metal prices. However, I think we all must acknowledge that the success of any mine revolves around safety, people, the community, and the environment, and obviously the focus of a dedicated team to make it a success. The ore body is always king. I don't know if you can see my cursor, if it's showing on the screen. Doesn't look like it.
We can see it.
Can you see it? Is it moving as I move it? Okay, then I will. So the Booysendal prospect has an incredible footprint. The strike from north to south is 14 kilometers and 10 kilometers from east to west. And the mining started off in the northern parts of the of the mining right, where the ore body is certainly on the UG2, that's less, well, more uniform. And you can see that over here. And the ore body definition has come about through mapping information, but also extensive drilling. In total, there are 615 boreholes or surface boreholes drilled for 182 kilometers of drilling. And most of this drilling was undertaken by Anglo American Platinum during their ownership. Also to note is that most of the boreholes have been drilled in the shallower parts of the deposit, which is below 1,000 meter depth. So you can see concentration of the holes around here. And the obvious reason for that is that the escarpment runs along this bit over here. And to get access to drill sites higher up on the ridge climbing up and at the back of the escarpment proves to be quite difficult. Right, there's three main geozones that have been shown over here. There's the normal domain, the slump domain, and the abutment domain. And in the normal domain, the reefs are consistent. The UG2 typically has about 1.5 meters in thickness, and the ore body is regular with not too much disturbance. We recognize going from the normal to the slump domain by the separation of the UG2 from the Merensky Reef, and that goes from 175 to 200 meters. It has a strike length of around about 2 kilometers, and this joins up with the low bait extension to the east over here, which is known as our BS4 mine. And this is where the old Everest mine was. Over here, the ore body is less regular, strike rolls are more common, and it's certainly less disturbed than what we see in the abutment facies further to the south. And in the abutment facies over here, we see a marked change in the separation from the UG2 to the footwall rocks of the Transvaal. Here it is in the order of 200 meters, but as one looks in the northern part over here, it's between 600 and 800 meters. And the sketch to the bottom right over here basically shows you the more regular northern facies, the Button's Hope or the slump domain over here. But looking at further south onto the abutment, you've got these very, very steep major rolls in the reef horizon. And there are a few trends that are associated with this, in that the thickness increases, the grade deteriorates, and in particularly on the Merensky Reef, the grade pinches out to very, very low grades. Right, here are two grade profiles of the Merensky on the right-hand side. The peroxenite unit over here ranges in thickness from, it can be less than a meter up to 30 meters, but on average, it's in the order of 9 meters on average. The mineralization rests from the hanging wall contact down to 1.2 meters. There's a chromatite stringer that may or may not be present. Where it's present, the mineralization is a lot more concentrated, and where it's absent, one tends to see more dispersion of the mineralization into the lower part over here. On the left-hand side, typical UG2 that we see, and that's made up of a main chromatite below on contact with footwall and orthosite rocks. There's a leader unit over here. This average thickness over here is typically 1.4 meters. And then above it, the triplets becomes quite important in the mining cut. But this zone over here can thicken up to quite considerable width. And I'll take you through that on the next slide, how that influences the mining cut. Looking at the prol values for the mining blocks, the percentage platinum and palladium are pretty comparable for UG2 and Merensky, with the main difference coming in with the rhodium and the gold values. Right, on to selecting the mining cut. We'll start off on the North Mine side. You have the main member and the leader, and the cut is basically taken from the top of the UT3, that's one of the leaders, and taken to 40 centimeters below the footwall. And where the internal peroxenite over here, or the hanging wall peroxenite, gets in excess of a meter, we have a different type of mining cut, which we call the undercut, and that's taken from the top of the leader 2.1 meters down into the footwall. And this is the width of mining of 2.1 meter is the minimum on the UG2, and the maximum that we do mine is 3.5 meters. As we move towards the south, these triplets come closer to the main leader, and then again a similar cut of 210 is done over here. A part of the deposit that we haven't encountered, but we will come up to it in the future, is where we have split facies. I know this is not uncommon, but there are internal peroxenite lenses, and sometimes these become major slump features where the internal peroxenite can get up to the order of several meters, and I think the maximum that we've seen has been up to 12 meters in thickness. And over here we currently have a 2.1 meter cut from this contact up over here, and the verdict is still out on how one actually mines into these little slump features. They may just be regarded as potholes in the future, but where the internal parting is less than a meter, we anticipate to mine them with the resource cut. Right, this is a aerial view of the Booysendal district. This running right through the middle over here is the Groot Dwarsrivier Valley, the De Brochen Dam up to the north over there, the green line showing the UG2 sub-outcrop, the red, the Merensky outcrop, and where the mining started was in this more flatline area. It started off with the Booysendal North Mine, which has a length of about 3.5 kilometers. A feasibility study was completed in 2009. Mining development underground started in 2011, and the concentrator was commissioned shortly afterwards in 2013. And currently where we are with the UG2 is that we've certainly reached steady state. The UG2 ramp up on North Mine was in 2 phases. The first was to get to 187,000 tons per month. And then there was a deepening part to it, which took the production up to over 200,000 a month. The Merensky mining started off fairly small, shown over here in this yellow outline. The decline has just reached around about this part over here. And currently the North Mine produces in the order of 30,000 tons per month, or about 20,000 ounces. And the second phase of the Merensky North Mine will take place once the North Rope Conveyor has been completed, and a little bit more about that later. This is just a bird's eye view of the mining complex. It's of North Mine. It's fairly concentrated. It's been fairly ergonomically designed. You can see the buses arrive over here, the change house facilities over here, and access to the mine, and the chairlifts go down over there. Management offices are close by, so it's quite a bit of thought went into the design of it. We've produced from North Mine 17.7 million tons of UG2 and 1.9 million tons of Merensky, and we've recovered in the order of 42 tons of metal, which is about 1.6 million ounces. To the right is the typical MF2 type concentrator. Recoveries are in the order of 86%. And the gem out of this concentrator is it has got a DMS plant, and this DMS plant assists with the throughput by rejecting the low density fraction, anything between 12 and 20%. Right, the mining layout that you see for North Mine, this is a view of a plan view looking towards the east. The mine is accessed from surface where my cursor is now through a reverse decline. So you go back and get onto the main declines. There's another access through lower down, and there's a bit of topography over here. So that has necessitated this reverse decline. But there are 3 legs to this decline now, and each major leg of the decline has 5 tunnels, and this tunnel here is down about 500 meters, another 750 meters on the second leg, and the third leg another 750. So we've extended down about 2.1 kilometers in the dip direction. The production is laid out into 5 operating sections, and each operating section has 3 rig sections, and this helps with the flexibility. I think the mining method is board and pillar, and this is a well-tested and well-known mining method in the bushveld. Essentially, the boards are 8 meters wide and pillars are 7 meters. This is a generalized section through the North Mine. We can see the blue outline is where current development is in place, and the orange is future development. We're mining on the UG2 currently at a depth of 400 meters below surface, and we continue to extend the decline down to a depth of 650 meters around this point here. But one of the major challenges that we have is that as we mine deeper, the depth increases significantly due to the overlying topography. The escarpment starts to build up, and we have to look at how do we optimize our mining going deeper. Larger pillars will obviously result in lower extraction, so there's some further study work that has to be done over there. Separation, as I've mentioned earlier on, between the Merensky and UG2 is 175 meters, and these are essentially 2 independent mines. This is the Merensky layout, pretty similar to the UG2 in some respects. Yeah, I don't think I'll continue too much on this one. There's been 4.5 kilometers of development, and extensive stoping has taken place. The only other point is that we've reached the 30 kiloton steady state, and the next phase for the Merensky there is to build up to nearly double that at 50 to 60 kilotons per month, and that will start building up from 2022. Right, so the acquisition of the Everest mine in 2015 unlocked the potential for mining in the southern portion of Booysendal. And so in 2017, the Booysendal South mine projects on the UG2 and the Merensky were initiated, and these are planned to produce together 250,000 ounces of 4E annually. Currently, the mine's accessed from a single portal decline, which I'll show you on another slide. There are 2 major declines, one for BS2 and the one for BS1. Yeah, the underground development, as I said, started in 2017, but the major innovation that took place is to make use of the South Mine concentrator. And the challenge was, how do you get the ore from South Mine up to, from the southern part here to the South concentrator? Now you'll see this yellow line that follows this squiggle right the way down to the bottom of the valley is the main access road. And it's roughly about 8 kilometers from here to the concentrator. And to truck this would be a major undertaking. So the rope conveyor, which you'll see on a subsequent slide, brings the ore from this point over here to 500 meters above onto this side of the escarpment over here. Also, there's another rope conveyor which is currently in construction that goes from the North Mine that'll take the Merensky material to the South Mine silos over here, and that will be treated at the South Mine concentrator. These are two bird's eye views of the South Mine complex. I think the interesting point to note over here is that the very limited footprints that one operates on. The UG2 mining complex is around about 4 hectares, and the Merensky is less than 1 hectare. So the environmental impact is minimized. The layout of the UG2 mine, I think the interesting one to note over here is the excess of 7 portholes at surface in the box cut. These inclines here all go up initially for about 50 meters from the porthole. That's to avoid any severe flooding that could take place. And then from there, it breaks away and goes down each of their respective declines. Again, as similar to the North Mine, the multiple rig sections builds up quite a bit of flexibility. We're currently producing 100,000 tons per month with a planned 200,000 tons at steady state within the next 2 years. This is the spectacular rope con. It's certainly an engineering marvel. There was quite a lot of thinking that went into the design and where these pillars are, or these pylons are separated. It has a capacity of 900 tons per hour, and the length from South Mine right up to the top here is 4.7 kilometers. It was commissioned in 2018. The main feature around this is, besides the costs, is how do you transport, several million tons per annum over the, from the bottom to the top. And quite frankly, hauling was not really ever going to be a strong option. The difference in the costs between the operating costs using the rope con is less than R1 per ton, whereas if you had to truck it, it would be in the order of 30 Rand per ton. But notwithstanding the capital costs that it did cost to put the rope conveyor in place, the payoff is in the order of about 10 years. Right, having a look at the allocation of capital. As at 2020, Northam had spent 11.4 billion Rand of capital. The bars are showing the annual capital spend. And this is shown in relation to the 4E basket price, the actual basket price achieved on an annual basis. The important aspect over here is that with this capital, we have built a low-cost operating mine during a depressed price environment. And this has assisted Northam overall with lowering their unit costs. There are 2 phases to the capital spend. This was during the construction of the North Mine and the concentrator there. And in 2018 and 2019, that relates to getting South Mine going, as well as the money spent on the rope conveyor. So most of the capital was spent during relatively low PGM pricing. The next slide shows the buildup of the 4E ounces in production by the blue bars. As at last year, our financial year, we've produced 239,000 ounces in concentrate, and the forecast in the next 5 years is to reach 500,000 ounces. And the interesting one is that the basket price that we in our long-term planning is in the order of about 20,000 Rand per ounce. And it basically shows the steady ramp up of metal production from 2013 with the actual 4E basket price. And the capital that we have spent in the second phase of development is in support of metal production buildup. And we're now seeing the benefits of this production growth in a higher price environment, and for which we see continuing over the next 4 to 5 years, which is our house view. And I think earlier on with there are different views of where the metal pricing is going. Where to from here? The focus is going to be on ensuring that BS1 and BS2 achieve their steady state production of 200,000 tons per month. We also have 2 mining studies that are underway for the BSU 3 and 4 modules. That's integrating the BS3 with the BS4 mining module over here. And we're also looking at developing a further North Mine Merensky module up over here where the grades are much better. And we've also got to complete the rope conveyor that goes from North Mine all the way through to South Mine takeoff point. But for all the geologists at heart, because this is a geological day, we have an ongoing exploration program, which started again at the beginning of this year. And we have 75 kilometers of drilling that we need to do from 100 boreholes. And most of the drilling is going to be concentrated around this BS3 area, some BS4, but also a fair bit is getting up onto the escarpment at the back to look at extending our resources down dip in the future. Right, in conclusion, the favorable ore body where we started mining, the phased expansion, and the prudent allocation of capital with the higher metal prices, and together with all the other important considerations of safety and people, community and environment, have contributed to the Booysendal mine's success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that very interesting talk and very encouraging, and good to hear that there'll be a whole lot of core that needs to be logged there, but that we are definitely, developing that limb. So thank you very much for that presentation. I know a lot of people on this participants who can also help you with that core. But let's leave it open for questions. CF, you've got your hand up.
Hi, Dennis. Thanks for a very interesting talk. Dennis, just as the geology varies, what is the impact of the variable geology on the geological losses on your mineral resources? Merensky versus UG2, north to south, is there a big variation? What sort of impact are you looking at? And then while I'm on the air, do you mix your Merensky ore with your UG2 ore, or do you plan to have a separate concentrator for the UG2? That's all. No. Thanks, Dennis.
Thanks, Jeff. Let me start off with the concentrator side. Both concentrators have the capability of milling and of processing UG2 and Merensky ore, and these are batch molds. So once they get a batch for about 3 or 4 days, then they put that through they put the Merensky through the concentrator. But most of the time, the milling processes UG2 ore. So that's one of the benefits of the concentrators is the flexibility. Then on terms of the geological losses, or the total geological losses, the North Mine is relatively, has smaller losses. Losses that we have on potholes on the UG2 is in the order of 8%. And on the Merensky a little bit higher, I think it's around about 11%. And in total, in the mining blocks, we've got round about between 12 and 15% geological losses. But in the extension areas, that means going down dip and south along strike, we've made a significant additional discount onto the resource because of the uncertainty around the ore body. And those losses, the additional discount that we apply ranges from 10% up to a further 15%. So we are cognizant that far south is that the ore body, can be a little bit more tricky in mining, and it's just building in a bit of conservatism into our mineral resource estimate.
Thanks, Dennis.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
James?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Dennis. Fantastic presentation. It's quite close to my heart. I actually started out on the bushveld on the Booysendal project in 2006. It's incredible to see how it's progressed in that amount of time. And yeah, just as you say, the logistical challenges. It used to take us 5 hours to get from the exploration camp up to the drill sites up the top on Sheep Run in Johannesburg, and then another 5 hours back down again, if it was accessible at all in the rain. So a tremendous achievement. I mean, to turn it into that sort of a mine. Wow. But just a technical one, Dennis, on that one panel stope profile where you undercut or undermine, I think it was called, on the UG2, where there's the parting to the T0, the T1, and the T3. Does that present a hanging wall, or how do you keep that hanging wall up?
Yeah, so there's no geotechnical reason to undercut or to have a geotechnical resource cut. The undercutting of the along this leader over here, the chromatite layers further up here don't pose any geotechnical fall of ground risk to doing this undercut over here. It's more around an economic decision, is that where this gets too wide is that you just take so much more internal waste material. And that's why they've gone with the undercut. And from what I've seen at the South Mine is that the actual hanging wall conditions are actually very, very good over there as well. And also the same thing with the undercutting. It makes the hanging wall a little bit more irregular. Certainly when you break along a chromatite band, is that it forms a nice parting, but we haven't found any need to apply a geotechnical cut in the current mining modules.
Okay, no, great, yeah, because logging that core back in the day, that UT0 was sometimes there, sometimes not, sometimes close.
Correct.
To the top,
yeah, correct.
Contact, sometimes not. So we're always a little bit, sort of cautious about that one. Yeah, so that's great to hear.
Yeah. And I share your sentiment about the beauty of that whole district, James. That I always say, if I had my career opportunity over, it's a place I'd like to be.
Yeah, it is wonderful to start out there. Wow.
Great, thanks, James. Thanks, Dennis. Any further questions for Dennis? Going once, going twice. Let me just have a look. Gone. And again, thanks, Dennis, for that really good presentation. Some of the comments are on the chat as well. So very good indeed. So thank you very much. You can stop sharing your screen. So that wraps it up. That success story. That wraps up today's program. And just to reiterate again before we have some closing remarks of how we started out with a look at the supply and demand, precious metals market. Then we went into some of the controls and mechanisms for mineralization in the first session. And then we went into some of the technologies and tools that are used in precious metals exploration. We had a look at the comparisons of the resources and the reserves. Then we went in deep into the gold exploration sector and any remaining potential. We had a look at some of the greenstone gold deposits. Then we had a look at the Barberton, had a look at tailings. Then in the last session, the geological DD. And then last but not least, the Booysendal Platinum success story. I missed parts of today's event, but I'd like to give over to CF to see if you've got any closing remarks or are there any themes that resonated, CF, or any sort of further comments. We will leave the event on after closing in case there's further questions with the speakers, but is there anything you'd like to wrap up from your side since you are the industry champion for today's event?
Thanks, Sifiso. Yes, I just want to thank everyone for the participation and apologies if I bullied one or two. I think Stewart apparently feels a bit bruised, but I thoroughly enjoyed the day, and Stewart, yours as well. Many thanks. I think when Nolene and I set out, we tried to have a good mix and not just focus on specific aspects. So personally, I think the mix worked for me, and many thanks to everyone. I think it's from my perspective, it was a good recipe.
And thanks, Sif, and thanks again for all your hard work and efforts and putting pressure on Stuart, who then also put pressure on me. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, just, I mean, I'm going to close now. Nolene, do you want to just share that slide? So thanks again to everyone who's participated. I'm sure you will acknowledge that it was a good day. It was acknowledged as such in Nolene's polls that she sent out a bit earlier on. I'm seeing the presenters view, Nolene. You were schooling the others on how to do it. But yes, thanks again to the speakers who dedicated their time and put all these interesting presentations together. Thanks to our sponsors for today's event, our event sponsors and various ones. So AMIS, Deloitte, GSSA, SECNESP, UCP Africa, GeoExplore Store, Earth Lab, MaxGeo, VBCom, Cimera. So you would have all the delegate digital bags that were sent out to you earlier. So for our sponsors. So thank you again to our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to host these events. Thanks again, Nolene, CF, for putting such a strong program together, the speakers once more, and more importantly, thanks to everyone who's participated today. We do acknowledge that it was a very long day, but I'm sure it was very valuable. So thank you again for taking part and taking care of your CPD as well. And then look out for upcoming events. We will leave the call going on for those who'd like to stay and have their poisons, break their gins, or anything, or have further questions or things to discuss. But with that, we can officially close. Nolene, is there anything else that I have forgotten?
All good, Safis. I think you've covered it all.
Okay, perfect. And there is the link again with that digital bag. So thank you very much, Nolene, and thank you everyone. And please, I don't have my Peggy fedora on today, but please do keep safe. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. But you are welcome to stay on and have drinks. So thank you very much.